I pressed the button.
All right, go for it. Oh, hang on. What's the title? We need a good title today.
I put there. Let's see, what's the title? The title is LLMs and Rust/Linux kernel drama with Togglebit. It's not.
Yes,
it's not,
that's a great title.
Yeah, it's like not clickbaity this time. That's actually what it is. Hello, everybody. Hello, lurkers. I'm sorry, I'm late. Yes, and I didn't even let you enjoy some share stream. I apologize for that. But yeah, we're there.
I'm just pouring my tea now.
Oh, I need to go fetch mine.
Go fetch. You gotta have tea if we're gonna do this. You gotta have some tea, yeah?
Yeah, we need to.
All right, I can greet everyone in the meantime. Hello, Enrico. Hello, Skylar. Hello, me. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Tenek.
Hello, everybody.
Or hello, everybody. There you go.
Okay, I'm waiting for the microwave to start beeping at me, and then I'll go fetch my cup.
150 bags of tea in the jug. That's how we do it. I don't know, Tenek. I think this is like an Italian thing. Hello, Temporis. How you going?
No kettle. I just want to make a cup this time.
Isn't making a cup in the kettle still going to be roughly far? How long does it take to heat water in the microwave?
I put it there for 2.5 minutes. But here's my trick. I also put the bag in there.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you're saying that to troll me.
No.
You did not put your bag in the microwave.
I do. I do. That's why it's a time saver, because you basically that becomes the infusion time.
Oh my god, this has to be part of the stream title somehow. I don't know. Just put it on screen somewhere. It will be rage bait, if anything.
Oh man!
I mean, some tea bags have that little like staple in the tab, though.
Yeah, but it's not a big deal because it's small enough. It doesn't cause big trouble.
Big trouble as opposed to no trouble.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, other parts of the microwave are already metal. The problem is like bigger pieces of metal that end up reflecting waves in weird ways. That thing is small enough that it's not a problem.
There are like metal that you can have in the microwave as well, right? There's like these weird trays, as long as they don't touch the edges. But I don't know how that stuff works.
In any case, I think I've never seen the staple thing even make any spark.
I mean, you're not watching it right now.
Maybe my kitchen's on fire right now. You know what? Let me go check. I'll be right back.
There we go. All right. Yeah. Hello, Dominic. Yeah, I know, Tempo. I don't even know what to do, man. It's like you're being invited to someone's house and then you find out that they're a cannibal, right? I mean, I agreed to do the stream before I knew about this tea bag situation. I don't know what to do now. I mean, I can't just leave. That'd be weird, right? Anyway, jokes aside, I don't care how people make the tea. As long as, you know, you have a teapot, it's all good. Splash of milk, all tickety-boo. Okay. Puts a spoon in with it, so the microwave makes it. But have you ever heated something in the microwave to high enough temperature that when you disturb the surface, it almost like pops, right? It's a bit sketchy. I think that can happen to milk in the microwave. I don't know if it'll happen to water or not. I remember me and a guy named Jason, we tried this out in the office kitchen. We put a cup of water in the microwave and then we left it for like 3 minutes or whatever. But I don't think it ever did make a splash though, right? You have to fit an A in there as well, Andrew. Like a Jason. And maybe I don't know, right? I don't know. That could happen. Oh yeah, we gotta get our streamer lights on. I am not even doing that, right? Everything is supposed to be better with Bluetooth, but I don't know if it is, man. It's like a whole set of steps to do just to do. And now I've moved everything around. Let's see.
Delicious already brewed tea.
There we go, right? And if you look at the tab, and then you leave the tea bag in the cup as well, right? There's like, I think we have days of rage bait just from this morning, right?
So actually, this one doesn't even have a staple. It's Twinings, and it's just it's just a hole, and like the string is wrapped around it, so it's perfectly safe. It's almost as if it has been designed to be put in a microwave, basically.
Oh man, I feel like we just wasted all the top quality content on the early birds, right? You guys should feel very special that you turn up for this, because I don't think anyone's going to repeat this information again, right? This is pretty exciting stuff. I need to get Twitch open here. There we go. I need to get all my chats and everything in order.
I do have a kettle. I use the kettle when I need to make like a full pitcher of tea or something, or like tea for multiple people. But if it's just a cup, 2.5 minutes in the microwave and it's already brewed. For some definition of brewing, but yeah.
Tempora says, I think those who spend time in the UK cares about kettles. Well, I mean, you have to take extra care about of kettles in the UK because you don't have that level of lime scale in a lot of in the rest of Europe, right? I mean, I have, for those who don't know, if you get like lime scale in your kettle, you can just boil vinegar, like white wine vinegar or whatever, in there, and it'll dissolve the lime scale stuff. And then you obviously have to clean your kettle good and proper. But yeah, I've seen people do some it's added minerals, right? You have a lot of lime scales in Denmark. Really, Boomerang? I didn't think about that when I was there. I didn't think the water tasted of anything particular. And I don't think I paid attention to it in a kettle. Like if you... There's a big distinction between having a bit of lime scale and seeing what inside of a British kettle looks like, though. So, because that could be like a layer. Like you hit bedrock when you open the lid to the kettle, right? You don't even have to boil if it's strong enough vinegar. There you go. A lot of lime scale in Poland as well. Okay, can we do this? Can I get the screen for a second, Christoph?
Yes.
I think we're gonna have to look up the lime scale in kettle, right? Like when you guys say you have lime scales in kettle, are we talking about this level of lime scales, right, in Poland and Denmark, or are you guys just trying to flex that you have a little bit of lime scale in your water? Is that what we're talking about, right? Yeah.
But it's not a big deal. I have citric acid. Like you just do one run with citric acid, and it's like clean, like in like you just have bought it.
I mean, I remember the first time I saw lime scale in a kettle, I thought the kettle had been subjecting itself to unprotected sex, man, because that just looked so disturbing the first time I saw that. But a kettle looks like that in a few months, yeah. Man, I just buy mine looking like that. But you can do the waiting thing if you want to as well, of course, right? Yeah, yesterday was exciting. Before I talk about that, what did you get up to yesterday, Christoph? What exciting adventure were you on? Did you do anything?
Let me think. So I didn't stream. I missed most of your stream. Unfortunately, I arrived close to the end, and then I just lurked. Yeah, what did I get done actually yesterday? I think I finalized my PR for deprecated. Some last changes. Hopefully that gets merged soon. But I don't think I did much else, like programming wise.
Good work, Beck and Dev. You're a star. Anyway, and that's good. You know what? I feel a little bit like I've been wronged by Sig. All right. I think
Okay.
Sig kind of owes me a little bit here, and I'm gonna elaborate on this a little bit, right? So Sig community, you gotta pay attention to this, right? Yesterday I was writing some Odin lang, and when I was writing some Sig, Andrew Kelly did not turn up in my stream when I was writing Sig. Okay, not even for a minute. Okay, but Ginger Bill actually turned up in my stream and explained a few things and talked about the rationale behind a few things. Right, I have yet to see Andrew Kelly in my chat. I'm just saying, Sig community, you know.
That is a fair complaint. It's also partially your fault because you're streaming usually at exactly like Andrew is on the West Coast. Ginger Bill is in the UK, so for Andrew it's not easy to be present the time you stream usually.
So if I change my streaming time, what I'm getting for this is guaranteeing me that Andrew Kelly will turn up in my chat.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna hold Andrew to that now, okay. Right? Andrew gets a message. Who the this guy? Well, anyway.
Okay, but on the other hand, so you're saying that I'm not enough because I'm actually there when you do Zig usually.
This is true, and you were there when I did Odin as well at the end, right? So have you tried Odin? Have you given it a whirl?
Not really. I went through the documentation. I maybe did a little bit with it, but like less than you did. So I know roughly how the language works based on reading the docs and the fact that it's same in the same ballpark of Zig. In terms of abstraction, but like I don't have experience to, I wouldn't be able to tell idiomatic Odin code from non-idiomatic Odin code too much, probably.
That's fair enough. Now I don't. When I do my random language streams, I don't feel like I actually get any kind of. I get sort of like a surface level exploration of something.
Yeah,
it's a little bit like sitting in the waiting room with the doctors and then trying to equate that to working as a surgeon, right? It's not really the same thing as actually using something, but it's kind of interesting to do these streams. Although for some inexplicable reason, Swift didn't win again, and for some reason we're doing F sharp.
Oh man, okay, I missed also the vote. Okay,
I'm gonna hold you accountable for that one, man, because you rallied the forces last time and you almost got a Swift out of there, but now it's gonna be F sharp.
It's F sharp. Okay, here's one thing, Toggle, that you need to do. Okay, if you get yourself into the F sharp interpreter, you need to learn how to exit it, because I remember that unless they made it better recently, years ago when I used it, it was like it's a secret password. It's a secret handshake that you need to learn. Otherwise, the thing will not allow you to quit. Like nothing compared to Vim. Like Vim, that's like a child's play in comparison. I'm not joking. Like, let me. You know what? I'll do you a favor. So, well, I guess more than you, I'll do a favor to your viewers so they don't have to watch you struggle. What's it called? What's the F sharp interpreter? What's it called?
It's just the .NET CLR, right? Or are you thinking about something else? Are you thinking about like the REPL? Is there a REPL for F sharp?
Yeah, exactly, the REPL.
Microsoft retention strategy.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think # quit is proposal. Make it more. Oh, F Sharpie. Right, that's the name. F Sharpie.
Oh my god!
Because it's the F sharp interpreter, right? So it's the F Sharpie, and so in most interpreters, typing exit or doing Control C is enough. Apparently, the super secret password is # quit : sorry, semicolon. Yeah. This has been closed. Please tell me that they closed it by resolving it in APR. Please, as completed. Okay. 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 Oh, they just added something that tells you what the password is.
Text message.
Okay, so it doesn't actually exit; it just tells you what to do. But first-time users may try instead help : quit semicolon. Who does this? Who types
I
this?
have no idea why you'd expect it to add : : Maybe that's an F#ism, but I don't know, man. That's kind of
Well,
insane.
in any case, oh no, this was closed without merging. So,
Oh.
okay. In any case, Toggle. Now you know. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully this will be one less stressful thing to go through on stream.
Oh my god. And the thing is, I know that people only wanted F# because it's like a terrible. You ask people like, so what would you like to see in terms of a language on stream? And they'd be like, oh, brain fuck or pit or whatever. And then if you actually do it, after 5 minutes of watching you struggle, you'd be like, oh, this isn't actually entertaining at all. I'm just gonna leave now. And then you have 0 viewers and you're stuck in F#, right? So that's how I predict my Tuesday is gonna be.
Well, it's not that bad though. Like, except aside from like exiting the interpreter, it's basically OCaml. So I don't know if you have experience with OCaml and you vaguely like OCaml, then it's mostly that, as far as I remember. I guess the part
OCaml has been the language that was the hardest to get set up and working of all the languages we tried.
So you did do OCaml.
Yeah, I mean, I poked at it with a stick, but this was not part of this this stream. This was part of a video project I was working on that I never released. One of my video projects that just sat there in the bay forever until I deleted it. It was basically a video exploring the concept of like what is the best programming language, and just going into the whole like you can't have the best programming language on account of you can't measure it by what metric do you measure it? And if you look at salary, then I think being like a Ruby developer in Australia or a C++ developer in Australia was better than being a JavaScript developer in America or whatever it was. Like it was like all the like very new salaries, and performance-wise, I showed how you can write a quote-unquote faster code in Python than in, say, Rust, and that is obviously down to how well you understand the language. I couldn't take SIG and be like, oh, SIG is rubbish. Look how slow this code is, and then you write bad codes. And it's not the fault of the language there, right? There's a shortcoming of the program. So and I wanted to like have a few different programming languages to explore writing various implementations of things and just displaying the code and the performance of that is really down to the programmer to a degree, right? Okay, but of course there is a bottleneck. At some point you reach a bottleneck of the language and then you move on. But yeah, I think it's it was fun to make the video, but then I looked at it and I was like, oh, I don't like this, and then I got rid of it, and then immediately afterwards I kind of regret not finishing the video. And well, speaking of graphs, right? One of the things that people talk about as well is like the favorite thing is when people show you some arbitrary benchmark with no reproducible steps or anything. They're like, here's a picture where so to sort of counter that, I did like an animation of where I'm better than Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps at swimming, and I showed a graph, and it's like this is a graph, right? Anyone can just draw a graph, and then you have no reproducible steps to back it up. And sometimes you can't really back it up, but still, right? Bouncing ball benchmark. ¿Qué es eso? What is this one?
I can't find the original one, but yeah, it's this like thing where basically this is somebody comparing programming languages using a benchmark that in theory is supposed to show you how fast the programming language is able to perform. Oh, thank you. People know the source.
I have not seen this.
Oh, wait, these are not bouncing balls. I mean, this is like I don't know how to interpret this. Like, I only know how to read bouncing ball benchmarks.
Wrong shape, Birkin. Wrong shape.
Okay, oh, thank you. Okay, man. Fine. Okay. Woo, so much better. Okay. Okay.
Oh, and see, Birkin didn't want to share that because C's in the lead. That's why. And Sig is not even on the. Listen, Birkin, it's okay, all right? We're all friends here. It's okay. I like the Python one though, right? That's pretty good. It's like, as it actually, it looks like it's kind of moving.
Yeah.
And R is arguably faster. Oh, that's very good.
Yeah, so people were making these type of graphs, and it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like,
no,
you
it
know
does not
nothing
make
about what's
sense.
happening here.
But I do think that as people, we're like inherently drawn to these things. So when someone shows you a picture of a graph and just makes a claim, I think we as people are predisposed to believe that what we're seeing is the truth, right? In some way or other, because it's very easy. A graph is showing you the result of labor, and you can just reap the result and not have to do the labor yourself. So I think showing graphs is a good way of basically make believe, right? You're like, oh no, this thing is really good. Here's a graph, and then people are like, yeah, look at that graph. That's pretty good, man.
Here's this. All benchmarking is benchmarking.
What a take! What a tweet compact take. I like it. Right, that it fits in a tweet or a fortune cookie. Then I like it. Now I think that's probably about right. That's pretty much the conclusion I've come to as well, because no one's gonna make a benchmark showing how their products suck in some metric. They're like, if you look at any benchmarks comparing, say, JavaScript to C#, then they're just gonna show benchmarks where JavaScript is winning, right? And in these circumstances, so the circumstances doesn't make any sense, and it's always done in
actually.
a vacuum.
Let's take a look. This one is one that I find funny. Let's see if Deno has some benchmarks, because I know that Bun has benchmarks showing Bun winning over Deno, but that doesn't stop Deno from showing that they win.
Oh, there was a high performance there. That's a view documentation. Maybe it's in there.
Batteries included, built on web standards. Backwards compatible. Oh, here. Okay, you went. Yeah, so here they have one. This one is against Node, but I think they have one that also mentions Bun. Or they decided, like, they used to have a more direct comparison against Bun, but I guess they decided to not even mention Bun. So, like, the idea is, like, you just don't even acknowledge it.
Lon has a good point, though, right? If you're writing benchmarks for your own code before you try out some new algorithm, then that's definitely the way to go, right? But even that is a little bit misleading, because what is it that you're benchmarking? You kind of have to write So, as an example, right now I'm implementing tab index into something, and I started off with a very large tree. I walked the tree, and it took 255 microseconds to walk a tree with 28,000 widgets, checking every widget and doing some dynamic loading and such as well in the process. And then I wrote another implementation that wasn't as awful. And but this is only something that you can observe in the context of an incredibly large widget tree, right? There's not really. I could have settled for the first solution and be done with it, because that's no one's gonna ever notice that in a normal sized application, right? But so there is a use of benchmarking when you do it to look at your own performance regression stuff, right? But again, that is still also only in a vacuum. And I had the most interesting situations occur. I wrote some benchmarks for testing some unsafe Rust versus safe Rust. And then I had a third benchmark doing something. And when I enabled the third benchmark, the second benchmark performed terribly. And the immediate thing that people think probably is like, oh, what about like hot cache and all these things, right? But it didn't matter which order I ran them in. It was still showing the second example, the second benchmark was always the worst one, the worst.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to search on Twitter. That's already a bad idea.
Oh, there we got some Bun.
But yeah, so this is what it's on their website. But there used to be. I think that the Deno people gave a talk where I think this might have been the talk, so I opened it in another tab. But basically, there's this screenshot of them showing, a completely different outcome, and so they both have this opinion, and then you just don't know. You know what? Wait, I think I know where to find it. Yeah. So please continue. I think I'll be able to show you in a moment.
Yeah, no, but that was so that was kind of like the gist of it. But so benchmarking is or benchmarking kind of exists in a vacuum. What you're benchmarking is gonna change depending on your CPU, even the version of the compiler or interpreter if you're using that, right? So a lot of these things gonna have like a big impact, but the reality is that we need something to go on, right? Even if it's asking a blind person for direction, we at least need to ask someone something so we have a general idea, right? So there is that.
I think it also it doesn't necessarily have to be like malicious intent. It could even just be you end up benchmarking something in a given way by mistake, or maybe you're totally right and it totally applies to your use case, but it doesn't apply too much to not even the general use case, but maybe somebody else's specific use case. Spicy Peaks. I don't know. I just searched for Deno and Pan. That's Twitter for you. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so this is a talk that I gave at some point where I was bringing up this exact point. Like, you go on the ban website and you see this benchmark that says that clearly ban is better than Node.js and especially Deno. Then you attend a Deno talk, and the Deno talk shows you the exact opposite. This is here I'm zooming in. Maybe I can even go full screen. Yeah. So I will also hide myself temporarily. So you can see that in their slide, throughput, clearly Deno better than ban. Or rather, you know what? Margin is not that big, but it's in the same ballpark. Average memory usage, Deno much better than ban. So which is it? Is it this or is it this? It's like, and you don't know.
You don't even know which one is going to be the closest to what you do either, right? So you might, but the reality is that I don't think it really matters for 99.9% of people which interpreter of JavaScript they pick, right? It's going to be either you picking Deno because someone told you that's good, or you picking Bun because someone told you that's good. I don't think the majority of people really kind of dig into this. I do think there used to be a guy streaming on Twitch who went by the moniker Stragger, and I think he did an actual attempt at making something with these. But again, like really comparing them. But again, it's got to be down to your use case, and I don't think it matters in most cases.
By the way, Toggle, Andrew is in chat. So you wanted Andrew, you got Andrew.
But this is not my stream, right?
I
know. So Andrew here has no idea, assuming this. There's a lot of Andrew in the chat now, but he has no idea what we're talking about, I'm guessing.
Well, in any case, you know what? My takeaway in the talk that I gave is that basically the idea is the title. I don't think it's written down anywhere. But I guess the point that I made in this talk is that you kind of, even if you're a high-level programmer, like so you do web development mostly, you still want to learn some systems programming so that at least you can make sense of these benchmarks. Because if you don't know how anything works, then the best you can do is trust your guts, but your guts don't actually know how this stuff works.
I was gonna say you haven't built the intuition to trust your gut if you don't know what to do, right?
Exactly. Like at the end of the day, the only actual statement that you can make is that you don't know because you don't have the tools to know. And so for example, earlier you mentioned, and you know what? The thing is this. Okay, I used to work on this stuff. The people that work on this stuff, I can promise you, they are designing these benchmarks. Again, not every benchmark that you see out there, but some people out there, I can promise you, are being paid to engineer benchmarks that are by design confusing, or rather, they are paid to design benchmarks that sound authoritative. And sometimes this authoritativeness comes also from obfuscating how things work for real. So you mentioned earlier that somebody could, for example, benchmark Zig against C wrongly. I can tell you one way in which they could do it. They could forget that, for example, printing to standard like std debug print doesn't do buffering. And if they benchmark that against printf in C, which is buffered, then now you see a performance difference, but you don't realize the difference in buffering. And I feel like there's like an even more abstract point there, which is that once you know how this stuff works, you know that the programming language at the end of the day is calling right. It's calling the right syscall. So benchmarking how fast is a programming language at printing, it's not entirely useless, maybe, but it is mostly useless. So
you're benchmarking leaving user space, basically.
You're benchmarking that. Maybe you're benchmarking string interpolation. Maybe that, if your goal is to benchmark string interpolation, then maybe that is worthwhile. Different implementations will have different performance characteristics, but then you start realizing that sometimes certain benchmarks are just inherently useless. So how many Hello World web server benchmarks do you see out there that are probably, at the end of the day, actually benchmarking write and read and not much else? Because at the end of the day, like a very, very stripped down Hello World test case for an HTTP server is some more than that, sure, but not a ton more than that.
Yeah, and like, if we take in that like one step sort of further, if you think about how you could implement a web server that will have good throughput for Hello World, that would be to back less chatter, right? So you can, and anything that you can do to sort of batch process things. For instance, you'd send the same response to all of the servers or to all the sockets instead of generating a unique response to the socket. So you're just gonna blow everything out of the water, right? I think you can write a web server that I think we did this on stream once. We pushed like 6 million requests per second or some stupid thing like that by simply just writing a static byte stream to the socket, regardless of what the socket did. We didn't even parse the request. We're just like, no, we're just going to write this payload and you're done, right? So a benchmark is rarely representative of like a real world use case as well, right? I think people just like these to say, I like Deno and I can show you a graph that says the Deno is better, or I like Bun and I can show you a graph where Bun is better, right?
At the end of the day, yeah, you're also right. At the end of the day, these become, they're to some degree, these things are not even designed to be really explanatory. The idea is that the user has already made a decision. They have already joined a tribe or the other, and now they just need tools to basically do what would you call it, like evangelism. So basically the benchmark doesn't become a tool that necessarily is meant to convince them. It's a tool that allows them to convince others.
I kind of wish I had that Rust Evangelism Strikeforce T-shirt, right? I would have worn that today. I think.
Why did you never get one? I assume that you did a good job. Why?
The thing is, the first time I saw that like logo or the print back in like 2017 or whatever, I thought it was really funny, and I wanted to get one. But there was no high quality print of that, and then someone on that subreddit that you shouldn't visit, that is the Rust Circle Jerk subreddit, I think someone made like a high res version of it there. But I am afraid that people might not take everything as a joke. I have said some things on stream, and I think it was when I did like the SIG stream. I was like, goodbye Rust, it's SIG from now on or whatever, right? I think there was like 1 or 2 viewers that's like, really, is this true or whatever? And like they kind of took it as I wasn't just memeing kind of thing, right? So it's I'm like a little bit cautious about it. I mean, I made one when my kid was born. I experienced what it's like being a parent. So eventually I made a t-shirt that says, I have opinions on how you should raise a child, because I realized that everyone around you, especially people who don't have kids, they love telling you how you should raise a child. And I don't blame them, because before my kid was born, I was like, oh man, I'm going to be like the best parent. We're going to go out hiking. I'm going to take my kid fishing. My son is going to travel the world. When he's like 15, if he wants to go backpacking in India, man, he can do that, right? Then we went to the midwife, and then we did all that. We went to the doctors, and the doctor says, congratulations, you're having a girl. And I was like, all right, she's staying home for the rest of her life. All of that was out the window. And then when she was born, kid, here's an iPad, educate myself. Daddy's going to go and watch YouTube now. Right? Okay, it's not really that bad, right? But really, you have like this like really ideas of what you're going to do. But the one thing you don't know before you have a kid
is Elsa and Spider-Man and Greg's stories. No.
That's all you need, right? You set that on repeat and you give it to the child, right?
Yeah.
But what you don't know before you have a kid is that the human brain doesn't function without sleep. And every assumption you make about how you're going to be as a parent was operating under the circumstances that you sleep for 6 to 8 hours a day. Then you have a kid and you never sleep again. And you see them, they go like, what is happening here? And you're trying to parent while that is going on, right? It's wonderful, right?
Yeah.
How dare I not use Rush, but I don't know Temporis. This is why I'm hiding over here, right? Itchy Boots on YouTube. I don't know what Itchy Boots is. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. Is that something really like bad?
Is it better or worse than Spider-Man, Elsa, and Gregory?
That's why we need to know if this trumps Gregory or not, right?
Yeah. So
technology should be judged by how many furries are using it.
Who's Gregory?
I don't know, Freefall.
Andrew doesn't know.
Okay. So well, to be fair, Andrew, I didn't know until I done some streams with Christoph before. I don't know how much time it took from the stream, but it was mesmerizing. I think we lost a good half hour in the swamp of Spider-Man and Gregory, right? I think that was it. Just put a link in the chat, and then apologize to Andrew afterwards.
Oh yeah, I'll let me find a good one.
Itchy Boots lady traveled the world on a cross-country bike on her own. Oh, that sounds familiar, right? But isn't that like just a travel blog kind of thing? I don't know. I mean, it's a funny name because if you've done like a lot of biking or motorbiking or walking, you certainly can relate to the concept of Itchy Boots, all right?
Okay, so Andrew, if you ever
oh dear. I actually want to know what people who haven't seen this, what they're thinking, what their take is when they're observing this. But you have to give the backstory, Chris. You have to say that Elsa is supposed to represent his wife and Gregory is his child.
So this is VR Spider-Man. Elsa is usually his wife. Gregory from Five Nights at Freddy's is his son. And there's like these things that happen every episode. It's kind of weird. Like if you start watching it and you start understanding the implicit lore, it's I don't know. It's not exactly okay, but in any case,
I think it's very fascinating that the person is representing his wife and his child in the videos, and then he puts his wife in a car and drives it off the top of a building. Right? There's like layers of divorce proceedings underneath these videos, clearly, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, JWQ. I say, I'm just gonna do what every streamer does.
Thank you, Toggle, for doing what I should be doing.
It's all good. I got that covered, man. We can't get too distracted from this, right? We can't lose track of what is actually happening.
Yeah,
right?
like here you see Spider-Man and Gregory trying to do the Squid Game thing, and apparently they're having trouble shooting Spider-Man down.
But then in his mind, he's shooting himself. It's like a metaphor for how he's gonna be reborn. Clearly, there's a lot to unpack psychologically.
Yeah, there's another one where his wife is cheating on him. Apparently, I bet you that having this guy saw in the stats that having a video where the theme is my wife is cheating on me, and then violence ensues, that works. That makes kids watch it. So I don't know, watch out for the new generation.
Kids and people who's gone through like hellish divorce, there's a kind of like revenge dream in there for them as well, I think, right? Oh man, I remember that YouTube channel, You Suck at Photoshop, which was it was a YouTube channel from like 16, 17 years ago, if not more. And the guy was like, he would show off some kind of way of doing something in Photoshop, but it would sort of just lapse into his own life falling apart, and his girlfriend is either angry or leaving him, and all the stuff that was happening. But it was done in a very comedic way. You weren't watching it and then thinking that the guy has like some trauma he's working on. This was clearly just someone making jokes. Right?
And the guy wasn't beating his wife with the PUBG pen. Also,
no, this was more like he photoshopped the cat that his wife brought home or his girlfriend brought home before she left him into a plastic bag, and it was going to be thrown out with the rubbish or whatever it was, like, something like that, right? But the guy was quite funny. It was quite good. I've seen that, like it probably hasn't like video quality is probably like 240p or whatever these days, but yeah. Hello, Panda. How you doing? You didn't miss anything, Jervo. We're just warming up, right?
Yeah, we're warming up.
You're streaming. You want to warm up for the first hour.
Yeah. Also, so we were waiting for Python to complete one loop in the ball benchmark.
But you did miss, Jervo. You did miss. Do you store the VODs, Christoph? Do you have VODs for your videos?
I do. They also go on YouTube.
Oh, very good. Okay, well then, Joe, you're not missing out entirely, right? There is some very magical stuff to see at the beginning of this video, right? So when you're done watching this today, I want you to go and make yourself a cup of tea, sit down, start the video from the beginning, just watch the first 10 minutes, right? And enjoy your cup of tea while that's ensuing, right? It's gonna be great. You're not gonna regret it, right? Do I expect Andrew to join my stream after this? I don't know. I mean, it's clearly shown that he can be up at this hour, right? And I feel like if we're measuring programming community involvement with the users by the language creators are in the chat, then I kind of feel like Sig is a little bit behind, although I can't say that I've seen Graydon anywhere near my stream either, right? So to be fair, and he certainly has had plenty of time. I've been streaming Rust since 2019, I think, or 2020.
So you mentioned that you had Ginger Bill in chat, which fine, cool. You didn't get Andrew in chat when you were trying out Zig. Understood. Okay, aside from that, how was your experience with Odin?
It was pretty good, right? There's a couple of things. So the first thing, everyone kept telling me that Odin was the same as Go and Pascal, but I haven't programmed Pascal since the 90s, and I have not really programmed Go, so these things meant nothing to me. And it was a little bit like how in the Odin documentation there was like a lot of parallels to other languages, like, oh, and this is like, we do this because this is better than what's happening over in C or C++ kind of thing, right?
Okay.
But that parallel, or rather like, it's like this, just like in how it works in C or C++ or whatever it was, like, and that parallel didn't make any sense to me because I'm not a C++ developer, right? So these parallels, this was more like, I think the people who make languages, and I think this probably is actually, if you go and look at atomic ordering in Rust, in the Rust documentation, you're gonna find links to C++ references, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that there's the same thing in SIG as well. But as a non-C++ developer, these things are completely meaningless to me. They're like, okay, what does that mean, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
There's a section that used to be the front page of the Zig website, which is now a subsection called the in-depth overview. And this part here is it's basically based on the assumption that you already know C and C++, and basically you can evaluate what Zig changes as a delta basically over what those other languages do, which I guess it made sense to have on the front page in the beginning, but I think it also made sense to move on the side as Zig matured. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a technique. Like, it makes sense. Well, when people do have that context, then it makes it click much easier. But yeah, then if you don't,
no, I definitely see that.
Yeah.
There has been countless posts on, but I can only use Rust as a reference because the language I spent the most time with lately. And there's like countless of posts written like Rust for C or C++ developers that kind of helps with the transition. They were kind of separate posts though, but I'm sure in the beginning, in the early days of Rust, there was a lot of like C and C++ parallels and all that stuff.
For dynamics, for example, I think that basically people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect that Rust is probably citing C and C++ because they basically inherited mostly, partially, I don't know, to some degree, the same memory model. Also probably in part because of using LLM. I might be wrong, but I think basically whatever C and C++ do for those things tends to be the null hypothesis. Then maybe you can engineer stuff to be different, but then as a starting point, I believe that also the way this stuff works in Zig is because that's how it works also in those other languages.
Yeah, so I can't really say anything to that because my knowledge of C and C++ is very fragmented, and it comes mostly after I've been programming Rust, which incidentally has made me more interested in these two languages than before that, right? But there was so what did I think about Odin? And I think that it had some really nice things, right? It had the do keyword, and I thought that was really nice. I don't know if Go has that.
What does the do keyword do?
You can write as a one-liner. If X is larger than Y, do, and then just a function call or something. So it all kind of fits on one line. So it's not the.
Also, it's like if do. Well, no, I'm not sure I get it. Sorry.
Okay, so when if you think about this in C parlance, you can write if X is large.
1 second. Sorry, there's Darsh that wants to know about the Linux kernel drama. We're getting to it. Give us a moment. We're gonna finish this thing that we're talking about now, and then we're gonna get into the Linux kernel drama. So stay tuned. Sorry.
You have to stay. You have to watch now. If you go away, we have no idea what you're gonna miss.
I'm gonna go and delete the VOD, but just for you. No, I'm joking. I don't think I can.
Just trim that part out, but leave the beginning though. So in C, you can write everything as 2 lines. You can write an if statement and its body in 2 lines if you omit the curly brace, right? And that is generally considered a bad thing because a lot of bad things has come out of that. There's been issues reading code and so on and so forth. So Odin has a do keyword instead, and then you don't even need 2 lines. You can write if X is larger than Y, do, for instance, a function call. Right?
So this is not explained as part of the do docs. Do you know where that would be explained? Maybe. Because I can try searching for do. But...
It was. I mean, why am I also tried to find it? Odin docs. Let's see. It's gonna be in here somewhere. There you go. Okay, so if you look for basic for loop, because it works in for. There you go. You got it right there. If at the middle of the screen you have it where it says for. There it is, right? So it works with if and for, and that's quite nice. I thought that was really nice.
Okay, so the idea is basically you don't have a block, but you use the do keyword to more clearly distinguish the fact that this is not a block, but this is a one-liner thing. So if you try to add something right after, it's not going to be part of the for loop.
I think that's kind of a I'm guessing that is in response to what is considered kind of I don't know this. I'm speculating, right? Because I remember there's been plenty of gripe about not writing curly brackets around if statements in C. I know that there are people whose guidelines prohibit that. I know Rust said, no, you got to write curly braces. If you want to do a one-liner, then put the curly braces on one line, and it's fine enough. But there was something kind of nice about writing something like for whatever, do this in one line, right? So if you have a lot of for loops that's going to happen after each other, that's gonna look pretty nice and legible when you see it, right? So I thought it was kind of nice, right? If without indented correctly, really. Hello, boy. Rust has return loss expression that's awful for readability. I don't know why people say that, Teufel. You're entitled to your opinion, even if it's incredibly wrong. But I don't know why people say that, because I remember when the Primogen was doing a lot of Rust as well, he refused to use like implicit return, but I never met anyone in my community, which has more than 2 people at this point, who told me how they kept keeping up on that. Right now, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Obviously, this is not some kind of universal measure of reality, but I never meet any Rust programmer who actually has problems with reading that. Right, it's simply the last thing. Is the expression. If there's a semicolon, it's going to be a unit. Although we don't have to get into details of that, but it has 10 members. So Scott, there you go. No, so but the thing is, Teufel, I'm not going to argue against your experience. If you experience that, then you are 100% correct.
There we go.
It is awful for readability.
There we go. Biblically accurate Zig had had implicit returns.
Okay. Was that a response to implicit returns or to the do keyword?
No, I think to implicit returns. I think that Andrew would have said that earlier if he had do's.
Fair enough. Return to the ask expression is very common in functional programming languages, and functional programming languages are obviously readable. Otherwise, people wouldn't do it. But again, I can't stress this enough. If you had experience that the last expression is return is awful for readability, then that is your truth, right? I'm not arguing against your experience. That would make me a dickhead. So obviously, I'm not.
So more specifically, leaving off the semicolon in the block, return that value from the block. So like you take off the semicolon, I guess, from the last statement, and then becomes.
I can see.
I think
so the nicety of that is when you have things like a switch statement, so you can assign through a switch statement. It's not a bother to have one additional line to do that, and I don't think the pattern matching is as prevalent in modern languages, unlike Rust, though, right? Rust has a lot of emphasis on pattern matching, which makes this whole thing somewhat more interesting. You don't have to initialize when you have the concept of mutable and immutable, then you can assign a value. You can have an immutable value given different values, or in binding being given different values on account of some control flow or whatever, right? If you don't have the concept of mutability, then this doesn't necessarily make as much sense, because you can just declare the variable and initialize it in the switch or whatever. Right? You can always work around these things. But yeah, no. So when it comes to Odin, what did I like about it? I like the do block or the do thing. I like not having brackets around if statements and for loops. That was nice.
By the way, you mentioned that you didn't do Go, right? So basically, I think that you got a taste of what Go syntax looks like. I don't think that Odin is like a one-to-one mapping to Go, but like a lot of things are like this is a Goism, I believe. Like this, some like not having parentheses around ifs. This like a lot of stuff is very Go inspired, I think.
But yeah, I guess after this, I should have no issues learning Go. Although everyone keeps telling me that learning Go is easy. But when people claim that you can learn a language in a weekend, I get very skeptical about what they qualify as knowing a language. So I'm a little bit about these things, right? But in general, I am assuming that if I want to learn Go after learning, if I actually learned Odin, I didn't really learn Odin. I poked at it with a stick, right? But if I was to learn Go afterwards, it should be no issues.
Look, Go has been designed probably while Rob Pike was in an elevator trying to get to his floor where his office is, and there was like this junior Google employee that kept pressing all the buttons and and didn't know how to undo things, etc. So
so error handling in Go is an interesting thing, that says Teufel. And I think that was one thing that seems, that was another thing. That was another thing that Odin had. It could do the or return, which most languages have now.
They were trying to do this in Go also. Like this is, in my opinion, a form of self-sabotage. Can anybody remember precisely what was the the keyword. I think I'm not sure if it was just try. I think it was maybe try something else, maybe with an underscore somewhere. I don't remember. But there was like a big proposal, and the core team I think was open to do it. But then they had like a vote of some kind, and the I guess the community, however you want to define it, like the Go community, rejected the idea of adding try. I wish I think this might be some of it, because this has a ton of attention. Like you can see a ton of reactions, but it went really far. So
so to answer Andrew, yeah, I think it was using something like Native American sign or Canadian or whatever it was. They used that for the lesser than greater than, something like that, wasn't it? I don't quite remember the details of it. It's been a while, but Go used to have this meme attached to it, the lol no generics thing, right? And the thing is, even though when Go got generics, I don't know if people got that excited about it or not, right? I don't know. I didn't like follow the language. So I don't know if that's a thing that people really, really, truly wanted, or if it was. Sometimes I think users of other languages see a missing feature from a language and assume that the language would be better if they add the feature. But languages aren't just the syntax that you know, right? But there is there's more to a language than just the missing syntax, rather.
Yeah, man, I don't remember what is the actual the most official proposal, because there's a bunch of those already. But like they got so close to having try in Go, which would have been, in my opinion, like a strong improvement. Yeah, and then it got shut down because of thumbs down on because of thumbs down on GitHub. Well, I'm joking. Maybe it's not that, but it's funny thinking of that and the Yoda meme. like your proposal.
Oh, the dropper. Was that about the girl who started the company, was supposed to analyze everything through like a drop of blood, but they never managed to make it work?
Yeah,
they can't fix Go and handling without breaking backwards compatibility. No. This is why you should never. That was why. I remember seeing the bits of the documentary. The wife was watching the documentary, and I was just sitting next to her writing code. So I wasn't paying full attention to it, but I remember that, right? Yeah, she was scam. But the documentary didn't make it look like she was a scam artist, the bits I saw. So I understand that this was a scam, but the documentary kind of painted it as someone who actually tried to get this work, and she was just lying. I think the only difference between her and anyone else who's successful is that when everyone else made shit up, they actually managed to cover that up, right? They actually managed to deliver on it, where I think she never managed to deliver. So she just kept saying things.
You could argue that all startups are basically scams, because they do the fake it till you make it thing mostly. And so I guess the key difference in her case is that she at some point she should have stopped. I mean, startups do sometimes, oftentimes, right, just close down because they can't achieve what they were set out to achieve. But then she kept pushing after that threshold, and when it's medical thing, it's probably in particularly bad taste, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I would if you were given the chance to do a Kickstarter, so you get like a skeleton crew to build something, be it software or hardware, and you're gonna reach your goal. Do you like have any idea what would you do for a Kickstarter?
Me? A Kickstarter? Oh god.
Yeah, what would you do? What crazy invention would you bring to life?
I have no idea. I honestly never wanted to do a Kickstarter. I did once wanted to make some kind of social network that was based on link sharing, and that had supposed to have a interesting, like a funky algorithm for prioritizing what to show you that wasn't based on how these things are normally done. But then I don't know. Then I grew past that phase in my life, and now I care less about chatting with people about links, and I care more about doing things. Which I guess there's some irony, because that's exactly what we're doing in the stream, chatting about links. But setting that aside, so I still do some of it. So yeah, but less. I care about it less than in the past. So.
But maybe that's something that needs to kind of make a comeback. Like things like, do you remember Dig, where you had your link aggregation stuff? Now that so much content out there, when you search for things, it's just gonna be AI generated nonsense or whatever, right? It's just so much rubbish to wade through. So sharing links with people and like links that have been vetted, so you know that when you're sharing a link on a topic, it is actual information and not just some nonsense, right?
So I don't know. How would you feel, Toggle, if like the language that you use would have like this proposal that you think is generally good, and like you would really wish that it would get in, and then it gets shut down by a Yoda meme? How would you feel?
About a programming language? That would be, I mean, like if I am I using the language or did I make the language?
No, you're using the language. You're using language, but like you're a big user. So I don't know. Let's say that this happens to Rust.
Or if the language gets shut down, that's up there. The thing is, if and I said this to people, asked this question: what would you do if you weren't programming in Rust? And my answer used to be I probably would have programmed Sig, though, but that was before I realized that Android doesn't turn up in my stream. So I mean, that ship has sailed. But before that, I used to say that I probably would have programmed Sig or something, or going to program C. I mean, I have tried a couple of other. So Andrew, if you don't know what we're talking about, I was programming Odin, and the creator of Odin was in my stream yesterday in my chatting with me while I was exploring the language. So I made a joke and saying I programmed Sig, but the creator of Sig was never in my chat. But jokes aside, right? I probably would have started programming Sig or something else, right? I think there are a couple of things I don't want to give up on, and that's what I said.
Well, now you know, Andrew. I'll do this. Shout out.
Yeah, I program mostly Rust, except for Tuesdays. Then I program random programming languages voted on by my community, who has some kind of perverse hatred for me. But because we're programming F# next Tuesday, right? Something I'm not looking forward to. But no, but it's, if I can do that, then I probably would program C or Sig or even C++. The thing is, the one thing I don't want to go back to is the garbage collector language. And most of the things I write do not benefit from the lack of a garbage collector. So that is a little bit of an odd one out, right? Yeah. It just feels like I don't want it because I don't need it. But nothing I do is suffering from having one. I don't do anything in game dev, almost nothing in the world of game dev. I mean, the stuff that I'm doing now is so much dynamic dispatch that you probably wouldn't notice if the garbage collector takes your computer on a holiday for half an hour, right? There's so much going on there. But for some reason, I don't want to give that up. I don't want to go back to a garbage collector language if I don't have to, because it feels like inheriting something that you can't get rid of if you ever decide that you don't want it, right?
Yeah.
So there is that, right?
That is to some degree also the reason why I never used Odin, because I started with Zig, and with Zig I have access to basically compiling C projects. It's still a pain in the ass sometimes, but then you can kind of like what's it called? You can kind of dominate the C project, and then it's like now you control it. And so I don't want to give that up. I don't want to have to go back to, oh no, now if I want to use a C dependency, I have to complicate my build process. Distributing my software to my users is going to be more complicated. So like I don't use C dependencies all the time, but it's an extra level of control that I don't feel like giving up anymore.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, good morning, Mlog. Good morning. You're 50 minutes away, okay? It's pretty close to lunch there, okay? 50 odd minutes, and we're not in morning anymore. What about you then, Christoph? If Sig exploded tomorrow, what would you do?
If Zig explodes tomorrow because of a Yoda meme?
Yeah, there you go. Okay. And Andrew decides to pack it up, delete everything, force push a meme, and then just mic drops out of there, right? What would you do?
Oh, man. So... yeah, what would I do? Good question. maybe I would get into Rust at that point. Jokes aside.
Maybe you should remove that mod sign from Andrew before you say that, right? I have no idea the fallout of this conversation. Right?
No, I mean, so okay. To be clear, I am contractually obligated to hate Rust.
But that makes sense.
Yeah, but there are some clauses that allow me to occasionally not have to do that. So like, it doesn't have to be on all the time. So I can like pick the moments where I have to hate it and when I can not.
When it can benefit the community as is, it's good to be like we like Rust, but only when there's Rust people who are interested in Sig around. That when those assholes aren't here, man, then it's free for all, right?
Yeah.
No.
So, no, they're totally saying you would get back to Redis. Fuck no. Fuck no. I would never go back to Redis. I'm sorry. I find databases a claustrophobic environment. Like the business of making a database and doing communication around databases is absolutely claustrophobic. I just cannot do that anymore. It's like being in the sewers and like, you pop a what do you call those things? Like those mint things that are supposed to mint candies that are supposed to open your airways. So you pop one of those, and then, well, after it runs out, then you start, truly smelling the sewage, like the sewer, the sewer.
This is
aromas.
Very visceral.
Yeah, but the point is, databases are problematic because they are inherently a B2B kind of business where it's like lowercase b to uppercase B. It's like your company wants to sell a database to gigantic companies. And like if corporate mambo jumbo, if you don't like corporate mambo jumbo, it's like the uppercase B, like your customers, they are the worst examples of that. So like it's absolutely horrible. You either you're, I don't know, like if you're doing like customer facing stuff, either you're really in for the money or I don't know what your motivation could be, because it's just horrible. Like it was good. Like I don't regret my time at Redis Labs. It was I learned a lot of things. So it was definitely a learning moment for me, but I don't feel like going back honestly to that kind of stuff. So if Zig were to explode tomorrow, I would still try to keep using a lower level programming language. Maybe it would be Rust. Maybe it would be something else. I don't know. And then I would try to find a job that, kind of keeps me in that direction. I think that Andrew was saying something that seemed right related to this. So he was saying, in my career, I found myself getting sucked into web dev like everybody, and it took a lot of effort to take my career in a different direction. And I think this applies to everybody, right? Like the gravity pool that web dev has is gigantic. Like you need to.
It's so easy to get work there as well. Like it's like, I mean, they just hired me off the street, some random kid, right?
Yeah.
When I started working it was a blue chip company hired me off the street with no like prior commercial experience. I've been programming my whole life, but they didn't, like, as far as they knew, I could have made that up, right? My reference was a teacher from like a school when I got a degree in bartending. Like that was my reference, man. They're like, yeah, all right, you can work here. You seem passionate about things, man. I'm super happy that I got the job because that was like the entryway into all that. But it certainly has a lot of gravity when it comes to web dev, right?
To be fair, though, it is also true that if you actually like really want it, you can find other jobs. Obviously, this cannot be true for everybody at the same time. There are limits, but not everything is web dev. Web dev is going to be the easiest thing to do. So, like, if to kind of simplify the system a little bit, if your strategy to pick a job, it's kind of to choose at random. Within the top things that you find on LinkedIn or whatever random job portal you find, then sure, if you choose at random, you throw the dice, you're gonna land on a web dev job more likely than not. But for example, I'm thinking of even some people that I know that, for example, they ended up working on firmware for pasta machines. So like these big pasta machines that make pasta, and I don't know. Okay, maybe pasta machines, bit of an Italian thing, I guess. But like,
I was gonna say this is very Italian, isn't it?
But you know, manufacturing happens all over the place, and so like you can find jobs that basically, as an example, get you closer to the hardware, and so you're guaranteed that that's not going to be a web dev job. So that's, I guess, one direction towards which you could move. It's not the only one, probably. I guess technically doing LLMs is you get closer to the past. I guess also LLMs are another non-web dev thing potentially, but there's no web dev out there. If you want it, you can strive in trying to reach for it, and you can find alternatives.
I think that's true. I mean, you can obviously leverage web dev to clock up experience on if you have nothing else going on. But as a general rule or as a general guideline, obviously don't do something you don't want to do, right? I don't really have a lot of regrets in life because it's meaningless, but I did want to do game development when I was a kid, and I became a web dev instead. And it's just, I think that's very common that these things happens, right? So yeah, embedded has plenty of jobs, but less pay and sometimes less glamorous product. But I think that's kind of insane, right? You gotta pay some graybeard with 25 years of C++ experience less and have less job opportunities than someone who's like wielding Node.js and throwing package JSON at people, right? It's like, it's a bit insane.
The problem, I think, is that hardware has the potential of like stealing user data and doing that kind of
that's literally
thing.
why the web exists today, though. You can't say Chrome without associating it with stealing user
exactly.
data.
That's my point, right? That's my point. The point is that the web dev can do this, but hardware cannot. So that's why hardware has lower pay, because it's much harder to steal user data from a tiny embedded device. They're trying hard, right? Nowadays, everything it's smart enough. It's going to be smart enough to ask you to sign in before, or sign up before you can use the thing.
Oh man, anything with a sign up form is just immediate. I mentioned this last time. I wanted to try out. I see you use Claude on stream, and it's like, okay, I want to try this out. So I registered with an email. I verified my email address, and the next screen it asked me for I already got my email address. Now it asked me for my phone number. So I'm already like half invested. But there's no way I'm gonna give my phone number to a company unless I specifically need to use their product, right? I was very reluctant to do this with Twitch when they need my phone number for various reasons. I'm like, I don't like this. But with these things, I don't know. West Ham, I don't think West Ham will ask you for your phone number, Void. I think that's I think you've been smoking the crack again.
So some other ones do, though. I don't think that West Ham does, but there's one that drew me nuts, and like I started like saying not nice things to the CEO on Twitter, which I do not regret at all. It was it Fig, maybe? Fig.io? Is this it?
Maybe you hurt their feelings with that tweet, so they just noped out of it.
They obviously got to the rug pull phase, I guess.
There was an editor written in Rust, nonetheless, that I tried to use on stream, and it kept erroring out because I wasn't signed in. And I didn't want to enable. I didn't try to enable any AI features or anything like that. But the software was in beta, I think, at least, right? I'm not going to say anything bad about the software itself, but I was like very frustrated with the experience that an editor's going to ask you to sign in and that, right? So Warp Void is a collaborative terminal, so it's conceptually a little bit different. So I understand why they want to sign in. Doesn't mean that I support it or love it, but it's a little bit of a difference. But yes,
maybe it was Warp. I don't remember. Man, I can't.
This one only ran on Mac. I don't know what it's like.
They're
these
like
days.
Crypto coins. Like you can't keep up with what's going on. Is this yet at the rug pull stage? Are they
I think these guys actually got some investment. For the longest time, this Warp on Windows is coming. It was only in Mac in the beginning. But now it's Linux as well, maybe.
Yeah,
imagine getting investors for a terminal. Yeah, but then you got like Charm Bracelet and Charm in Go. They have like this whole thing. They have customers. I'm sitting there like grinding out my thing and being like, I'm not gonna see no customers out of this. How do you get customers in relation to building bloody terminal applications, right?
Man, I wish that Twitter didn't completely break search. I hate these people. So I don't remember which it is at this point. I don't know if it's Fig or Warp, but one of these things forced me to sign in before I could use it, because it did have some collaborative features, but it wasn't entirely collaborative. So maybe it was Fig and not this one. And yes, this thing, all it was doing is basically adding drop-down menus to your terminal. And then here's the funny thing. You couldn't uninstall it without signing in. Which is what I got.
That's the biggest middle finger you can get. That's up there with Adobe. You got paid to leave, son.
Yeah, that's what got me do say bad words to the CEO. Let's see.
Oh man, I'm way too relaxed about those things, right? If something behaves in a way that I don't like, I just get rid of it. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm done, right? That's me. I very rarely will I go and say something. Mostly because I just don't think that it's going to have any impact, especially when it's things like requiring sign-in or... Because at this point, right, you'd think that after all these years, we knew how to design passwords and password inputs for users. But I literally worked at a place that required you to have an between 8 and 12, not 7 or less, okay? Not 13 or more, between 8 and 12 characters for your password, right? This was so jank. And the reason this was because this tool that we were building on was interacting with lots of other services. So it would use that password. It couldn't generate and associate passwords because that would have made sense. Or even it wouldn't have made sense. That's also stupid. But it would use the same password to sign you up like in bulk for a bunch of things. This was obviously one of those aggregator things, right? So it would use the I'm using Alacrity, Scott. It would use this like password. So you could obviously only have a password between 8 and 12 characters because that was like the lowest common denominator. And passwords are still written in such a way that companies require, there's like endless research around this, but they still require you to make really easy for computers to guess, hard for humans to remember passwords, right? Mm-hmm. If your password is, I went fishing and it was amazing and you should have been there, that's like, that's a phrase you can remember. Yeah. But that's a bad password. But writing password with an @ sign instead of an A, ending with an exclamation point or the number 1, that's a good password, right? I'm like, how did we get here? This is the worst thing as well, right? It's the worst thing. So I tried to use Ghosty. I have it on my laptop. It was fine. It was really easy to get rid of window decorations. I think I had to add like 3 lines in there. Leave my block cursor alone, no window decorations, and select the IU Mirage theme, and that was it. So it was really easy to get going. There was a graphical glitch when I tried it, and I opened 2 terminals next to each other in Wayland, but I think that was already something that had been commented on or whatever, so I didn't say anything. It was not a deal breaker, that's for sure.
Yeah. Shall we get into the main
Do you want to talk a little bit about... Yeah, hello, Pepper. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the... Oh, no, that was just Enrico confusing me. Let's talk a little bit about the Rust drama. And I got to be honest, I have not... I have not read everything on the Linux kernel mailing list or LKM... LKML, right? For those in the know, for the trendy people. Yeah. So I don't really know everything that's going on. But should we pop the article open and let's have a bit of a gander?
I think we should. You know what we should do? Yeah, we should read that article. It might be worth maybe trying to find a like resource that has some. Oh my God! Thank you. Okay, you don't want to be called Void. I'll say Choa's father then.
No. Listen, he had a name and he changed it to Void, and then he got angry when people called him Void. You made your bed. You sleep in it, son. Okay.
It's Choa's father. So that's no, you're not Irish, man. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Exactly, because that would have been your name then, wouldn't it?
The only identity that we can verify is Choa's father.
I deserve to be called boy. Oh, beauty. You know what? That's good. It's like those social TV shows. That's it, man. Amajo, you're basically watching Big Brother, but on Twitch.
Yeah. So Fig settings. So talking about software you most definitely cannot love. Fucking Fig. Yeah, the fancy term emulator somehow injected shit into my startup script and tries to load it when I open iTerm. Thankfully, it tells you how to disable the feature, except I never logged in, so no luck. Yeah, so like you try to disable it, to turn off auto launch, run this, and then it says you're not logged into Fig. And it's like, dude, into the trash it goes. And then CEO is sorry about the confusion. Bro, there is no confusion. Your fucking software doesn't allow me to install it until I log in. Your software goes into the trash. No confusion there. It's like clear as water from a mountain spring.
Yeah, this is that sounds like an Italian idiom. But no, it's it really anything that forces you to sign. I mean, have you ever used Plex, the Plex media server?
No, I think I heard of it, but I never used it.
So Plex was this really beautiful piece of open source software that came out. And if you had like ripped your DVDs, because I'm not advocating for piracy, but if you ripped your DVDs and you stored them, you organized them, you bought some movies, and you are allowed to back these up.
Of course, copies of your backups of your original stuff that you just don't want to touch.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh man, do you want to?
I do that all the time.
We can get into some more clickbait stuff later about Amazon, because they're doing this to Kindle now. You can download your books on Kindle. You can download them to your computer, but they're gonna stop that. So soon the books only live on Kindle, which means that they can delete your books whenever they feel like it, right? But here's the thing, right? So Plex has this thing. So I traveled a lot, so I would have like Plex set up, or we went somewhere, I could bring my entire movie library and keep my actual DVDs in storage or whatever. And I set this up, and I have all this stuff working. It was great. Works. You go out to your cabin or whatever in the woods where you do your programming, and you don't need internet for that, right? Great. By the way, I'm going to ask you a question about SIG. Can you do that? Can you like do the thing we did on my project in Rust, where we kind of we vendor the whole thing and download all the dependencies and stuff like that?
No, I cannot do that. But Andrew Krevsky, the other Andrew, made a tool that knows how to look at all your dependencies and count lines.
Okay.
So we can do that if you want.
I know. I was more thinking like, can you work offline if you have? Can you like? But I guess you don't really have that package management setup of SIG, so you would just clone the stuff.
I would say that this is functionality that I consider planned, that is just not there yet, because I do think that it's reasonable to say, oh, I would just want to vendor this dependency, and so like instead of fetching it from your cache system, you start fetching it from your local file system, which by the way you can. So like manually you can do this. You can go into your zone file, and then you can say, well, okay, I'm in a project that doesn't have dependencies, so let me go into Zine. So you can go into your zone, and then you can say, yeah, I don't want to use the online version. I do .path, and then I point to my local directory, supermd. And that's something that you want to do for development. Like when I'm developing this dependency, but it's being used by Zine, and so I want to test everything together, I stop wiring the online version. I wire in my local copy, and so I start changing my local copy so that I don't have to do like commits every time I want to change something. Like it's obviously very straightforward. But what we're missing is a command that allows you to say, just do the download of that dependency and place it here under a subfolder.
A convenience thing, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And shit, now I forgot where I was going with this. What was I talking about? Does anyone remember?
You wanted to vendor things, maybe because you wanted to count
Oh yeah,
lines?
no, but why did I talk about vendoring things? Oh yes, Plex. There we go. Thank you, brain. Okay, so what happens? Like, so you have this Plex thing which runs offline. So if you don't, friend said thank you. So if you don't want to sign up for Netflix or whatever, right? Because these services, as convenient as Netflix and Spotify and all these things are, the moment they decide not to host the content you like, you have no say in it, right? So you're paying them to watch the content that they offer you today. You don't get to be like, oh, I love that movie, I want to watch that again in like 2 years' time. And what you can do is you can then buy movies. Some of these services offers you to buy movies, but there's no ownership at all involved in any of that, right? That's complete. It's completely insane from a data perspective. It's like you're gonna pay $10 to turn this Boolean flag from false to true in our database, so you can access this whenever you want. Like, it's like, what? But
I mean, you're also like you can be also certain that the end user license agreement that you have to accept to use these things is designed to rug pull you the moment they have a reason to rug pull you, which they do because it's licensing. So I'm guessing licensing of media like this isn't like set in stone forever. Like occasionally there will be reshuffling, and like some other entity will want to acquire licenses, and or they will want to acquire somebody else's licenses, and so that means that then the other entity cannot have the license anymore, which who knows what that might imply. Maybe if you already have it, you can keep it having it. Maybe you don't. Maybe they have a line that says that once we lose the license to something, we'll take it away from your catalog. So they do all of this. But also there's also another point for me personally. Torrent just has a better experience than these things, because especially when I watch stuff that I don't take too seriously, I like to skip occasionally, and like the delay in skipping the live stream stuff really annoys me.
And so I was speaking of torrenting, what Andrew mentioned, Facebook got caught torrenting gigabytes of, or was it terabytes of books to use for AI training. It's like insane. But I mean, like, there's a company be like, all right, here's $1 million. What do I care? Right? Our product already made like 50 times that. Right? We don't care about you.
Yeah, they're doing the Python approach. Writing. You know, the Python approach is you could ask for permission or you can ask for forgiveness. And so they went and asked for, they did try catch instead of checking first.
Try catch piracy. But so Plex, beautiful software, really good. And then one day when I try to use it, it wants me to sign in. And this just blew my mind, right? You have software that is designed to work offline on your local network because you don't want to pay for these streaming services. But now we end up having to, well, you might get around this, right? There might be the case you don't actually have to, but they hide all this stuff. It's so nefarious, right? They hide everything where you can, you go and sign up for something, you want the free tier. They will tell you in big bold letters on the homepage, oh, it's the free tier. You go to sign up, and like the free tier is like hidden away. It looks like a link more than a button. It's like all this, everything is so insidious and nefarious when it comes to like being an end user these days. Is really, and I think that, and this comes back to the whole programming language language compiler should be open source. Otherwise, I don't care. And I'm not saying this is true. I have no proof of this being the case, and that this is not a fact. I'm just stating what I wouldn't be entirely surprised if a project like Mojo required that you sign up for using their compiler, like even when they are releasing this into the open, like that they would have some kind of like sign in to access dependencies, I mean, some other thing like that.
Yeah,
right?
like, okay, I understand you might be confused. Like I was confused by Fig, and it was entirely like they were sorry that I was confused. I'm also sorry that you're being confused. But like the thing is that they will probably have some collaborative feature that is deeply integrated, and so it's not like they do it for some other reason. Obviously, it's just that, you know, if you want to have collaboration and if you want to have AI autocomplete, then man, you have to sign up.
That is the best one. I'm sorry you're confused, right?
I'm sorry you're confused.
I'm sorry it's up there with I'm sorry you feel that way, right? It's like what?
Yeah. I'm sorry about the confusion here. No confusion, bro. No confusion at all.
Oh, I mean, I'm missing a lot of things. Just like Windows wanted to sign in with a Microsoft account now. Yeah, that was an awful experience. I have been away from Windows for a very long time. The missus wants a computer, and apparently Arch is not a viable option anymore for her. It was until she realized what it was. It's like, I can't use Arch, man. I look like a nerd. But no, she wanted Windows for work, so she can use whatever, right? But I guess one of us has to have a job. But she wanted Windows for work, and I set this thing up for her. And the kid wanted to have an account on her computer as well, so she could play like Roblox and stuff. Not my computer; they could do whatever, right? But setting up an account on Windows without signing up, and I'm not going to sign my kid up for a Microsoft account, right? It was so much friction. It was such an insane amount of friction to get this. I mean, you've been using computers for many years, right? It shouldn't be confusing to get a normal task done, right? You can imagine 1,000 tasks, and you can imagine how you're going to go about doing these things. 50% of these tasks involve maybe awk and sed, but everything else where you're going to do something, you can sort of imagine changing setting for a hardware device or whatever. Like, you should be able to do that in some reasonably intuitive way. But creating an account on Windows, oh my God, no. So okay, let's see. What do we got? I think we're ready to tackle this thing now. Should we dive into it?
Here's what I was hoping. I was hoping that we could find some kind of recap before jumping into the blog post from Markan. I think it's Markan.
Yeah, I want to see. I would like to, and I don't remember where this was. I think maybe this was a Reddit thing. Because the first I heard of this thing, I was a bit dismissive of Hector Martinez there, thinking that. So my initial thought was like, who are you and why? It was about the Linus Torvalds getting angry because this guy was quote unquote not rallying the masses on social media, but something to that effect. Right? Yeah, and I wonder if that was on Reddit. Let me see if I can find it here while you look there.
Yeah, I think that exchange was on the Linux mailing list. So. And I think that one is very easy to find because it's probably still one of the hot posts. So we can fetch that one. But I was hoping we could find like some recap of basically what led there. Question for the audience. Does anybody have a good link, like a link that they considered a good recap of not necessarily the full history, but like all the more recent events? Because I think it would be nice to have some kind of recap. So I don't know. There's stuff from the register.
I just want to answer Lond here briefly. Yes, but I have no Apple hardware, and I have not been involved in the jailbreak scene. So I have never looked at any of these things in any detail. So that would make sense that I have no idea who that is. Right? I don't know who that is. Well, I know, but I didn't know then.
I think maybe this might be a good entry point. So unless somebody can find a better one, this is still, I think, a little bit in media res. So it's not like the beginning, but at least it starts a little bit before the latest stuff.
Read from the source should be better. Well, I mean that was the whole point, Steel Tormentor, right?
Yeah.
That we need like a recap, unless we're gonna spend 10 hours reading the mailing list.
I mean, one thing that we definitely figured out the last couple of streams is that we're bad at going fast through a lot of content. We're just bad at it because we stop and chat about things. So we need something that allows us to just get past it more quickly. I would say let's maybe read these. Then we look at the message from Linus on the Linux mailing list, and then we go into the blog post. Does that sound good?
That we can do, and I think what we can do on top of that, if anyone says that something is like factually incorrect or painted poorly in any of the content we read, if you have something to back that up, feel free to just drop that into chat, because we're not on a witch hunt. We're just discussing something. There's no like pros and cons. This is not a language versus the kernel conversation, right?
Yeah.
So feel free to just dump things in there if you want. Right?
I also think that really we can actually say up front that the main takeaway is we don't know. At least for me personally, the main takeaway is I don't know how stuff works in the Linux kernel well enough to be able to make any authoritative statement about who should have done what. So
Dax, is that the YouTube video where the guy makes something up and then he attacks the speaker based on what he made up? That one is insane.
Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah.
That was insane, right? And the speaker's just trying to say, but no one's saying that you have to learn Rust. But the guy in the audience is just not caring what the speaker says. He just invents this thing and then he tries to crucify the speaker, right?
I think that this is probably at least partially covered by this blog post, because I believe it's part of the discussions about the DMA API, I think. So let's see. Shall I read? Shall I go try to go through it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so here's what I
never learned how anyway. So
okay, so here's how we can do it. I'll try to go through it fast. You can stop me if you have any comment to share, and then once we're done, we move into the more core stuff. Sounds good? Okay. So let's see. Mixing Rust and C in the Linux kernel likened to cancer by kernel maintainer. Some worry multiple languages will make it harder to maintain this open source Uber project. Others disagree. Updated. Developers trying to add Rust code to the Linux kernel continue to face opposition from kernel maintainers who believe using multiple languages is an unwelcome and risky complication. Concerns surfaced last September when Microsoft software engineer Welson Almeida Filho stepped away from the Rust for Linux project, citing frustration for non-technical nonsense. I think you can collect the nonce and then group technical and nonsense in parentheses. Anyway, sorry. Which is one way to describe the difficulty of collaborating with those who have different goals. The issue flared again last month when a proposed abstraction to allow Rust-written device drivers to call the primarily C-based kernel's code DMA API met resistance from kernel maintainer Christoph Hellwig. Specifically, a patch was submitted that would allow Rust users to use the DMA's API DMA alloc coherent C function to allocate and map large memory regions for direct memory access. In a message to the Linux kernel mailing list, Hellwig wrote, "No Rust code in kernel/DMA, please." For what it's worth, the patch added code to the Rust/kernel portion of the Linux source tree, not kernel/DMA, as far as we can tell. Miguel Ojeda? Do you know how to pronounce that better?
Miguel Ojeda, maybe?
Ojeda?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Okay, Ojeda. I'll go with Ojeda. Of the Rust for Linux project asked Hellwig to suggest an alternative. Hellwig replied, "Keep the wrappers in your code instead of making life painful for others," and went on to argue that interfaces to the DMA API should stay in readable C code and not in weird bindings so that it remains greppable and maintainable. Hellwig's wish seems to be that non-C drivers have their own private bindings to C code and that these abstractions are not maintained separately, not even in the Rust kernel tree. Challenge.
So this is one of them, right? So you want the C code to be greppable, and I think that was kind of that was mentioned in the post again, right? So is this really gonna make the C code non-greppable? Is that really like a big thing in that case, right?
I think okay. If I try to stillman this argument, the way I would interpret it is the person who makes the complaint wants to be in charge or thinks they are in charge or like have the responsibility of keeping this interface like working also for like everywhere in the code base where there are references to it. So they are basically saying they don't want the situation where they update the C version of the interface, but then they don't update the other parts because or updating the other parts becomes a burden because they're not greppable, because they're not like more complicated to maintain. And so they don't want the case where they make a commit where the C interface and those other interfaces go out of sync. I believe that the counter argument to this position was that the other people are saying, this is fine, you do this, and then we will realign our bindings to your new updated interface. But it seemed that in any case, the person wasn't happy with the solution, as far as I understand.
What has not been made clear as I've been looking at these things is how any of this is supposed to work, right? Have they reached any kind of consensus on how the Rust code should live in relation to the C code, right? I think if you make the C developers having to deal with Rust code, then I kind of understand that there's going to be a reluctance to it, right? But has there been any kind of proposition or any demonstration of how the code is supposed to be like organized and laid out, right? I haven't seen this. I don't know, right? I don't know if there's going to be any effects on the C code from having the Rust interop or not, right? So that'll be. And if anyone knows, please let me know, right?
Let me continue. Maybe we could discuss more, but I would like to bias towards moving forward.
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Stuck too much. Challenged by Danilo Kramrich, a Red Hat software engineer involved in the Rust for Linux project, Helwig makes clear that he's just not keen to deal with Rust code. Don't force me to deal with your shiny language of the day, he wrote. Maintaining multi-language projects is a pain I have no interest in dealing with. If you want to use something that's not C, be that assembly or Rust, you write to C interfaces and deal with the impedance mismatch yourself as far as I'm concerned. So I guess a question would be, why is it a problem? So again, just to think about it from the other perspective, why would it be a problem to keep Rust bindings within the Rust driver itself? I'm guess there has to be some, because otherwise people
I don't think there would be. I don't see why that would be a problem, right?
Then why couldn't they have just done that? I suspect that there has to be a reason, right? Also for the pushback. Like if there really was no reason, there was no downside to keeping those bindings in the like what's it called? The driver code base, then I would expect the Rust people to just say whatever. It's not a solution that I prefer, but okay.
So people in chat say you would have to keep copies of it, but why would you have to keep copies of it? I don't understand.
Because I guess two different drivers implemented in Rust would have both to have their own copy of the bindings, since those are not upstreamed in the kernel. Is that it? But even then, if that's the case, then just add those as a dependency. Right? You could just have a package that has those bindings in it, and then you just add that as a dependency. So I think that if you want, you can make it happen. I think it's something else.
The transition from Rust to C is not easy. But what does transition mean? Because this is the whole point. The C developers should not have to deal with Rust code. That has been that seemed to have been the strong point from day one, right?
Yeah. So next, like I would be curious to see what the rationale is for not wanting to do this. So you know what? I don't want to spend time spelunking. So Carl NGG, you seem to be aware of this stuff. Would you be able to give us a link to this? You said that I guess I'm assuming the Rust people did not want to keep the bindings, multiple copies of them on their side. Is there like a link to this argument being made? I would be curious to read it. In the meantime, I think we also should move forward so that we don't get stuck.
Yeah. Please, so even if I just sort of like stop and comment the things, please feel free to just plod on anyway. Yeah. It's all good.
So let's see. Don't force me, blah, blah, blah. In response, Kramrich explained the Rust for Linux effort is creating Rust code that obstructs the C API for all Rust drivers is maintained by Rust devs. In other words, the C side of the kernel stays the same, and Rust drivers use abstractions to that C code, and that these abstractions are maintained by a team centrally in Rust/kernel, all of which is arguably better than drivers having their own individual C bindings.
Okay, so this one is saying that they're creating Rust code that is abstractions to the C code, and the abstractions are maintained by a team centrally in Rust kernel. Yeah, so there again, there is no Rust code in the C code at this point, right? These are just.
I think that Rust/kernel exists, meaning that the Linux kernel, based on my understanding of these statements, is that it means that the Linux kernel has a subdirectory somewhere where you can put Rust code, and they are allowed to put Rust code. The problem is that, so while this, let's say, space was made for them, as I understand, they wanted to put their specific like bindings for this specific subsystem, and then the other people who were in charge of that subsystem did not want them to. I still don't understand, though, what is the issue with having those bindings be a package that you import in your Rust thing.
No, so far, yeah, I don't see an issue either. Again, I obviously don't work with this, so the issue might be something that I don't anticipate.
Yeah, that's kind of my point.
I
yes.
don't see.
Yeah, if we cannot find like an obvious technical reason why a solution isn't desirable, it's because there are some other reasons behind it. The reasons are there for sure, right? People don't like fight over things for no reason. It's just that the reason might be a different one. And by the way, just for clarity, I'm not saying this in a tinfoil hat fashion as like, oh my god, these people are like scheming behind the scenes. No, it might, for example, have to do with just the development process. Like the process of doing things one way ends up like putting more burden on somebody or somebody else at some level that isn't even necessarily all that close to the code. So it might be some procedure, I don't know, company-wise or like some other thing. And so that might be why they're fighting over this stuff.
I think you can kind of, if you look at the quote in big bold there, you can sort of see a little bit. I think this is kind of where some of the issues come from, right? There is some of this almost sounds like we have always done it this way, and it should always be this way. That's kind of what that reads like. But it's like there's a difference, and I talked about this on the previous stream we did together. There's a way where you can say to someone like, your code is not up to par with what we're doing here. I'm not going to merge a PR because it's not of good enough quality, versus you're a shit programmer and you should stop programming. There's two different ways of rejecting something. This, where you call something a cancer, and that is, I think that is just
I think we'll get there now.
Yeah. Read that thing, and we'll tackle that, because that seems so.
But Helwig doesn't appear to be interested in having DMA Rust abstractions maintained separately. He explained that he does not want another maintainer. If you want to make Linux impossible to maintain due to a cross-language codebase, do that in your driver so that you have to do it instead of spreading this cancer to core subsystems, where this cancer explicitly is a cross-language codebase and not Rust itself, just to escape the Flame War Brigade.
I think calling something the Flame War Brigade and a cancer is like saying, I don't want this bullshit, but I'm going to be offensive, which is obviously going to encourage more bullshit. That's like I can tell people to piss off, but if they tell me to piss off, I'm going to get pretty angry. That's what I'm reading in that, right? That's I mean, if you're going to refer to it as Flame War Brigade and cancer, and then you want everybody to just sit there and be okay with it, it's like you're accountable. Even like, just because you write good software, whether they do or not, I don't know, but just writing good software does not give you a free pass to be a dick. Okay. I feel like that's like this kind of wording is not helping to do anything other than you get other people who feel strongly to side with you. You get people in the middle of the road. They don't want to necessarily associate with you when you phrase it like this, but they also don't know where to go. It's just friction, right? For no reason. All right.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
Students of tech history may recall that Linux itself was likened to cancer by former CEO Steve Ballmer. Why are we pulling in Ballmer?
Developer.
in 2001. Linux is a cancer that attaches itself in an intellectual property sense to everything it touches, Balamer said. I mean, fine. I'm sure there have been
the phones now.
Back before Linux had metastasized into the Windows subsystem for Linux. I have to say, there have been probably plenty more situations where people have equated something that they don't like to cancer. There are maybe more relevant to this quote. Yes, for still Balmer. I was like, okay. Okay, well, in any case, Balmer moment. Let's go. So Helwing went on to argue that having others maintain the Rust abstraction layer for the DMA coherent allocator as a separate component does not improve matters and hinders kernel maintainability. Every additional bit that another language creeps in drastically reduces the maintainability of the kernel and as an integrated project. The only reason Linux managed to survive this long is by not having internal boundaries, and adding another language completely breaks this. You might not like my answer, but I will do everything I can do to stop this. This is not because I hate Rust. While not my favorite language, it's definitely one of the best new ones, and I encourage people to use it for new projects where it fits. I do not want it anywhere near a huge C code base that I need to maintain.
So if we just take the last bit of that, right? Hey, I'm sympathetic to this, right? If you don't, I don't want it anywhere near a huge C code base that I need to maintain. I get that, right? If someone turned up to a project I was working on and they insisted that we're gonna throw JavaScript in there or whatever, I'd be a little bit cranky about that. But I mean, first of all, it's not his Linux kernel, right? But he's maintaining that code. There's a couple of takes in there, right? The only reason Linux managed to survive so long is by not having internal boundaries. I don't know if they have any evidence to back that up, right? Did they? What are they basing this on, right? You can guess and extrapolate, but that's a claim that doesn't. I don't think there's any facts to it, right? Maybe it's a hunch, maybe it's a good hunch, but I don't think this is a fact, right?
So if I were to try and stillman this position, I would say. Maybe imagine that you have Anathema, right? And that's your project. And then it's a Rust project, but then for some reason, some people want to add a way for people to specify like a component widget. I don't know if you have widgets, but like a sub piece of Anathema in Zig. And now basically the way Anathema works is partially shared also by this Zig subsystem, and maybe you're open for it, but maybe you're not. And so it's understandable that if you're in charge of that, of Anathema, because it's your project and you don't want the Zig subsystem, then you say, no, I just do not want the Zig subsystem because I don't want to deal with Zig. And maybe, people that do want Zig could try to be polite and say, but you won't have to worry yourself. You won't have to worry about Zig much because we will try to keep it self-contained, blah, blah, blah. But then I think it would be understandable if you're just not interested. Then I think
that's a really good argument. I'm just going to answer Temporis here briefly, right? It's not his kernel, but he is a maintainer of a subsystem, and he takes flack from Linus for any problems in that subsystem that slipped by him.
Yeah.
Well, do you think that would be true if the problem is Rust specific? Do you think he still would have been held accountable for that? I mean, he says he doesn't want more maintainers. It does have a little bit of a "it's my sandbox" kind of tone to it. But I totally agree with what Christoph is saying there, right? If someone wanted to add another language to something I'm working on, I might be reluctant to deal with that. But we are talking about me, the person, wanting something for something I'm working on. If we sort of let's pretend for a second that Rust was even better than the memes want you to believe it is, right? Let's pretend that this was the best programming language, the safest programmers out there. You're never going to set fault. Your kernel's never going to panic ever again. Let's just pretend that for a second, right?
Let's say that it's Haskell, basically.
Let's say that it's Haskell, right? So it's going to be the kernel by the Haskellers now, right? The question is, what is, and I'm not proclaiming to have an answer here, right? I'm saying that there should be an openness to this, right? What if adding Haskell to the Linux kernel is the best thing we can do for the Linux kernel? should I, as someone who don't want Haskell near me, be allowed to dictate that, no, we're not going to do this because this is not how we've done things and this is bad, right? Yeah. Again, I am definitely not saying that adding Rust to this kernel is going to get rid of all the issues in the kernel, but this is very much a question of an individual's feelings and thoughts. That's what this all comes down to, is individuals. There's very little that seemed to be about the validity of doing this, right? I mean, Linus is clearly gone out and said, Rust in the Linux kernel, I'm cool with it, right? To some degree. And if he looks at it and thinks, to quote or to paraphrase something he said in an interview about this, was that adding Rust to the Linux kernel could be good because new developers who are not as well versed in dealing with memory issues are going to have an easier time, something rather, I'm paraphrasing, right? Doing this, and I don't think keeping the kernel in hard mode is necessarily beneficial either, right?
Yeah, I would agree. There's definitely like at least 3, maybe 4 things that one must evaluate with this situation. One for sure is that the maintainers of the Linux kernel are subject to criticism when it comes to let's say the quality of their work, like the number of bugs that end up in the code base, and what they are doing to limit the number of bugs, vulnerabilities, whatever. Like Andrew, for example, Andrew Kelly here, he's using Wi-Fi, and his Wi-Fi driver keeps crashing. Somebody somewhere put a stupid C-ism that it's causing undefined behavior, and it's causing his Wi-Fi driver to crash. Maybe if they had not done the stupid C-ism thing somewhere, it wouldn't crash. So that would be like, it's not even that big security thing. It's just like everyday usability of your tools. I think everybody, we all care about that. It's actually not UB. It's calling a function called report bug. Cool. Still.
Can't argue with that then.
Still, maybe, okay, so the point is that maybe that bug would or would not be there. So so this is something that certainly the Linux kernel, it's a type of evaluation that it's subject to. Then there's a second point, which is, and I think this goes back to what Temporz was saying here, because I think I disagree here, but I don't know for sure. And I think it's worth diving into it a little bit more. It's not his kernel, but it is. But he is a maintainer of a subsystem. Okay, no, never mind. So I didn't read what you said precisely. So he basically takes flack from Linus for any problem that the system in any problems in that subsystem that slip by him. Yes, precisely. Like the way I understand it is that the Linux kernel is not like one project where you have Linus that decides everything and has like commit access to every single subsystem repository. The way I understand it, it's kind of like a tree. You have the Linux kernel, let's call it like distribution maintained by Linus, and then he basically pulls in as dependencies a bunch of projects that are developed not entirely independently because it's not a microkernel, but those projects are developed in separate repos. And so what I was thinking, and by the way, if anybody in chat knows better than this, please let us know. Please correct what I'm about to say. But one example that I am vaguely familiar was IO-Uring, right? IO-Uring, which I believe was started at Facebook by a guy, and now that's part of the Linux kernel. But like the original creator, the maintainer, the person who has push access to the like official repository of IO-Uring is not it's not Linus. Linus, as far as I know, probably doesn't have push rights there. So basically, Linus sets up rules for what he considers okay, for what he's willing to upstream or not. And these projects exist in part because they want to be upstreamed, but the people who are in charge of these things are not Linus. And so if you then want to propose a change to one of these subsystems, then you have basically to win the mini boss first, right? First you have to fight the mini bosses, and only then at the end you get to fight the big boss. That's how I understand.
I like this analogy, man. I want to just quickly address what Cooper said, right? So it says it depends if you're expected to maintain Haskell or if you're allowed to not care about the Haskell code at all. I mean, it cannot bother you if you ignore it completely. So I think so. From one perspective, I would be worried that there is Haskell code that I might not understand in my code base, right? So just to make it abundantly clear for anyone who's watching this, right? I don't have a horse in this race. It's not really a concern of mine if there is Rust in the Linux kernel or not, right? I like programming Rust, but I'm not religious about it, right? So not yet, at least, right? But so to kind of come back to that, right? But my counter question though, Cooper, is this. Is adding Haskell to this project better for the project or not? That is the question, right? Forget me as an individual, right? I know that we like to think that some individuals can't be replaced, but in general, and I'm not suggesting you do replace them, but in general, there is someone out there who's just as smart or even smarter, right? In other words, we can't have something as important as Linux exist only solely around one individual, right? No one believes that's the case. If Linus decided tomorrow that I'm out of here, I'm buying a Bolt, right? Then we would still have Linux, right? If this Helvig guy decides that I'm gonna peace out, man, someone else would pick that up, okay?
Yeah.
So it's not really about one individual. And I'm asking, is it not possible that the project as a whole would benefit from this, right? Like, forget the individuals and the friction. Think about the project as a whole. If you use Laura's analogy or example, where someone adds SIG code to my project, maybe I look at it and go, I don't know what this code does. I don't want this in my project. But would it, if we were objective about it, would it possibly be objectively better to add SIG code to it, right? That is a question, right? Is Helvig paid? Who knows?
I think I can answer that. Not factual. I don't know factually, but chances are that that person is paid by their company to do that work. In general, I believe that what happens is that all the people who are like maintainers, they tend to be paid by companies, right?
I think there are a handful of people who are actually paid. A lot of it is volunteer work, but I think a handful of people are paid from various companies to work on these things.
So let's see. Jerry was saying that Linus overrides maintainers. Let's see. I'm gonna read a piece of a quote from Helvig, I think, where he's saying that Linus doesn't want to agree with people that want a straight up veto on Rust. Let's see. I'd like to understand what the goal of this Rust experiment is. If we want to fix existing issues with memory safety, we need to do that for existing code and find ways to retrofit it. A lot of work went into that recently, and we need much more. But that also shows how core maintainers are put off by trivial things like checking for integer overflows or compiler enforced synchronization as in the Clang thread sanitizer. How are we going to bridge the gap between a part of the kernel that is not even accepting relatively easy rules for improving safety versus another one that enforces even strong rules? If we just want to make writing drivers easier for a new language, for that pushes. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a good writing.
For that pushes even more work and increases the workload on the already overworked people, keeping the core infrastructure in shape. So I don't think this policy document is very useful. Right now, the rules is Linus can force you whatever he wants. It's his project, obviously. And I think he needs to spell that out, including the expectations for contributors very clearly. For myself,
that sounds like someone really wants Linus to take a stronger official stance on this.
Well, both sides of the argument, right?
Done that.
Both sides of the argument, they want Linus to come down and resolve the conflict for them.
But I honestly, if you sort of the end point in the chain of code going into the Linux kernel, you wouldn't want to deal with this bullshit yourself, right? I mean, honestly, there's like that feels like it's so low on the like on the priority scale of what you have to deal with. All right, he hasn't publicly. But if Linus hadn't said that he's willing to have or to try Rust in the Linux kernel, there wouldn't be anyone going forward with this, right? And this, I don't think anyone would invest a lot of time and energy into something if it's just going to be thrown away, right? If Linus didn't say that we're going to try this, then people probably wouldn't be doing it, right? But again, I don't know.
I guess the question is, what exactly is the shape of power in the Linux kernel? And I don't mean that like in necessarily what is the true network of people that are like friends with and like blah blah blah. But I mean, even in a more formal way, like to what degree can Linus dictate things? He can certainly dictate things through one system. He can put rules that if you don't respect them, he will not upstream your work. But that is a form of pressure. But But as I understand, these are like at the end separate projects. So what is the implication? Like, what did Linus say exactly? Like, is there any link that says exactly what has Linus said publicly with regards to Rust in the kernel? Because if he said, I'm willing to upstream Rust code, then that's one thing, right? It basically means that there's an opening up to a certain degree. If he has said, I want this project now to allow Rust, otherwise I'm not going to upstream changes, then that's a different thing. And then if the maintainer of that project doesn't want to do that, they basically just don't want their project to be upstreamed anymore. Like, how does it work? And at the same time, yes. But by the way, yes. At the same time, people can fork things. So, like, if there's a disagreement with how the DMA subsystem could work, then you can make, I guess, a fork. But obviously not that easy, because I'm guessing there's like it's not like forking a tiny project, and there's like resources being spent by companies probably. So it's not like you as a random dude can just fork something like the DMA subsystem and say, yeah, now I'm going to maintain it better than the previous people. Although that would be certainly a very nice show of power. Like, if you want to make a point that you're better than them at doing these things, doing better than them is a great way of, actually factually showing that. Not easy though.
No, I think was it kernel 6.1 then where hang on, let me see if I can find this. Kernel 6.1 was when they were going to accept Rust patches.
For clarity,
and Torvalds said about that.
Yeah,
right?
For clarity, I'm not suggesting to fork the kernel. I'm suggesting to fork whatever subsystem that's being maintained separately. If it is something that is directly part of the kernel, so it's not a subsystem being maintained separately, then the whole equation becomes a lot more murky, for sure. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying, Toggle?
Yeah, so I think so in kernel 6.1, so this comes back to like a little bit earlier conversation, right? Linus did say he was going to merge Rust patches. I don't know how to interpret that in any other way than he's okay with Rust in the Linux kernel in that sense. So maybe there might be something that I missed from that, right? So there is no I might be missing some detail around that, of course.
I think that part we all agree on. I guess the question for me would be, but how much did he promise past that? Because that's the question, right? Like, if he's open to merging Rust code in the project, that does not necessarily guarantee that he promises that he will make that happen. Like, it doesn't guarantee that he will force other, like, maintainers of other subsystems to accept Rust code in their subsystem.
No, that's fair enough. Linus has spoken about his optimism, the Linus version of optimism. The Linus version of optimism. Yeah.
About his optimism.
I don't know. To me, that reads a little bit like an endorsement, though. But I don't know, right?
It is certainly an endorsement, but it still remains the fact that, I don't know. Let's say that I am a maintainer of a subsystem in the Linux kernel, and like the fact that Linus says I'm willing to upstream Rust code doesn't necessarily imply that I have to be willing to, let's even put it in a very like practical, down to earth way, not even like a philosophical stance. Like that doesn't even mean that I have to be the first one to take the risk of doing that. Maybe I want to see others first take a crack at it and like iron out the kinks and like take on the risk. And I don't want to risk being the person in charge of something that for whatever reason ends up being like bad and problematic. Maybe because I'm doing this as part of my job at, I don't know, Nvidia or Red Hat or another big company, and like I just don't want to take on that risk.
Now that's fair enough, and I can see that. He's not against Rust in the kernel as far as I can tell, but it looks like he's leaning with the Rust guys and existing maintainers to figure out how to make it work or not. Yeah, and it seems to not make it work. All right, Lund has a source for us as well. Okay, so
Linus basically said he's willing to go over the maintainers' heads, but where is there? Okay, because so far the only link that I've seen hinted at that, but he didn't specify exactly what that means. Obviously, Linus has the ability of saying, you know what, I'm removing you as a maintainer. Maybe if it's something that is in tree, or if it's a project that's being managed elsewhere, I'm just not gonna merge your changes anymore. So in one way or another, he has this decisional power. But at the same time, he has like a network of people that are working on this stuff, and he has to contend with their wishes. So let's go back to the Toggle Anathema example, right? Let's say that Toggle has some contributors. Actually, Toggle does have some contributors, right? Toggle?
Yes.
Yeah,
I do.
let's say that you have 10 contributors, right? And,
I don't have that many, but
and you are open to the idea of adding Zig to Anathema, but then 6, 7, 8, maybe even just 4 out of 10 of your contributors that have been contributing for a long time, they really hate Zig and they just do not want it.
And they are good contributors as well. We're going to assume that they're not shit contributors.
Yeah, now you kind of have to make a choice there. Like you have to decide, maybe you want Zig enough and you think that it's good enough that it's worth saying to those 4 people, well, that's what I want to go. I'm sorry, then we have to part ways. Or even if that's what you want, then you somehow have to accommodate their wishes, considering that they actually do work and they're good contributors.
No, I mean, but this is probably the fundamental problem, right? And I'm guessing in this instance, if I'm reading chat right, I would be saying, okay, SIG people and the existing maintainers, you guys figure it out. Right, and I don't make a choice.
Yeah,
right?
you just drop a knife in the middle of the room. And,
exactly. And you wait a fight to the death. We're going to determine how this pans out, right? But this is a very valid perspective, right? Because if someone is good at contributing to something, then you don't want to piss in the cereal, right? You definitely don't want to upset them and make them leave. I think not taking a stance could be problematic in itself, but you definitely don't want to upset people who are dealing with it. I don't envy the situation he's in when it comes to this stuff, right? I don't know. Is there any actual empirical evidence of this, Andrew? Right? I mean, I'm just asking, right? No, but the having to make a choice around that. Again, it comes down to like what is best for the project, maybe, right? So let's say hypothetically, right? So we can go one way, because I mean we're talking about like my hobby project, or which is also my passion project. So I do care about things. I wouldn't let some code go into my project at a substandard on account of not wanting to hurt someone's feeling, right? So I wouldn't do that. But then at the same time, let's take me as an example in this case, right? Oh, definitely Oreos, Andrew, right? Like, because it's like the Oreos, what do they call, like the Fruit Loops, right? I feel like they would sort of, like anything else, you're gonna like get a possible splashback, right?
Wait, what about
Cocoa Puffs? Cheerios, right?
No, what are the bunny poop ones?
Oh yeah, those are the Cocoa Puffs, right? The Nestle. I mean, like, hang on, the bunny ones.
Yeah, no, there's another one that's like
it's a Nesquik, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Nesquik is the bunny poo thing, right? Yeah, I mean, like, that's just such an insane combo, right? You got a bunny and then something that looks like bunny feces in cereal, right?
Thank you, Major System Crash, for the Prime subscription. I take this as an endorsement of our pee in cereal.
Peeing. So the thing is, I actually would celebrate anyone who would piss on Nestle, right? I'm just gonna be very open with that, right? But other than that, right? I don't think that's a good choice of cereal. I think Oreo's gonna have less splashback. But okay, let's go back. Let's pretend to be serious for 1 second, right? Yeah. And let's say that I have 3 really good contributors to my project. Yeah. Christoph comes around and says, look, I'm going to introduce Sig to this thing. I don't care what you guys say. And then these 3 people say to me, if Christoph does this and it's my ball, I'm going home. Okay? I'm taking my ball and I'm going home if Christoph is allowed to put Sig into the project, right?
But wait. I will promise you that you don't have to maintain the Sig bindings. I'll maintain the Sig bindings for you. And I will keep them, self-contained for now.
Yeah, but what happens then if something goes wrong and no one knows how to fix it other than you, Christoph, right? This is like you're introducing a bus factor here. Although, okay, technically that is not really the case here because there are other Rust developers, right? But we could use that argument. But here's more importantly, what if these 3 really good developers that I have in my project, what if they are also a bottleneck? Okay, I mean, we're living in a what if and make believe right now. Okay, and I'm not saying that we should entertain this in the perspective of the Linux kernel, right? So I'm gonna be very clear before people start sending me PMs about how I have urinated in your Nesquik. Just play along for a second, right? What if these 3 developers have peaked as far as their contributions to these things? So the only thing they can do is maintain status quo. And maybe Sig could take this project further to the next level, but these 3 people is hanging out together going, we don't want this. We don't want this new asshole to turn up and tell us how to do things. We don't need multiple allocators. Yeah. The standard library allocator has been fine for us so far. My grandpa lived and died with the standard allocator.
Yeah, we don't believe in this data-oriented thing. It's all mumbo jumbo. Whatever. It's the new shiny way of doing things. We don't care. I mean, to be fair, there is almost certainly a lot of that going on in the Linux kernel.
Temporis, no one made that claim. There was no claim here. This is exactly what I say. This is not a claim, okay? See what I'm dealing here with, Chris? In my own views are just throwing dirt on me, right? The people that hate me the most in your chat are my own viewers, okay? Yeah, I'm kidding, of
honestly,
course.
I think this is like one of the most easy...
I was kidding, Temporis. I was kidding.
I think this is one of the most easy things to like. It's one of the safest bets. The fact that somebody has this attitude in the Linux kernel. I mentioned earlier not wanting to go first because you don't want to expose yourself to risk. And what you describe is another thing that totally makes sense. It's like the thing is, a lot of people that work on the Linux kernel are not super young people that are employed by big companies, and like there is nothing nothing extraordinary in claiming that they probably are, risk averse, lazily going forward, not necessarily super lazily, not everybody, but like statistically speaking, I am confident that somebody out there is just a, corporate drone that happens to also be involved with the Linux kernel. So some of that is 100% going to be there for sure.
I think so. Maggie's take is a nice one, although I don't think that anyone has stated that, right? So just setting the record straight. It is true that if, I'm not saying it's happened, but if someone would say, if you're adding Rust to the Linux kernel, then I'm out, right? I don't think anyone has said that. But if that did happen, that is a little bit of a I'm threatening the project. I'm trying to threaten the project, and one individual should not have that much power, right? But it's not. I don't think that has actually happened.
Wait,
right?
is Mangus saying this? Okay, should I interpret this as the C people doing
yes,
this?
exactly. It was about the 3 hypothetical contributors, right? So it's a good argument. I'm giving you points for your argument, Maggie, but then I'm also telling the rest of the viewers so they don't. I don't want to read a tweet tomorrow that goes, Hellwig threatens to leave the Linux kernel, and then they're citing this stream as a source, right? And then I start getting a lot of shit for something that wasn't true, right? So I agree with you, Magus. It's a good argument, and I'm just clarifying this to anyone else who just turned up that this has not happened. Okay, this is not a thing, right? So the state of OS's project driven by companies through employees, retirement age. So, but that's another point, though, right? If more and more people adopt other languages, are we okay? No, you know what? I'm not even going to entertain that conversation. There's still too many C developers out there. It's a nonsensical conversation. Should we continue? Right?
Yeah, let's continue. So Hector Martin, project lead of Xilinx, shared his belief.
I thought his name was Hector Martinez. I'm so sorry. All right, sorry, go on.
Shared his belief that Hellwig's remarks constitute a code of conduct violation, but doubts any disciplinary action would be taken. The Register asked Martin whether he intends to file a code of conduct complaint, and we're not heard back. Martin argues...
I don't think he wants to make any more waves at this point.
Martin argues that the Rust for Linux developers should ignore Hellwig's concern and submit their patch for approval by kernel boss Linus Torvalds. If Linus doesn't pipe up with an authoritative answer to this thread, Miguel and the other Rust folks should just merge this series once it's reviewed and ready, ignoring Christoph's overt attempt at sabotaging the project. If Linus accepts the pull request, what Christoph says doesn't matter. If Linus doesn't accept it, the Rust for Linux project is essentially dead until either Linus or Linus. Sorry, I keep jumping between the two pronunciations. I'll try to stick with Linus. Linus or Christoph make a move. Everything else is beating around the bush. The Register asked Hellwig whether he wished to comment for this article, and he declined. We also saw a comment from Linux Foundation fellow Greg Croan-Hartman.
They're not even going to bother with Linus himself, with Linus himself. And they're like, no, man, let's not even try to get in touch with that guy.
The case for Rust. The Linux kernel added support for Rust code on October 3rd, 2022, shortly after Microsoft Azure CTO Mark Rosowich. Why are we going back to Microsoft? Okay. Argued that new programming projects should be written in Rust rather than C and C++. Why is Microsoft back into this equation? God damn it. For the sake of security. Also, man, if it's Microsoft telling you this, then now I'm skeptical. Then now I'm not so sure anymore. Then now, you know what? Maybe I'll take my UB. Anyway,
if the 70% number comes up in this thing, we are just gonna skim over that, man. It makes me livid at this point.
For the sake of security, sorry.
Yeah, no, go on.
Okay, for the sake of security and reliability, the industry should declare those languages as deprecated, Rusinovich said. I think that Rusinovich has something in mind. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a plan going there.
If you look at what's the next Rust meetup in the UK, I think he is giving a talk about Rust in the Linux kernel, by the way, on that talk. But as someone mentioned on my Discord, that was submitted before this whole Fallout thing, before all this Fallout. Embrace, extend, extinguish, right? Yeah. That and that importance comes from the people that call Linux a cancer, right? Register just wants a source which appears to be from outside the Rust cluster itself.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're not getting any, so no one wants to comment on this thing, and I think that's like the wise thing to do at this point, right?
So his rationale is that Rust code can be written to avoid the memory safety bugs, e.g. buffer overflows, that plague C and C++ code, and they represent the majority of serious vulnerabilities in large projects. Toggle, do you care to guess a percentage of bugs?
No, but look at that link underneath. I think that's the government endorsed Rust link.
Yeah, although it's
my God.
It's another link. Yeah, they have a link on it.
Fuck, that's the new 70%. Oh my god.
Yeah. Does anyone want to tell Linus Torvalds? No, I don't think so. What? What's going on at the register? So those who write C and C++ code have taken note of the growing interest in Rust and acknowledge that memory safety concerns need to be addressed. Hence, there are numerous projects underway like TrapC, FillC, MiniC, and Safe C++ that aim to make C and C++ less vulnerable to memory bugs, in addition to efforts like DARPA's Tractor to automatically convert C code to Rust. Shortly after Philho announced his departure from Rust for Linux last year, Linux Honcho as in Japanese for like
I'm guessing it's like Honcho as the big boss.
Yeah.
All right, the top dog.
Is this
the big honcho?
Wait, is this Japanese or what? Is this Spanish?
I think that's an American.
Wait, what? Honcho
phrase.
No, but that has to have been imported.
I don't think it originates there, obviously, but
yeah. Okay. From Japanese, Honcho.
The head honcho,
leader.
Right?
Oh my god.
Oh really?
Yeah. Somehow a Japanese word.
I thought it was Spanish, but okay.
You haven't watched enough anime.
Big cheese.
You need to watch more anime.
Yes, this is educational, friends. Right? This is educational.
Linus Torvalds addressed the friction between C and Rust developers at the Linux Foundation's Open Source Summit in Vienna, Austria. Clearly, there are people who just don't like the notion of Rust, and having Rust encroach on their area, Torvalds said. Oh, finally we get some source on things that Torvalds has said on Rust in the kernel. People have even been talking about the Rust integration being a failure, ... We've been doing this for a couple of years now, so it's way too early to even say that. But I also think that even if it were to become a failure, and I don't think it will, that's how you learn. So far, the Linux developer community has learned that Rust isn't always welcome. Registered trademark?
What?
Oops. I should have said that out loud, I guess.
Sorry.
Well,
you're in trouble now. This is why we stream over here.
All rights to this sentence belong to the register, I guess. So updated to add stuff. On Friday, something, Hector Martin asked to be removed as a Linux maintainer. I no longer have any faith left in the kernel development process or community management approach. He wrote in a note in the Linux kernel mailing list.
All right, then I want to inject something to that, right? Yeah. Before we reach the end. This is very much the thing that you don't want, right? So again, I totally understand that people don't have an endless amount of patience, but when people just do this, like, okay, I'm done, I'm leaving. This is what can't happen. So nothing was resolved and you walked away, right? That's kind of what happened, and that is not advantageous for getting Rust into the Linux kernel, right? That is the thing that people don't want, right? You don't want a maintainer to do that. Let's say you create a large bit of code that you're maintaining for this Linux kernel, and you have all these frictions, and one day you go, I'm gonna peace out, bye, right? That is not gonna look great for Rust in the Linux kernel. Right?
I guess if this is the spectrum of possibilities, the best outcome, so you're Linux, right? And you stated that you are open to Rust in the kernel and you want to experiment it. So for you...
I have to say to your viewers, though, that this is a massive upgrade. Last week, I had to be Rob Pike, but now I get to be Linus. So this is pretty good. All right, do continue.
Yeah. So the best outcome would be that everybody accepts Rust and uses it to, to the full extent to basically leverage, the best things that Rust brings in, and everybody's happy. The worst outcome on the other side of the spectrum would be that one person that currently works on the Linux kernel wants to have to do anything with Rust, and let's say that they all quit in mass. Again, it's like an extreme version, right? But that is the worst outcome. The worst outcome is nobody wants Rust. Absolutely, everybody leaves, and now Linus is maintaining the kernel by himself. It's more complicated than that. There's money involved. It's not going to happen. People will like be whipped by their company to keep working on the Linux kernel if they have to. So it's more complicated, but that's like the opposite extreme. So I'm guessing that the reality is somewhere in the middle between these two extremes. And so there's like some people that would prefer leaving rather than having to deal with Rust. Some people don't really love Rust, but they're willing to work with it. Some people are like super happy. They were actually thinking of leaving the kernel, and now they change their mind. Now they're willing to continue working on it because finally they can get rid of some C-isms. So I guess in this spectrum, how can I say? It's like, I don't think that Linus can like single-handedly guarantee any of these outcomes, except maybe except maybe the last one. The last one he could probably trigger on his own. Like he literally kicks out every single person. He can do that.
I mean, do you really think so? If you look at the things he has said to people, and people are still contributing code, I think he can say whatever, and people are just gonna keep working on it, right?
Yeah, but
it's I think it's like a fire test to see if you can withstand working in the Linux kernel. You're gonna grind away until Linus pays attention to what you're doing, gives you a stern bollocking, and if you survive that, then you're coming out stronger on the other side as a kernel dev. You get to wear a badge. Was offended by Linus. Was called a kindergartner by Linus, right?
And I think at the end of the day, Linus cannot really guarantee any specific result within this range, because he can steer the outcome one direction or another, and maybe there are things that he could have done to make things better. But ultimately, what the outcome ends up being in the spectrum is going to be the final sum of every individual's interests, preferences, biases, and experience. Right? Some people will leave the kernel no matter what because they fucking hate Rust. Some people really love Rust and they want to use Rust and they're not willing to compromise on that. And then there's people in the middle. And so like at the end of the day, if the project is that big, some of this will have to go down and happen. Like, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking even within a company, the CEO cannot do everything. The CEO has to make it work. Whatever thing they decide to do, whatever direction they want the company to go towards, they need to build consensus internally, and they will not always receive 100% consensus, because you will always have, managers and C-levels that will leave rather than follow what you're saying. So like the only way the CEO can guarantee that they get their way, even the CEO, right, that has like the most direct control over your paycheck, and so it has a strong pull over what you do. The only way a CEO can guarantee that they get their way no matter what is this last outcome. Like they literally fire everybody and then they replace everybody with new people that are on board with their plan, which does happen in startups actually fairly frequently, I think. So either Linus decides to go nuclear, but he's not a CEO, right? He doesn't employ those people, or somehow this process will have to happen.
Is this a failure upon leadership? I don't know, Jovan, right? I don't know if that's possible. Let's see. Neuroscience says some people who love Rust today will hate it tomorrow. This is how developer burnout works. But then you can say the same thing about like C. That one's true for everything, right? I'll then follow the stuff about Hector himself. Expand. There you go, Christoph. You make the next OS. Tell that to Elon. I think anyone can talk to Elon. He doesn't live on the same planet as the rest of us. You want to get Torvald? That's good, Daleb. I like that phrase. You want to get Torvald, right? You do something wrong, you get Torvald. Right?
Like
we make it socially acceptable to abuse people, and we give it an endearing term like Torvald. Yeah. Very good.
Has anybody in chat experienced directly what I'm talking about? Like, you work at a company. Usually, it's not a gigantic company, although a gigantic company can do the same by restructuring a branch. But like, you're working in a company, and then the company was doing A, and then new CEO, VP of this or that, like new top dog comes in, and they have a completely different vision on how things should be done. They think that, no, you should not be doing A, you should be doing -A. And now all the upper level management, like if you're just like an individual contributor, most of the time you don't really get touched too much, although sometimes you do. But then like most like all the other VPs, all the other middle managers, they either are ones that quickly turn and immediately start rushing towards -A, or they just get fired. They just get moved away. Does living in the US count? I mean, yeah, the change in the US administration kind of worked out like this, didn't it? I'm sure that it probably kind of works out like this every time the side of the government changes, right? Depending whether you have in charge the blue or the red Team Fortress team. Let's see. It happens every 3 years at my place when the CTO changes. Nice.
I mean, that's just observation, Frosnan, right? That's just crazy. Okay, but no, I think in general terms, right? Now, the Linux kernel is obviously a massive project, right? So, but if we're just talking about programming in general, right? in business, right? There are people who get settled in for a situation. They write the code, they maintain the code, they're comfortable, and they don't want to move, right? I get that these things happens, and then someone comes up with a newfangled idea, and they're gonna hate it. I mean, I've worked at companies where changes have been made, and it just felt abysmal to work there after that. They brought in, I remember one company I worked for, they brought in like an ORM that was originally written for Java, and we had to use that. They bought a search engine. So this was insane. They bought a search engine written by the nephew of one of the investors. It was obviously like do the kid a favor kind of thing. But we had to like implement and use this thing, and I was like, holy, right? It's all just right? Yeah, I get that, right? I get that, but we still haven't really gotten a clear picture of what the story is, right? So given all of this thing, no one has actually explained how Rust in the Linux kernel is supposed to work, and so
I think no one knows. I think they're figuring it out basically.
But they seem to, well, there's probably quite a few quiet people who want to figure it out, but it seems mostly be about throwing shade, right? Like most of it seems to be like, I don't want this, so I'm gonna resort to name calling and say dumbass things instead, right?
That is a good point. Yeah, the things that we hear about are obviously the ones that do not work. The ones that do work, that happens quietly. So yeah, I'm guessing since this stuff has been going on for what was Linus saying, like 2 years, and he said 2 years in 2022, so it's 4 or 5 years by now. So it probably means that there are some other places where this stuff is happening without too much fuzz. Although I wouldn't know necessarily what specifically, because if I remember correctly, originally Rust was allowed for drivers. So I'm guessing there's maybe some other drivers they don't have to touch DMA, although I'm not sure if that's even a thing. Maybe those are doing fine. I just don't know.
No, I think it's we haven't seen any like anything of that, but I guess that's not gonna stick out as much either. I think this is so it's not really being prevalent in there, all right, let's have a look. Has anyone got any experience working with the multi-language code base? So Joban, yes and no, right? I worked with code bases that has used multiple languages where I didn't have to deal with other languages, right? So that has happened. There was something I worked with in 2005. They used amongst other things, Java, a language that I am not at all familiar with, all things considered, and I never really had to deal with it. But that is not the same as if I would have been alone maintaining some subsystem and half of it was written in Java. That would have been a very different experience, right? Having another language on the side of a project you're hired to work on isn't necessarily an issue. Having another language on the side of something you're passionate to work on is a different story, because now you're emotionally involved in this thing, right? If you're not emotionally involved in the product, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. There would be no fallout from this, because the only reason we have this is because emotional involvement, right? This is very much people expressing their feelings one way or another, right? This is like, I don't want this. There's no like, so the people who say we don't want Rust in the Linux kernel, they're not necessarily acknowledging the benefits of Rust and the problems it can solve for them. It's more of a, I don't like this, I don't want it, right? And that's a very human thing to say and do, and you definitely should be entitled to feel that way, right? I get it, right?
Yeah.
All right, should we have a look? Go on, sorry.
So let's see. So Linus Torvalds on the mailing list. This is we're finally approaching the blog post from Hector. So there was this exchange between Hector, so Markan on the mailing list. Can I kind of go up so I can see more of the quote? Yes. Okay. So let's see.
I always struggled navigating this website.
Yeah, it's here on the side. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of boomer tech in the Linux kernel, but you know what? I get.
How young do you think I am, man?
No, but it's true, man. Come on, the freaking mailing list. Okay, you want to know my hot take? What really drives me insane? I hate this. I don't usually make fuss about it, but I hate this. I hate when people send me an email and they manually put new lines. They manually justify the tag. Not justify, but they put new lines like around 80 characters. You know what I mean? So instead of writing long lines...
Yeah, so they don't let the line breaks happen naturally. They do their own line breaks.
They do their own line breaks.
This happens when I write. This happens when I write my emails in Vim, because no one wants to write anything in a web form, right? Because websites are so inherently stupid these days that the tiniest unrelated mistakes gonna wipe your entire message. So I write them out in Vim, and sometimes I forget to fix them. So I find
this a horrible boomerism, because I get that these people do this because text in a column so that it doesn't sprawl to the right for the length of your entire screen. It's obviously more readable, sure. But they're basically hijacking my software's ability to do that correctly.
Yeah.
And so you end up in this funny situation where they maybe justified it slightly above what my actual width is. And so I have the natural new line and then their new line. And like I end up with a line that has a single word in it. Maybe I can even recreate this here.
I'm just going to quickly interject to Cooper here, right? I don't think that necessarily is going to be true, because when people make claims like that, say, look, it didn't work out for the Linux kernel, you could have used that argument for never doing anything. So the counter argument is always going to be, this isn't the Linux kernel, right? Yeah. I can see that they would have some negative feedback in terms of exploring certain things, but I think at this point, whether you choose C or Rust these days is not going to have such a big impact on the longevity of the language. Rust language is already established and existing. So it exists in all your mobile devices these days, right? It is out there, and you're not going to be able to scrape this Rust off, right? It's there. But the argument could certainly be used, but the counter argument is probably going to be, but this isn't the Linux kernel, right? So I see your point. Dumb. All right, sorry, go on.
Okay, so there's the I'm tired list of things by Hector. Let's not read all of it. Let's read only the one like close to the part that is addressed by Linus. Actually, you know what? Maybe I read like a sampling, because the ones that seem to justify his to are like that are part of the reasoning around the last sentence. So, I'm tired of seeing positive, technically impressive kernel projects blockaded, delayed by maintainers with no technical justification, and at best end up moving along at a glacial pace. I'm tired of seeing important contributors and maintainers give up and throw the towel after enduring repeated misbehavior and hostility towards their efforts from others. I'm tired of getting messages privately and publicly from all kinds of people saying that they won't touch the kernel with a 10-foot pole due to the hostility and the baroque regressive process. I'm tired of seeing, you know what, I'll just read it all. I'm tired of seeing people get away using words like cancer to describe others' work with zero repercussion. I'm tired of politely and calmly calling out hostile and unwelcoming behavior from maintainers and suggest ways to improve, only to be ignored and nothing change. Note, this refers to other instances, not this instance. I'm tired of having to spend hours or days of my time to upstream simple things because even the simplest of changes end up in bike shed. I'm tired of drive-by nitpickers who send useless review comments on code they don't take time to understand. I mean, it's like that happens on my proposals in the Zig issue tracker.
Did you wait until Andrew left before you said that?
No, but you know what? I'm sure that he would have also to say every time he makes a proposal, right? Like an innocent one, like let's just make everything a compiler error. Then everybody in the comments is like going insane. So maybe not so innocent, but in any case, so I'm tired of all this stuff. And then if shaming on social media does not work, then tell me what does, because I'm out of ideas. Hector. So Hector,
I mean, if this is his experience, right? Which I don't think everything that's written there is fabricated, right? That is certainly. And so let's forget about Linux. Forget about like Rust and C for a second and just talk about individuals. That is, if this is one person's experience, and it's really hard to argue against people's experiences, right? Then this is truly not ideal, right? This is pretty abysmal. If you had to live through this trying to contribute to the Linux kernel, you have on one hand, you have things like Linus saying, look, we're going to need more contributors to the Linux kernel, maybe. I say maybe because I don't know if he actually said that, but I'm going to assume that he wants more maintainers. He wants the project to outlive himself, I'm sure. So he wants more younger maintainers and all that to come into the project.
There was like an article, right, I think a while ago about the aging problem in the Linux kernel.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry, please continue in the meantime.
But yeah, I mean, if this is your experience, I don't think that it's particularly good. Now, we don't get the other side of this, right? We don't because if you write that post, you should not most likely I'm not going to say also I said the following offensive things to people, but because you're telling it from your perspective and you don't want to highlight where you are wrong, right? Because that's not how humans work, I've read in a book. But I think it's a little bit like that, and but I think that is kind of an abysmal experience. And if this has been going on for a long time, then I kind of get it, right? Because there's only so much bullshit you can put up with, right? And I understand that only 20 minutes ago I said, it's not ideal to be someone who just goes, okay, well, it's not going my way, I'm going home. But /dot. Now we're definitely into boomer tech. But there's only so much bullshit you can put up with, right? Okay, let's see. The Linux kernel community learns how to what? Grow more penguins.
Sorry, I need to answer the doorbell. Give me a second. Apologies. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, so while Christoph is gone, let's implement Rust in the SIG kernel now. So yeah, but I think this is pretty interesting. It's all very like nuanced, right? The one thing that we can extrapolate from all of this that we've seen so far is that it's not really a particularly clear picture what is actually happening, right? So by the time we've gone through all this stuff and we looked at this, I still don't think we're gonna have a particularly clear picture of what has gone down, right? Let's hack Chris's computer and alias SIG with Rust. I can assure you Linus doesn't think C should die a silent death. No, I don't think Linus wants I think all programmers want bugs that they run into to die, right? I mean, there was a point where someone said, I'm fed up with you trying to read your arrays past its initialized memory, okay? And then you get things like bounce checking, right? I was just talking about programming in general, right?
Okay. Yeah, what were we talking about? I forgot.
More penguins, right?
More
so
penguins.
more people into the kernel.
Oh yeah, but I just wanted to bring it up. It's fine. I don't think we need to read this. But yeah,
Patrick, I don't think Git was like worked on by Linus for like 6 months or whatever, and the real guy who spent all the time working on Git never gets any credit for it. So I think like Git was like a project that Linus put together, but he's not like the main person to work on Git, and that guy never gets any credit. poor guy. All right, let's let's hop to it, shall we?
Yes. Okay. Let me. I'll try to bring like a I don't know, the opposite perspective. Well, let me put it this way. Yeah, probably, almost definitely, contributing to the Linux kernel is not a fun thing to do. There's definitely, I think, one expression that I really like is this. I somehow find it very easy to believe that contributing to the kernel is a baroque regressive process.
God, yes.
I mean, sending patches, it's via email, it's not fun, that's for sure. At the same time, I understand why they may want to do something like this, because the alternative means kind of getting yourself into a specific technological stack, which is weird when you're a project of that kind with that much financial interests behind. So like if you say, well, we're going to use GitHub, then you're basically kind of enshrining, you're kind of giving a special spot to Microsoft that you probably wouldn't want to give. And so I get it. Basically, like sending patches via email, it's basically regressing to the most common of denominators in a sense. It's super suck though. Like I would not want to contribute to the Linux kernel by sending patches to people if you had to be like me personally. That said, I don't dispute that. I do think that there is to some degree, some of these things are though part of a how can I say, personal experience that doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily like objective enough to fully be considered like a fact. And here's what I mean. When we are gonna read the the blog post from Hector Martin, I have some criticism in how Hector relates to some of his development work. But we need to get there.
I definitely don't think that he's innocent in any of this, right? I think he throws as much bullshit in the other direction as the first guys, right?
Yeah, to me, it's also like not necessarily a matter of what he does to other people, as even just like, I think that he has a perspective on this thing that just isn't healthy for himself. But we need to get there before I can make that point in a reasonable manner. And so I guess, and then, sorry, okay, so just to finish my foreshadowing, I guess, I do think that some of that might bleed in how he relates to other people. And like, this culminating, like the culminating in this is obviously like the final sentence, right? If shaming on social media does not work, then tell me what does, because I'm out of ideas. That's clearly like reaching some peak of frustration where you're saying, you know, I'm like, I feel I'm subjected to this never-ending amount of like injustice, and to the point where I basically, to fight back, I will also do what it's in my power, regardless of whether that is a good idea or not. Because I mean, we can agree that that shaming on social media in the sense that you basically want to push back on these things through usage of social media, it is not a good idea. I think that the reply from Linus in that sense is reasonable.
Yeah, I like how much you accept the fact that maybe the problem is you. There is definitely not a sensible thing to do. I mean, if you tried everything else though, and you can't get a resolution, so here's another take though, right? No, is he streaming, Patrick? Is he a streamer?
There were streamers. There were streams. Although, wait, are you, Patrick? Are you saying, because I think I've seen some streams from Azailina, and I think that people say the Hector is Azailina, but then at the same time, I don't know if that's true or not. So I have no idea. I have seen streams from Azaelina. Yes, not a ton, but I have seen some.
Huh. Yeah, no, okay. That explains why some of the stuff was sort of familiar. Anyway, no, but here's a scenario then, right? And I don't know how close to reality this is, because honestly, I don't know everything that happened. We've been looking at things, but damn, do I fail to connect all the threads here? Okay, of course you can, Patrick. I said it's not my stream, Patrick. You can do whatever you want this stream. All right, it's no problem, mate. Do you wanna spam porn in the chat? Go for it, mate. No skin off my back, right? But actually, that might improve the view count as well. Anyway, no. So here's the thing, right? What if you have tried? So the head honcho of the Linux kernel says, I'm willing to entertain the notion of Rust in the Linux kernel. Cool. A bunch of people goes and produce it. Let's not for a second though forget how much work might have got into this thing, right? There's the whole thing with it's like GCC RS and all that stuff that's gone into making Linux for or Rust for the Linux kernel. It's not like some dude's weekend project, okay? Let's not dismiss the amount of work that is the changes to the language has happened, to the compiler. There's so much that has gone on around this thing ever since there was the possibility of Rust in the Linux kernel, right? Yeah. So as much as we are taking Hellwig into consideration and their feelings about having things move around them in ways they don't want to, let's also not forget the countless people who has been working towards getting Rust in the Linux kernel, right? People who have been putting in effort to this thing, right? So it's not just about Hellwig and Hector Martin here, right? There's loads, probably hundreds of people that are involved in this, and again, changes to the compiler itself, right? So that said, right? I don't know what he's tried. So if Linus says, okay, we're willing to entertain this, right? And then he goes, okay, cool, I'm going to work on this thing, right? And then he doesn't work on this thing. And he tries to get this in there, but he's met with ridicule and people being, I don't know, but people are being dismissive and rude and arrogant or whatever they are, right? I don't know. But they are not nice about the whole thing. And he tries to get this to work. And in the end, he goes, okay, but Linus, can you sort this out? Because I don't know what else to do. And then Linus doesn't do anything about it. And then he goes on social media and be like, all right, the kernel is being a D-bag, right? Now, I don't know if that was the series of events, right? But I can understand that you would do something, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, I don't think like shaming on social media should that's kind of a bad thing to do. But then again, we have people who are shaming bad business practices on social media, and that's a good thing, right? I think most of you are happy to see people reporting on the idiocy of Amazon and Kindle or whatever company's doing some bullshit these days. You guys want to know about it so you can make an informed decision whether you want to support the company or not, right? So I don't know. Shaming on social media might not be the best way of putting it, but making it available to the public and shining a light on it is at the same time kind of a relevant thing to do. Again, I'm not deciding whether one thing is better than the other. It's a little bit tricky to know in this case, but yeah, I don't know, right? I don't know what you would do. I mean, what do you do if you can't get anyone to move, right? You've invested time and energy into something, but now when you're ready to deliver it, everyone goes, no, we're not having it, right? So what do you do in that case, right?
I would agree that it is definitely frustrating and like just a waste of everybody's time if Linus basically said that a door is open and then in practice, no, the door is not open. And so
there never was a door, right?
Yeah, and there never was a door. Yes. It is true that sometimes people do bad stuff and then they try to keep it private, and like by keeping it private they get to do bad stuff more over time, and calling this stuff out publicly is I don't know, let's call it like whistleblowing is good. I do
Lone
think
has kind of a good point there, actually. It's a shitty thing, but the only reason we're talking about it is because of the public stuff. So if no one actually, if this hadn't gone out there, we wouldn't know about it, maybe.
Yeah, but it is also true that if your behavior instigates a mob, that is 100% without a doubt a bad thing. And then you know what? Then maybe you can put it on a scale and you decide what are the pros and what are the cons. But I would say
mobs in general are pretty bad. I totally agree with you on that one. Right?
Has anybody seen what happened recently with pirate software and the insane chaos that came from?
There's something about World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it came from people dying in World of Warcraft. Oh no, I lost my level 80 character in World of Warcraft, and that is like that is like the tiny rock that starts falling, or like the tiny, I don't know, snow thingy.
The shots in Sarajevo, mate. Right? Yeah. That is. Yeah. So the thing is, I don't really. So, as with everything, I'm a very pedestrian, bland individual. You heard it here first. I don't tend to get too involved in these things because I never know what happens. So I'm at the very end of the whole thing, right? I am, since I don't have all the facts, I find it really difficult to make an informed decision around things. And this thing is difficult, right? Because I have no idea what actually happened, so I don't have like a strong opinion. But the one thing that I did see, though, that seemed to be missing from a lot of the conversations is the fact that people talked about him like he wasn't a person. Like just because you're doing something, and I talked about this on my stream as well, like the way we treat movie stars and stuff, like they're not people. We talk about them like they're not humans with feelings, right? So I mean, even if you mess up in a game, is the punishment proportionate to crime? Like, should you have your life destroyed because of a video game?
I think that's the problem, right? The moment you mobilize, whether you do it willingly, knowingly or not, but the moment you have caused a mob to mobilize, then there's no connection anymore between let's say the crime and punishment. Like the mob just acts. Every individual person in the mob wants their own personal satisfaction. And so they have no interest in like any kind of balance of that kind. So I think that talking about your experience publicly on social media, like for example, Temporis was saying the LKML isn't exactly private. That is true. The LKML is not private. It's a public piece, so it's not like people are doing things like in super secret. Although it is also true that there's like exchanges that happen off of it. Like not everything happens in there on there. So you know what? If you have a given experience and you talk about it on your social media accounts, it makes sense. It's not like you should stay silent to what you perceive to be an injustice being done to you. At the same time, I do think that depending on I do think that your platform comes with some responsibility. So if you are somebody who does have a platform, you should be considered responsible to some degree of the consequences of you using that platform. You could, just like everybody could make mistakes, you could by mistake say something that because just you're angry and then somebody else picks it up, it ends up on the register, on Hacker News, and then like a mob thing ensues and like it wasn't your intention. So that's fine. But I think that it's not like, how can I say? I can promise you it's not fun to be at the center of those things. Like look at the pirate software one. Like look at the pirate software, even under the assumption that the guy 100% fucked up in World of Warcraft and that he was wrong in not apologizing for that. Look at what happened even under those assumptions. It makes no sense. Absolute nonsense. So I do think that you should. It is your responsibility as somebody who has a platform to avoid that happening as a consequence of your actions.
I think so. So let's and I like what Mixed Nuts is saying here as well, right? It's how he handled it and own up to messing up. Okay, but so I'm not defending anything here because I don't really know the full story, but the statement kind of makes me want to say this. Is there anyone in chat who's made a mistake and when you did, you handled it perfectly? Like, is there anyone in chat who's made mistakes and not handled it perfectly? Because I think next time I fuck something up, man, if someone wants my head because of that, man, I feel like there's the people who wants you gone from the internet or the universe, they must be some pretty sainty like people, because making mistakes is what humans do, right?
No.
It's impossible. We can't exist like this, right? If I make a mistake, I kind of have to own up to it to some degree as I'm doing things in public, maybe. But I don't cease to be a human being, right? I'm not going to look at everything I do from the perspective of, am I wrong? Because I'll get nothing done. I have had disagreements with loads of you guys in chat, and it's been sometimes been really good conversations, right? But we, just because someone streams to 10,000 people doesn't mean that they are less human, right?
Yeah,
that is just not okay to treat people that way, right? I feel like I can't hold Christoph to a higher standard just because he's got a camera, right? That makes no sense. I mean, dude put tea in the microwave, okay? I mean, should we call for him to be cancelled now? I got a petition over on my stream for this now, but you know. I mean, like you have to be like in a pretty bad state. You must be up there with like Epstein to deserve to be threatened to die, right? Not fail at something in a video game. God damn it.
And like even not owing to messing up, like and he didn't own up on messing up. Okay, let's say that the guy did not properly own up on messing up. First of all, I am confident that of the 147 people watching this stream right now, at least 100 have done so in the past. You all, I'll put myself in it because I've done it also in the past. Like, you all have been playing games. You got mad at something, like you get mad because something is not going your way. You're playing a MOBA and you start accusing somebody else of playing wrong while you did not. And while the reality was that maybe the other person played like crap, but you also weren't doing all that hot yourself. So everybody does it all the time. You want to hold the streamer to a higher standard, fine. You can find a higher standard to hold them to, and like you can maybe criticize them more than you would criticize yourself. But man, from these to death threats, like what the fuck? There's a chasm in there. Like there's no connection. It's insane. But the thing is that mobs are always like this. There's one of those big books that maybe you read in school that in Italy you have one called in Italian is Promessi Sposi.
But see, this is the thing, right? Just interjecting this as well, right? When you can make mistakes as a human, we make mistakes, and then so like you guys, we're not gonna make this about pirate software, but like, are you guys saying that you're going through life, you're making mistakes, and you're being super cool about your environment, correcting your behavior? And we're talking about past the schoolyard here, right? Because that's when you learn a lot of social behavior. So in your adult life, you've made mistakes, someone has corrected your mistake in one way or another, and you have always been like super cool chief, right? You've not tried to defend yourself or anything like that, right? Again, this is just people being people. Like, we can't take the human out of the equation, because then you have nothing left, right?
I think the core point is, once a mob is like acting, then all reasonable rules of social interaction, all kinds of justice goes out the window, because everybody acts in a uncoordinated manner. Everybody piles up, and everybody's individual action isn't all that bad at the end of the day. Okay, maybe if you are sending death threats to somebody, not that good either. But you know what? One random guy sending death threats means nothing. The problem is that though this gets repeated, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, it's like it becomes insane at that point. Sorry, I'm French. It's all about revolution. Okay, I am pretty confident. Well, you know what? I would hope that in a French school, as you learn about the French Revolution, you learn all the good things that the French Revolution did, right? When you run out of bread, you can eat cake, but it gets boring after a while to eat cake, right? So you want to eat bread again. But at the same time, if I remember correctly, it's not like everything that went down during the French Revolution was exactly nice, right? When there were like all these cultural differing ideas and people like accusing each other of being like secretly a monarchist or not being a true friend of the Republic. It's like that part wasn't also nice, right? So, so yeah, mobs are a problem.
Yeah, I think it's yeah. I mean, it's okay to it's okay to just go. People make mistakes. I mean, do we hold ourselves to the same standard as we're trying to hold others, right?
No, and the answer is also no.
Yeah, because I mean, I definitely don't think, I mean, it could be like if you make a mistake, as a child, you just want this to be over with, right? And maybe you made something, you forgot to do your homework, or you ate one of the other students, and now you have to go and face the music the next day, and you got that like that feeling in your stomach, everything's terrible, you just want it to be over with, right? I mean, I can understand that grown-ups can have that feeling too. I can literally understand that. Well, I can't understand the thing, but I can understand that this is a thing. I don't think that just because everyone keeps telling you that what you're doing is wrong is going to make you see that things are wrong, right? I don't think because there's like, we tell ourselves things. There's of course there's going to be accountability for what you do, right?
Yeah, there should be.
But this has to be proportionate to what you're responsible for, right?
Yeah. Mobs are not making you accountable. Mobs are doing something else.
Mobs are not helping anyone.
Yeah. So, and then, okay, if we bring back this to the Linux kernel, then the question becomes, okay, what is then the correct, let's say, punishment or like the correct reaction for somebody who is a Linux kernel maintainer who is obstructing the Rust project, the Rust in for Linux project. Okay, let's wait for Toggle to come back.
Yeah, sorry, my kids was
real life.
Children are very selfish. They'd be like, "Oh, I'm bleeding," and like, "Oh, what do you want me to do about it? I'm not a doctor. Right? Just put the arm back where you found it."
Yeah, so I was saying,
kidnap the there we go.
Yeah,
right?
I was saying, if somebody was bad in the Linux kernel and so like was purposely obstructing Rust in the Linux kernel because they don't want it, what is the punishment for them? Let's assume that they're doing that in a bad way for bad reasons and they're like totally wrong in doing it. Then what is the punishment? It's like, I don't know what that should be, but if your point is to make sure that this gets on Hacker News and that people gang up on that person, I mean, it's kind of a dangerous game that you're playing, in my opinion, because they're not going to get a quote unquote fair trial at that
Which
point.
foundation, Joe? No, it is not. Sorry. And I think there's like the whole let's and I you know what, I have the solution right here. I'm gonna tell everyone what the solution is, right? For every Rust developer that is bitching about Rust in the Linux kernel not being a thing, they have to go and write C for a year. And for every C developer, well, you have to stay with C. It's terrible, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm kidding, of course, right? But what does Betrothed have to do with Linux?
Yeah, what does this book have to do with Linux?
It's not the word void, it's the novel. The solution is Haskell. Yes, the solution is always Haskell, because you get no bugs, because you have no developers, you have no maintainers, because there's nothing there, right? Yeah. It's just a Haskell-shaped hole where the Linux kernel should be, right?
So the relationship of the book with the Linux kernel thing is just that it's, it's a random book. Well, it's not exactly a random book, but it's kind of like famous, like maybe a little bit less than the what do you call it? Oh my God, what do you call that other one? Divina Commedia.
Divine Comedy.
Really? That's it?
No, I just translated what you said to English.
Divine Comedy. Yeah, apparently.
Okay, well, there you go then. What do I know? Everything, apparently.
I thought it had a slightly different title in English. Just Divine Comedy? Is that it? Okay, well, okay, so it's less popular than this one. Dante's Inferno. Oh, yeah, wait. Don't people call it Dante's Inferno normally? I don't know. In any case, maybe that's just the game. Maybe I'm thinking of the game.
Well, I mean, Dante's Inferno is a thing. The 7 circles or 8 circles of hell? It's the 7 circles of hell.
Yeah, but I thought that was the name that people gave to the whole book. But in any case, so long story, yeah, which is just a part of it. But in any case, the whole idea here is that this is another book where I guess one of the main themes of the book is that mobs are like never act rationally, and they're like a machine of. It's like an elephant in a what do you call it? Like in a cliff.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Store,
like
right?
In an elephant in a good grief. What's the expression? But yes, an elephant in a china shop or whatever you call it.
Yeah. And so that is one good thing, I guess, about my upbringing is that you do talk about this stuff in school, because you have to read this book, and like if you pay any attention to class, you are presented with like a good example of like the problems that mobs cause, which is funny because it's very relevant in our like contemporary life, because the setting here is very far in the past. It's very real when it comes like to anything online where you are like interacting with a ton of people. So in any case, I would agree that like, yeah, social media brigading is just not a good idea. And like I get it that it's a fight. There's like a struggle within the Linux kernel, and that you want your side to prevail, and especially if you believe that you're being done an injustice. But then at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I think you should be judged for the tools that you choose to use. That's it.
So on another note, like why do people want to contribute to the Linux kernel, right? All things considered, right? Because that seems like the least fun thing to do.
It is
difficult to maintain, large code base. People are very opinionated, and there's not like people don't seem to be like super chuffed about it to brag about it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the brag. You'd be like you'd be rolling up to the club, being like, "Hey, baby, I'm a kernel maintainer, right? What do you think?" And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna go down, though, right? Because your company pays you for it. My company pays me for nothing, Crispy. It's a rubbish argument. Freedom to be abused by a Finnish guy. Let's go. I lost faith in masses making decisions. Yeah, I mean, let's stay clear of the politics thing. Well, it's not my stream. You guys do whatever you want. But in general, right, the mob mentality, as one put it, is not ideal. So I honestly have no idea how this is going to play out, though, because Hector Martin is not the only Rust programmer in the Linux kernel, right? I think there are more. So I don't know what's going to happen in that. Just use FreeBSD. They don't need another user void, okay? Because then they have 4.
I have to say that if for some reason somebody ever decides to start pushing for Zig in the in the Linux kernel, my answer will be, good luck, man. Let me know if you need anything. And then like in parentheses,
you're on your own.
You're free to ask. Don't expect that I will necessarily give. It's like I 100% do not want to end up in any kind of discussion like this. I'm saying seriously, despite my role at the Zig Software Foundation, and I suspect also for everybody else working on Zig, it's like, yeah, you guys want Zig in the compiler, in the kernel, good for you. If you want to have a chat about the roadmap and how that might be good or bad for your plans, or you want some practical advice on how to set up the work, awesome. If you're like need any evangelism or like consensus building work, that's you. Like you manage, you do that. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I honestly do not care. If you guys want Zig, good. If you don't want Zig, oh my god, it's all on you. I will complain though if my Wi-Fi driver keeps crashing because that's shitty. But that's where it will stop.
I like the idea of being able to write external kernel modules in SIG, but SIG in the Linux kernel is a bit of a non-issue, right? Because you can already compile C with it, right? So it's
if you take at face value what was his name, Helwig was saying, he did not want any kind of like multi-language situation in the kernel. So that person probably, given what they wrote, would not be happy with Zig either. So I am not going to fight that guy. So I just I don't care. It's like I have better things to do in my life. So
no ABI compatibility though. Are you talking about SIG? But surely you can turn on ABI compatibility.
Yeah, you can.
SIG,
you can turn it on. You can turn it on. But the point is that
for those of you who are watching this, if you think that you're gonna write standard vanilla idiomatic Rust like you see in TUI projects and stuff in the Linux kernel, you are vastly mistaken. That Rust is gonna look very, very different, right? Yes, there are like areas where you can write that kind of Rust, but you still have to interrupt with the C. You're still gonna have a lot of unsafe and C-style programming happening in there, right? Oh, there was something I was gonna say, and I kind of completely escaped my mind. Oh yes, this. On top of all this thing, right? What are we talking about? The current maintainers of the Linux kernel and all that, right? I would be interested to know how many new maintainers around, say, the age of 35 and below has joined the Linux kernel in the last 5 years, right? How many new young developers are engaging in working on the Linux kernel? How many new contributors? And I'm not talking about like some dude fixing a typo and submitting a patch, asking ChatGPT how to submit the patch. I'm not talking about that. I'm just curious how many new people are actually joining to work on the Linux kernel that are, sort of young and not gray beard, right? 35 and below, what, having an age limit? Because I think there's a lot of people, the people who are like 35 and below, they're growing up with things like .NET and Rust and these more modern languages, right? People who are sort of like 40 and above, they grew up with C and C++. So it's going to be 6. There's going to be more people who are interested in more modern languages in the age group, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to dismiss anyone here or make anyone feel old, okay? And give it to a gap, right? The Sigmas, right? But of course, I'm kind of, but that's what I'm interested in, like to know how many new young contributors you get, right? Do you get any new young contributors?
That is a very good point. You know what that reminded me also, talking about like potential like senile bullshit. So by the way, senile, I don't know if you ever encountered that term. It's hilarious. Like written C-nile, and it basically means like you're like an old C programmer, right? But you're not okay anymore. You're starting to get senile. It's I love it as a term, but like when it comes to that, I remember there was a thread on Hacker News about Zig self-hosting, where some people were saying that it was a very bad idea to self-host Zig, because the only people that you would want to contribute to the compiler need to be people that are willing to write C++. And that by opening the door to people who are not willing to write C++, the quality of your code will go down.
But then you could say, what's the point of SIG then? You're making a language, but you don't want people to use it?
That's the whole problem, the statement of Zig, right? What's out there, like C++, we don't like it enough. It's not good enough for us. but then, at the same time, the machismo of like being one that uses C++, like, I guess it just was a senile person writing that, I guess.
Now, I think I wonder how many people are contributing to it. So, like, especially since it's difficult to make a real world estimation because the internet machine is loud. So it's difficult to say how many people in reality care about how Linus is phrasing himself, right? if we were supposed to believe and follow the trends on how we're supposed to deal with each other, and to be perfectly clear, I do not believe that insulting people and abusing people is going to lead to better quality. You can dismiss something without being a D-bag about it, right? But I do believe that young people are going to be a lot more concerned about this than people who are in a different age group, right? So I do think that I'm guessing that there are fewer contributors to the Linux kernel now than there was some years ago, right? But that's purely a speculation, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You want to get to the main piece finally?
Yeah. Oh shit, we were going somewhere. Let's do it, man.
Yeah.
I have to say, we've had like a pretty, it's 157 views. Good on us. But we've had a pretty serious conversation, and I'm not necessarily a very serious individual. I get very serious when it comes to people getting hurt, right? But other than that, I'm never being this serious, right? So let's roll with it and see where this goes, right?
Yeah. So give me a sec, because I'm trying to see if I can find the C++ comment, because it was hilarious. But I might need 1 second more to see if I can find it. Man, I don't think I can find it. That is disappointing, because it was such a juicy comment. It like, this person just could not fathom why you would want to open the door to somebody who does not want to write C++ code. Oh man.
I mean, that feels like such an odd filter as well.
Yeah, it's a very old filter. Yeah,
it's like saying we only want you to contribute to the SIG compiler if you're willing to punch yourself in the face, so we know that you can deal with pain respectively, right? It's like, no, that is not a good metric, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, that is not a good metric.
Shall we embark?
Let's do. Oh, before we do, right? How are you doing for like tea and bathroom breaks?
I'm actually good. Because if you want to take one, I can hold the fort.
All right, I'm gonna top up my tea.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll be back in a tick.
Did you already see the Greg KH posting? No. Sorry, whenever somebody says Greg, I'm thinking Gregory. So, do you have a link, the pesky? By the way, links are welcome. If anybody has links to things that add flaccid pucker. So, where does this go in the timeline? Mason Program Pharmacy, do you mind giving feedback? Sure. Oh, I have one feedback for you. Do not put flags for LLVM and LLD that way. On macOS, it's impossible to build your project with those flags, because on macOS, you cannot say no to LLVM. You have to say yes to LLVM. And then there's the, and then for the linker on macOS, we don't use LLD. We cannot use LLD. So the only way for Forest Z to build on macOS is yes LLVM, no LLD. Just so you know. And more in general, I would say you probably don't want to change the defaults, because the defaults are like what's good for you in general. So I don't know, keep that in mind. I can understand that maybe you just want to make it easier for you to use like the custom backends. Just, I don't know, be aware. Just as a side note, we use Zig to link our Rust code at work. Nice. Are you using what's called Zig cargo Zig build? Is that what you're using? Lemao, the Greg KH comment about the C++ standards committee. Oh God. Okay. Well, yeah, I need to go through these. So should I? Okay. So the question is this something that we should read after or before reading the post from Hector Martin? Where does this go in the timeline? I'm open to reading it. I just want to know where it goes. Before. Okay. Before. Oh, okay. I would like a authoritative answer from Da Pesky, who is the one that provided the link originally, if possible. It would just give me more confidence. No disrespect, guys. It would just give me more confidence. It's related because it's about Rust in the kernel, but it's not directly related. Either or is fine, probably. Okay. Well, Da Pesky, you know what? I need you to give an authoritative decision before or after. You choose, and then I will follow your wishes after. After it's gonna be then. Okay, I'm gonna leave it behind. Fits the lore better. Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of what I was concerned with. Like, I can imagine that you can read them in whichever order and like you survive, but there's probably like a preferred order that works better than the other one. So, cool. What should we do while we're waiting for Toggle to come back? Should we watch some more Spider-Man and Elsa stuff on on YouTube? In the case, let's see. Improvements to Forest Z. People are actually saying yes. Why? Why do you want to see Spider-Man and Elsa? Yo. Oh, nice. Help sub command? No. Help flag, that's fine. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Path to project root, flags. Project total. Print stats for each project. Files. Print individual file stats. Sort. Query. Sort files when printing file by query, where query is one of code name. Like, okay, so project total. Okay, and that gives you the breakdown. So Forest Z. Why am I seeing Forest Z as the starting point? I'm probably doing something weird that you don't expect. You don't expect me invoking this command from outside the target directory. Let's see. Super MD, lines 2000, code, 100 lines of comments. Okay. Total lines, 97,000, code, 80,000, 8,000 lines of comments, 9,000 lines of blanks. How do you have a way of splitting per language? Because, or actually, for example, do you count any of the C code? I'm guessing you don't, because otherwise this guy would probably be way bigger. Although, no, wait, 30,000 lines. Zig is not supported yet. Interesting. So, what? I do find it suspicious, though, that the 3-seater dependency counts for 26,000 lines of code. Seems a little bit sus to me. It's not the parsers. Yeah, wait, because they come from flow syntax, so they're embedded in flow syntax. But then why are we counting 26,000 lines from 3-seater? YAML. Welcome back, Toggle.
Thank you, thank you. So did what are we looking at?
Just a tool that Andrew Krevsky is working on that basically does line counts for your Zig project, but also is like dependency aware. So it follows your dependencies as you have them in your zone file, and then it gives you
Nice.
Yeah, collected stats. So while you were away, we also gained another piece of lore that we are gonna read after we're done reading this. But it shouldn't be like super long, so it should be fine.
Let's do it.
Okay. Shall I embark?
Go for it.
Okay, as usual, stop me if you have any point to make. So, back in the late 2000s, I was a major contributor to the Wii homebrew scene. At the time, I worked on software, people call them jailbreaks these days, to allow users to run their own unofficial apps on the Nintendo Wii. I was passionate about my work, and the team I was part of, Team Tweezers, later Fail Overflow, despite that, I ended up burning out, primarily due to the very large fraction of entitled users. Most people using our software just wanted to play pirated games, something we did not support, condone, or directly enable. We kept playing a cat and mouse game with the manufacturer to keep the platform open, only to see our efforts primarily used by people who just wanted to steal other people's work, and very loudly felt entitled to it. It got really old after a while. As newer game consoles were released, I ended up focusing on Linux ports purely for fun and didn't attempt to build any community nor work on the jailbreaks/exploits that would end up becoming a tool used by pirates. When Apple released the M1, I realized that making it run Linux was my dream project. The technical challenges were the same as my console homebrew projects in the past, in fact much bigger, but this time the platform was already open. There was no need for a jailbreak and no drama and entitled users who want to pirate software to worry about. And running Linux on an M1 was a much bigger deal than running it on a PS4. I launched the Asahi Linux project and received an immense amount of support and donations. Incredibly, I had the support I needed to make the project happen just a few days after my call to action, so I got to work. The first couple of years were amazing, as we brought the platform from nothing to one of the smoothest Linux experiences you can get on a laptop. Sure, there were /are still some bits and pieces of hardware support missing, but the overall experience rivaled or exceeded what you could get on most x86 laptops. And we built it all from scratch with zero vendor support or documentation. It was an impossible feat, something that had never been done before, and we pulled it off. Unfortunately, things became less fun after a while. First, there were the issues upstreaming code into the Linux kernel, which I've already spoken at length about and I won't repeat here. Suffice it to say, being in a position to have to upstream code across practically every Linux subsystem, touching drivers of all categories, as well as common code, is an incredibly frustrating experience. Clarification, this has nothing to do with Rust at this point. It's well before Rust for Linux was even merged. Upstreaming to Linux is a terrible experience in C2. So, yeah, it seems that it wasn't fun even before Rust. But then also came the entitled users, so I guess this comes back. This time, it wasn't about stealing games, it was about features. When is Thunderbolt coming? Asahi is useless to me until I can use monitors over USB-C. The battery life sucks compared to macOS. Nobody ever complained when compared to x86 laptops, ... I can't even check my CPU temperature. Yes, I seriously got that one. Edit. This wasn't just a few instances. I've seen variations of the first three posted hundreds of times by now, including takes like Thunderbolt/DP alt are never going to happen. A few times is fine, but the same thing repeated over and over again every day while we're trying to make these things happen will get to anyone.
Yeah. So on that one, right? This is an interesting one, right? Because I can definitely see it from the developer's perspective, right? When you read a comment like "When is Thunderbolt coming?" So you're calling that like users being entitled, okay? But this depends on how you read it and how you perceived the comment, right? Because I was in here the other day being like, "Hey, Sig, when's Async Await coming?" Right? Mm-hmm. And Well, I didn't really say that, but sort of, right? And then the question is like, what am I saying, right? Am I demanding async await? Am I saying like, Sig is rubbish, it doesn't have async await, or am I just asking a question? So when is Thunderbolt coming? Is this just a passing question by someone who's interested, or is this someone demanding something, right? And when you demand things, but you can read it as both, right? So if you're working on something, and some of you might have experienced this thing. You worked on something for a very long time, and you have this amazing stack of features that are just sitting there to dazzle the world with this thing. You have comp time, you have all these fancy things, you have whatever you have, right? And you're ready to show the world, but no one's like, all right, good work, right? Instead, it's like, yeah, but where's async await, right? Like, we're dismissing all the work you've done, and we demand this one thing, right? So from the developer's perspective, I can see how that's like, oh, fucking hell, man. Are you guys ever happy with anything? I can see that.
Yeah,
right?
I think the worst part is the part where he says, what is it? People saying things like Thunderbolt DP alt are never going to happen. It's like you tell people, yeah, this is not ready yet. We'll work on it. I don't have a precise timeline, but yes, we do plan to work on it. And then people go around saying, yeah, nah, this is never going to happen. So like they since you didn't give it to them right away, they now are saying, yeah, this is never going to happen, and they go spread misinformation around.
And the thing is, from the person who's spreading that information, they sort of, why should they kind of prefix this thing? But they should. But they're probably not thinking about the implication of what they're doing, right? They're like, I mean, I get this lovingly from people, and I don't mind that people say these things, but they're like, when's this thing gonna be? When's your thing gonna be released, right? Are we looking at 2026, 2027? People are joking about it. And just for clarity, those who are joking about it, please feel free to continue. This is no skin off my back. I don't mind it. I love that you guys even care about it, right? But if you are working on something and people are going to other people, having a conversation about what you're doing, saying something that isn't true. Oh yeah, no, this is never gonna happen, right? It's like me. Okay, hang on. It's like me going to my community, talking to all my lovely people there, going like, oh, Sig's never gonna get this one thing. It's never gonna happen, right? Sig is never gonna be a thing, right? And I'm making just a flippant, off-the-cuff remark with no concern whatsoever for the programmers who are building things. Right? Just making making conversation. Oh, it's gonna be forever. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna take off, right? And this is tiresome to hear when you're working on something, right?
You know what? In a sense, this is so. Going back to your point of like with what tone are people using when asking questions, like when making these requests? And I think to some degree, we're basically circling back to the mob thing, because what's happening is that your user base, to some degree, acts as a mob, like especially if you have a big user base, right? Because they individually have interactions that aren't necessarily all that bad. Some people do, maybe. Some people, like the people that say, oh, yeah, it's never going to happen, that those people suck. But maybe all the other ones are just like individually, they are not doing anything weird. It's just that you're subjected to 1,000 of those interactions in a short span of time, and now you're basically getting overrun by the mob to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's a death by 1,000 cuts, right? Yeah. It's just wears you down, and I can totally see that, right? And the more burnout you suffer, the worse you're gonna interpret the world around you. Okay,
yeah.
If you've been out for a run or whatever, you're feeling great, you've had your breakfast, everything's fantastic, and someone cuts you off in traffic, you're not gonna care about it. But if everything is going wrong, you're tired, you burn out, you're working all the time, and now the smallest thing is just gonna set off all these feelings, right? Of like doom and dismay. Nothing is working. You're making no progress. Everything is terrible, and that comes with a burnout. So I can definitely see how this thing will wear someone down.
But here's my criticism of Hector, And again, this is a little bit of also foreshadowing because we'll see more. I think that if you do open source, you have to do open source for yourself, or basically some reason that isn't doing it for others. If you're doing open source as a form of altruism, you fucked up. And like yeah, like because it's untenable. And I think we will see this in the rest of the blog post. Like the point of I'm doing this because I want to have, like, you have to want to do open source despite your users, not for your users, because it's the only reasonable way.
Like, bye, Void. All right, I get you. It's like the thing is, I do open source because I build things that I want. I build things that I want to exist, but I also build things that I want other people to. There is some kind of altruistic, but it's not true altruism if you require the validation, right? Then it's no longer true altruism, I guess, right?
Yes. And I think Jim is like hitting the nail on the head. Like this entitlement, quote unquote entitlement language, it hints at that like mechanical problem. The mechanical problem is that if the satisfaction that you get from your work comes from outside, from your user base,
the extrinsic
gratifying you, you are toast. And it's not like I'm not saying this in a absolute sense. There might be contexts where you can do this and it works, but I am confident that if you try to do this in open source, you lost the game. Like there is no happy ending for you. Like you're straight up going for the bad ending, and like no way of getting out of it. Okay, shall we continue?
What's the alternative? I have to Google. Okay, happy ending. Hang on, let me just write this into
No, don't Google that.
But burnout is a very real thing, and we are very much responsible for our own feelings and how we deal with these things, and that is certainly a thing. I have personally said on stream, I am going through burnout, so I am unwilling to put up with all the bullshit, so I might turn chat off or whatever, right? As an indication to not just to the viewers to understand why I sound like an angry sardine, but more like this is something that is happening. I'm paying attention to it. If I don't, then we can't do any streaming because I'll be crying in the corner, right? So there's like you kind of have to be responsible for these things. It is such a balance, right? It is such a balance when it comes to this stuff, right?
And to be clear, I'm not saying that you need to be hostile towards your users. Absolutely not. You need to be benevolent. You cannot be a good software developer if you're not benevolent towards your users. But maintaining that benevolence on a mechanical level requires you to put boundaries and have a structure behind your motivations that is not going to crumble when facing reality. And I think that this is what's happening here. I think that this person's motivations simply crumbled in the face of the reality of doing work in public. Shall we continue?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, and of course, when is M3/M4 support coming? For a long time, after we had a stable release, people kept claiming that that Asahi Linux and Fedora Asahi Remix in particular were alpha and unstable and not suitable for a daily driver, despite thousands of users, myself included, daily driving it and even using it for servers. No matter how much we did, how many impossible feats we pulled off, people always wanted more and more. Meanwhile, donations and pledges kept slowly decreasing and have done so since the project launched. Not enough to spell immediate doom for my dream of working on Asahi full-time in the short term, but enough to make me wonder if any of this was really appreciated. The all-time...
I think that's a pretty dark text. Sorry, finish the paragraph and we'll come back to that sentence.
The all-time peak monthly donation volume was the very first month or two. It seemed the more things were accomplished, the less support we had.
I think that comes from... probably people who are really excited and motivated in the beginning are gonna do that, and then that will slow down over time. I think that's probably it depends on how you work it as well when it comes to promoting and doing things as well, right? But if we go back to that one sentence that says, makes me wonder if any of this was really appreciated. So it's a little bit difficult to read this in a voice that doesn't say, "Hi, I'm a victim," right? It's a little bit of self-victimization or whatever you call it there, because it's ridiculous. Of course, their work was appreciated. I think you can probably find countless blog posts talking positively about Asahi Linux. I personally have even, not that this person would know who I am, but I personally have mentioned Asahi Linux to people who asked about Linux on the new ARM-based Macs. And I think most of you in chat know what Asahi Linux is. And I don't think any of you feel like it's shit and you hate it, right? I don't think anyone feels like this was not something that's appreciated. But the further away you are from it, you're going to appreciate it in the group of Linux is great, maybe more than specifically one person's effort. And in the same way, I'm not sitting here really appreciating the work that the people did behind Alacrity. I love using it, but I'm not sitting here praising it. Doesn't mean that I don't appreciate it, right?
Yeah. It's the nature of open source. Like, the reason why I have a job mainly is because I work at the Z Software Foundation, and part of what I do is to make sure that people think about Zig from time to time, so that also we keep getting donations. Because yes, also for Zig, donations are like slowly declining over time if you do nothing, even though we are working hard and like getting to a point of delivering something actually pretty well, maybe not an impossible feat, but something pretty cool, which is incremental compilation. So that is going to be super cool. But yes, donations will go down over time. It's like, I guess from my perspective, is it's not even a matter of moral judgment over that person's motivations, but rather a more like more detached assessment that this motivation structure is just untenable. This is going nowhere. Like, regardless whether you're right or wrong of having the perspective in a more moral sense, in practice, this just does not work. Like, the relationship between you as a creator and your audience, your users, is not one that can accommodate for this motivation structure.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to add to that. I do think that this is what naturally happens to projects, that donations are going to go down as people pay less and less attention to it.
100%.
And it's just, I'm sure that's going to happen to, I don't even know if Rust has any like donations happening anywhere anymore. I have no idea what the story is there, right?
Well, I think the foundation takes membership fees, but those are not exactly donations. And as far as I know, it's just not run that way. But take another project that runs off of donations, and I can promise you that everybody experiences the same things. You get an initial peak when there's like a lot of hype, and then over time there's going to be less hype. And the way you can tweak this is by being a good storyteller. If you are able to make a compelling narrative around the new things that you're working on, because you will be working on interesting stuff also as you continue, but there will be a natural decline, and especially if you're not good at doing that communication, donations will just steadily go down. That is guaranteed, because let me put it this way. What I just said, I would say, is objective reality. Now I'll add some more personal opinion. The way I see this is that when you're doing this kind of open source work, you're not really in the business of exchanging software for donations. You're kind of in the content creator market. So you're selling basically a story, an experience. You're selling the narrative around what you're doing, and what you're doing, like the concrete thing that you're doing is going to be, let's say, the final payoff. But like, people do not donate to Zig necessarily for the work that we do on the compiler. They donate to Zig also for the surrounding narrative of overhauling a like moldy C toolchain that has been broken for like 40 years. Yeah. So that is what people care about. Like, here's another like interesting example of a non-particularly big success. But it's still very interesting. Have you heard of Rui Ueyama? Ueyama? In any case, the creator of Mold. Going back to Mold,
the Mold linker.
The Mold linker, yes. when he started, there was a bunch of interest in the project. There was a bunch of hype. But then a linker is by itself kind of a boring piece of technology. And like you want to have a good linker, and it does make some sense. But to like there is some interest in a linker, but not a ton. And so basically what happened is that Rui started with certain plans in mind, and then over time interest just declined. And then I think the nail on the coffin for his monetization plan for the mold linker kind of came from Ethan
Boris.
Thank you for the $15 to the ZSF. That's what we're talking about.
Nice one.
So over time, what happened is that then after he kind of made some noise about being able to making a better linker, then I believe that Apple decided to tackle reholing, like making a better linker on themselves. I don't remember if it's just Apple for macOS or if it was like a more general thing. But long story short, basically over time, the mold, while still being somewhat compelling, it wasn't that like the new wave thing anymore, and so people just stopped caring, and he had to pivot some of his decision making around how he expected things to work in the business model. So yeah, people need to you have to be in their head. If you're not in the people's head, then you will not get donations.
No, and I think there's another thing. There's another part of this as well, right? How percentage goes to Twitch?
0. Donating.
All right, there you go.
Donating.
It's cool that you made that work with Bork as well, right? Does it work? So do you have like is this coming through like the Twitch API?
This comes from the WebSocket API.
Oh, nice one. All right. Okay. So what I was gonna say is, yes, you're gonna get like an initial hype at the beginning as well, and this is just it's not just the monetary aspect of it. You're gonna get people being like really excited, and it's gonna give you this uplifting thing where people go, oh, a new linker or whatever it is, or a new programming language is great. I love it. But that enthusiasm isn't around all the time, and if you're depending on that enthusiasm, then you're gonna run out of the enthusiasm fund, right? So there's nothing left in the end. And if this is your fuel, then you're gonna stop your project after 3 months or whatever, because people, even though people are liking it, they're just not constantly gonna tell you, right?
Yes. And the only way of making it work is for you to understand the business that you're in. You need to understand that you're not in the business of exchanging donations for software. You're in the business of exchanging donations for stories, for storytelling.
And now we got one donation from Temporis there, $15. That should buy us a pretty good story, but we're gonna get even more. If we get $100, we're gonna get embarrassing childhood stories from Christoph. All right. And I'll throw in a fashionable hat, all right, in the next half an hour, okay? I used to work for QVC, right? If we get $100 for the next half hour, we get embarrassing childhood stories from Christoph, and I throw in a fashionable hat. Let's go. Let's see it, okay? Is this going to work? Am I promoting SIG properly? This is why Andrew is developing SIG, so you guys know this, right? It is for these stories, okay? He was bored one day. We were also on Netflix, and here we are, okay? This is exactly how it goes, right?
And oh man, like you're making a programming language. Holy shit. Every time you make a decision, somebody will hate your guts for it. No matter what you choose. You choose A, some people will hate you for it. You choose minus A or you choose B, some other people will hate you for it. Like, no, there is no escape from it. So like you have to, you cannot look at software, open source software development that way. It just doesn't work. So here's then, Toggle, maybe another interesting consequence.
I'm just going to give your viewers some incentive, okay? What they can expect if we get $100 donation in the next 30 minutes, okay?
How you're doing
right? I could be wearing this, okay? Right? This is why Andrew invented SIG, by the way. Okay, let's go.
You know what's interesting? Before the Software Foundation existed, when I just had started learning about SIG, on my own, I ended up donating like $50 a month to the ZSF. sorry, no, they didn't exist. To Andrew directly. I was donating $50 a month to Andrew, I think through GitHub sponsors. I'm not so sure, but I was donating it to him one way or another. And that was the first time in my life that I had ever donated to an open source project. So I guess the point is that I understand the perspective of somebody who kind of, appreciates the work being done to some degree, but is still not emotionally involved enough to ever really bother spending even a non-consequential amount of money, like even like $2 a month. I had never done that. I never really cared about doing that. So you need to understand that you need to create like quote unquote an emotional connection with your audience. Otherwise, you're going nowhere. And so I guess my point is that if you don't have that understanding, then you're not going to be able to make this work. And at the same time, what this sentence makes me think, you remember that I was saying back when we were reading the original email from Hector where he was saying like, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of that. The reason why I was saying I'm not entirely sold on these on all these arguments is because I do think that if you have this perspective, this, in my opinion, unbalanced perspective, then how can I say? Then it's kind of guaranteed that you will burn out when trying to work with the kernel people, because you don't have a balanced stance in yourself. So even before getting into interacting with the baroque and regressive contribution process for the kernel, even before then, you're just not okay on your own.
I feel like there's definitely like a blog post in this when it comes to sort of preparing yourself for working on open source software. Like the aspect that you might not think about, the fact that you have the quote unquote the high when everyone says that, oh, what you're building is amazing, it's great. But then the low when these people aren't around anymore to carry you through this, right? Because that certainly happens, right? You make something and people are writing about it. People are doing talks about the thing you made. You're really excited. And then you work on this thing for a while and then it's just cricket sounds, right? You don't see or hear anyone talk about this anymore. You got lots of horrible bugs to fix. There's no one there to boost your spirit. There's no extrinsic forces lifting you up anymore. And you're sitting there grinding away at this thing, which now, because of the beautiful positive thing that you experienced, is now lacking from you while you're working on this thing. So you start to feel a form of entitlement even, right? That like, why aren't people celebrating what I'm doing? It's amazing. It's, so I kind of get that, right? I am not saying that the person, Hector in this case, is entitled for feeling this way. Not at all. I'm saying that you kind of expect this. And I think it's kind of interesting. Neuroside says, I'm scared of accepting any money for work related to my open source project because I feel I'll be obligated to do stuff I don't really care about. That is a very common thought, and that's very easy to mitigate by simply stating any donations go to supporting me working on this project. No donation gets special preferential treatment, and donation does not count towards implementing certain features and these kind of things. So you can very, very clearly word this. I think that people who donate to open source and who support projects, they're doing so not because of any other reason that they want to show appreciation for what you're doing. It's different if a large corporation donates to you, right? That's a different story. But if someone, an individual, contributes or donates to some work that you're doing, is just them saying, I appreciate that you're doing this, right? And I want to show you this appreciation.
Okay, let's continue.
Let's do it.
I knew burnout.
I can't believe we didn't get a single donation. Thank you, Temporis, though, right? We didn't get a single person to latch on to that, man. Nothing. I have failed the SIG project. All right, do continue. I'm so sorry.
I knew burnout was a very real risk and managed this by limiting my time spent on certain areas, such as kernel upstreaming. This worked reasonably well and was mostly sustainable at the time. Then 2024 happened. Last year was incredibly tumultuous for me due to personal reasons, which I won't go into detail about. Suffice it to say, I ended up traveling for most of the year, all the while having to handle various abusers and stalkers who harassed and attacked me and my family and continue to do so.
I kind of wonder about like what does that mean, right? Like, because if you literally attack someone's wife because of the state of an open source project, you are completely detached from reality. But
these people are out
what
there.
The story is.
Yeah. But you know what? Here I think it's like very easy to believe that the things were as bad as we're being told, because man, insane people do exist out there, and especially if you are, you know what? Okay. I don't mean this to how can I say? I don't mean to make this point as an accusation to Hector, but I do think because nobody deserves this. But I do think that if you are, if you have a not sufficiently detached relationship with your audience, and you have a social communication channel, well, like your let's say your Twitter or your Mastodon, whatever.
That's
right?
fair, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm just injecting that.
Where it's
whoa, let's go, Invisible Cat.
Thank you.
There we go.
Cat.
So what are we up to now? We're up to 40. Okay, let's get 60 more. Okay, 60 more. We're gonna get some hat time. All right, you're gonna see a grown man wearing this hat. 60 more. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. And Christoph, you have to think of an embarrassing enough anecdotes from your child. You don't have to do that. I can tell one of my own if you can't come up with anything.
Yeah, maybe I can think of something. Yeah. So I guess my point is that, and then if you have if your social communication tone is always very neurotic because you have to face with all this constant unhappiness with what's going on and dissatisfaction, and then you will tend, in my opinion, to expose yourself to this kind of weird people, and so like, yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see this happening. Like with Zig, even you know what? Even if you don't, you get this stuff. With Zig, we had some people that for some reason hated either Zig or Andrew. Oh my God, the donations are coming. Thank you for the $15.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Don to see us. So what are we up to now? 55? Am I mathing this right? 55. It means 45 more and it's going to be hat time. Come on, let's do it. We will have a cheat. Oh my flipping God. There we go.
Oh my God. Neuroscience.
Nice one. Nice one. Okay, hang on then. I don't know how I'm going to do the headphones with this thing. Okay, hang on. Have you heard that you can donate to the SIG community? Have you heard that? I have heard that. Whoa, let's go! Right, let me get these on somehow. I don't know how this is gonna work. I probably can't hear you. This is goofy as fuck, mate. I love it. Okay. There we go. Right, there we go. I bet get a hello at least from Andrew in my chat next time I talk about SIG, right? I'm kidding, of course. Good. Oh, Christoph, what story do you got? Oh man, good move, Neuroscience. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Okay, let me think. An embarrassing story from my childhood.
Embarrassing, funny, not embarrassing as my mom left at the train station and she never came back.
Yeah,
so that's gonna bring it down.
Okay, I have one. So, at a point in time when I was like maybe 7 or 8 years old, I started questioning whether my parents were really my parents, because
I've done that too.
I realized that I actually didn't know for sure, and so I started questioning that. And I remember asking my mom if she was actually for real my mom.
Something every parent wants to hear, right?
Yeah, and around that time, I started it was a questioning time of my life, because I also started wondering if my parents could use magic and did not want me to know that it could. So I remember going to bed, faking going to bed, and then basically exiting the house. So imagine like a house, in the countryside. So exiting the house and spying on them from outside windows to see if I could catch them using magic.
That is absolutely fantastic. I have asked that question as well as a child. So I wonder if my parents are like really my parents. I wonder if all kids do that at some point, right? Because you look a lot like your mom's friend Kenneth, so you start asking questions, right? I get that, right? Did you catch them, right? Did you see your parents do magic?
No, I did not catch them do magic, nor any other weird behavior. Luckily, I guess for everybody.
You know what? That is fantastic. So I wonder what they would do, right? If they find out. And they'd be like, oh yeah, so what were you doing in the bushes? And what would you explain that, right? I wanted to see if you can do magic. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of sweet though, because you're putting your parents on this pedestal where they can literally do everything, right?
Yeah. I think what the thing that caused this was basically me kind of realizing that Santa wasn't real and them lying to me about Santa. And that had like a cascading, basically, effect on my worldview at the time.
Santa effect. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Oh, that is hilarious, man. That is funny. That was worth it. Good work, everyone. I'm still trying to figure out the headphone thing here, right? I'm gonna struggle a little with it. Okay. Do you want to continue the story of Hector? And I'm gonna try to get my headphones working here. Okay. All right, we only got one here. The other one's kind of stuck.
So,
oh man.
Okay. I did make some progress in 2024, but this left me in a very vulnerable position. I hadn't gotten nearly as much as I work done as I'd liked, and the users weren't getting any quieter about demanding more features and machine support. We shipped conformant Vulkan drivers and a whole emulation stack for x86 64 games and apps, but we were still stuck without DP alt mode. A feature which requires deep reverse engineering, debugging, and kernel surgery to pull off, and which, if it were to be implemented properly and robustly, would require a major refactor of certain kernel subsystems, or perhaps even the introduction of an entirely new subsystem. I slowly started to ramp up work again at the beginning of this year, feeling very stressed out and guilty about having gotten very little work done for the previous year. Quote-unquote full DP alt support was still a ways away, and we were hoping to ship a limited version that only worked on a specific Type-C port for each machine type in the first month or two of the year. Sven had gotten some progress into the PHY code in December, so I picked it up and ended up beating the code of 3 drivers into enough shape that it mostly worked reliably. Even though it wasn't the best approach, it was the most I could manage without having another huge bike shed discussion with the kernel community. I did try to bring the subject up on the mailing list, but I didn't get much response. The issues Rust for Linux has had surviving as an upstream Linux project are well documented, so I won't repeat them in detail here. Suffice it to say, I consider Linus's handling of the integration of Rust into Linux a major failure of leadership. Such a large project needs significant support from major stakeholders to survive, while his approach seemed to have been to just wait and see. Meanwhile, multiple subsystem maintainers downstream of him have done their best to stonewall or hinder the project, issue unacceptable verbal abuse, and generally hurt morale with no consequence. One major Rust for Linux maintainer already resigned a few months ago. As you know, this is deeply personal to me, as I've made a bet on Rust for Linux for Azai, not just for fun or just for memory safety either. Rust is the entire reason our GPU driver was able to succeed in the time it did. We have 2 more Rust drivers in our downstream tree now, and a third one on the stack to be rewritten from C to Rust, because Rust is simply much better suited to the unique challenges we face, and the C driver is becoming unmaintainable. This is, by the way, the same reason the new Nova driver for NVIDIA GPUs is being written in Rust. Okay, I don't know if I can be on board in like using NVIDIA as a good example for anything, but anyway, yeah, sorry.
NVIDIA and the Linux community has a bit of a frictionful track record there, right?
To be fair, it's not like I have precise knowledge over the code base. I do observe that the drivers are ginormous. They want to force me to sign up for their stupid NVIDIA experience thing. I have experienced a bunch of crashes from NVIDIA. I don't know if you ever tried to use the NVIDIA noise canceling stuff in OBS. It keeps bugging out. It's horrible. So anyway, Nova is an open source driver. Not sure how much NVIDIA is involved besides it being for the hardware. Oh, cool. Then it's good. Never mind. I take everything back. Okay. More modern programming languages are better suited to writing drivers for more modern hardware with more complexity and novel challenges, unsurprisingly. Some might be wondering why we can't just let the Rust situation play out on its own over a longer period of time, perhaps several more years, and simply maintain things downstream until then. One reason is that, of course, this situation is hurting developer morale in the present. Another is that our Apple GPU driver is itself major evidence that Rust for Linux is fit for purpose. It was the first big driver to be written from scratch in Rust and brought along with it lots of development in Rust kernel abstractions. Simply not aiming for upstream might be seen as lack of interest and hurt the chances of survival of the Rust for Linux effort, but there's more. In fact, the Linux kernel development model is, perhaps paradoxically, designed to encourage upstream and punish downstream forks. While it is possible to, well, I'm not sure if this is paradoxical.
I was gonna like pause there. Like, could someone who understands this elaborate on this thing? Because I am not entirely sure I understand this. Right? I don't know how this works.
I guess the argument would be that given that it is open source and open source in general should basically make it should be a model designed to make it easy for you to fork stuff and maintain your fork if you want to. So I think that's why it's considered a paradox. Oh no, we're losing still to Mentor.
Wait, so downstream, but upstream would be you submitting requests to merge code, right?
Linus is the ultimate upstream. Then you have, I think the way it's structured is that you have the ultimate upstream being the official Linux repository. Then you have, let's say, subsystem maintainers that probably maintain their own separate repositories, and that can be considered upstream for you if you are if you're forking them and like you want to basically then upstream the code to those maintainers, who will in turn then eventually upstream everything to Linus. So like it's basically this hierarchical relationship, and who is above you is considered upstream, who's below you is considered downstream.
Oh, so looking at what Neurosite is saying here, so are you saying that the downstream forks are a pain because the kernel developers tend to change things like APIs and stuff and break what your code depends on?
Yes, if you have a downstream fork, then every time you want to update, you will get potential conflicts or breakages because people change code unaware of your changes, and then it's on you to maintain that stuff. If you want an example of this. For example, back when I worked at Redis, AWS was really annoyed at the fact that Redis did not want to have SSL support directly baked into Redis. And so what they did was that they had a quote-unquote downstream fork of Redis, where basically AWS had Redis and then implemented in Redis on their end SSL support. But that meant that every time that Redis updated, then they would get, every time they wanted to merge, pull in those changes, they would get breakages of all kind, and it was up to them to fix those. So they were pressuring Anti-Res to merge SSL support, TLS support in his case, sorry. So they were pressuring Anti-Res to merge TLS support, because that way they wouldn't have to maintain that stuff anymore. It would be in the main projects tree. And so it would be Anti-Res's job to make sure that that stuff keeps working.
There's actually, I feel like this sentence here puts so much light into the situation more than anything at this point, almost in the whole conversation. Because if this is how it works, the Linux kernel is constantly breaking internal APIs, and you are severely penalized as maintaining downstream code.
Yes.
And we basically have a situation where there are two groups of people, no one wants to move and no one can move because downstream people want to be upstream people, right? But upstream people want to be able to break their shit, but they can't because of downstream people if they become upstream people. So this is a little bit of a situation, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a problem that needs to like how do you even solve that?
That's a good question. The only way of solving it, I think, people agreeing to take on some quote unquote extra work. Like they need to agree on a direction. Otherwise, there is no solution. And you know what's funny is that I think that if you think about this puts a bit into perspective than the promise of saying, yeah, you won't have to worry because we will maintain those bindings. There is probably some truth to that, but at the same time, that is still another piece of code that can be broken by changes happening somewhere else, and somebody will have to worry about these things. So it is complicated. It is complicated to make this stuff work.
Very complicated because you're saying to people that they can't. So if we keep the downstream model that is there now, then the best thing you can achieve or hope for, rather, as someone who's maintaining the downstream stuff, is that the core maintainers stop breaking things as frequently as they do, right? So you're kind of infecting their work already. Although arguably you would already be infecting their work if you're doing this with C. So in that sense, it doesn't quite change that much, right? But
there's also another aspect. Like if you think about it, let's say that I'm the maintainer of the DMA stuff, right? And I keep changing stuff, and you say that you want bindings to my interfaces, but you don't want to. You don't ask me to maintain them. You're willing to maintain them yourselves. The problem is that in any case, you will be hurting my velocity to some degree, because what happens is that I make changes to the C interface. I am not willing to fix the Rust code, and we have this agreement that you will fix the Rust code. But what happens now is that I am ready to upstream my changes, right? I made some changes in a day, in a weekend. I don't know what the time frames for these things are, but I made some changes, and without the Rust stuff, I would now be ready to send a email with a patch to Linus. Well, that's what it is.
I've been sitting here staring at my Gmail outbooks for hours. Where's those Rust nerds at?
I would be ready to pump out those emails. But now what happens that if I do that, then it means that then if I do that and like this ends up being upstream, somebody compiles this version of the kernel and the Rust driver is not going to work because the interface has not been updated. So either it doesn't even compile, or if it does compile, it crashes and it doesn't work anymore. So now I have to wait for you to do the fixes and put everything back in a coherent state, and only then we can upstream. And again, this might be totally worth it. Like there's obviously arguments to be made that this, taking on more work in a project is part of the lifetime. It's part of the purpose of a project over time.
It kind of depends on how big of an impact this has to the upstream people in that case, right?
Exactly, but you have to be convinced that it's worth the extra effort. And clearly these people are not convinced, or at least some of them. What was his name? Like Hellweek is not convinced that it's worth it.
I don't think they care about whether it's worth it or not, because you can make the same argument for adding new contributors, right? But it is in general a real issue where people have to make concessions for other people in this case. So someone has to change for this to work. Yeah. And I mean, either that, or you have to start promising not to break things as frequently, or whatever it is. No matter where you go with this, there's going to be a change. Right now, if you don't want contributor to the kernel, you can just let everything be downstream, and it's their problem. But the R4L wants possibly to be part of the kernel.
Yeah, they want to be first-class citizens, which is understandable.
So I mean, so this comes down to what would happen if someone wants to break something. So if Helvig in this story, then if he wants to do something and he breaks the Rust code, and he's been promised that he doesn't have to deal with the Rust code, is it okay to submit this and the Rust code is broken then? I mean, like, is it okay to break? I mean, obviously, the answer is no if you ask the question, can I break things in the Linux kernel? But is it okay for the Rust code to be broken in the Linux kernel? Right?
I guess it depends on what their policies are. I mean, I'm guessing that you could probably do it either way. Lound is saying that probably sometimes they merge broken stuff even when it comes to other things, like even C things. Could be. I don't know. I don't know what their policy is for this stuff.
I mean, merging code is not synonymous with doing a release, right? So there could be that they merge code that breaks the Rust, and if there is an escape patch from the, well, you see, there's another problem here. If the Rust code gets too ingrained with it, then it's there. You can't just rip it out. So that becomes that's probably one of the concerns as well, right? There was a discussion on that policy in this thread.
Which thread?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is not a thread; it's a blog post. Do you have a link, Pierre? Patches aren't supposed to break things, but isn't everything patches? And I thought the whole thing was just existing on patches.
I mean,
right?
to be fair, if there's CI coverage, you want CI to be green. You don't want CI to be red. I'm sure.
No, I mean, yeah, you say that, but it's okay for it to be like broken during like a development process, right? Your branch can be broken, so there's like some leeway there, right? Every patch breaks stuff possibly. That's why they test. All right, Zombie Tooth got some Rust for Linux kernel policy. Interesting.
This is not though what we are looking for. What we are looking for is the Linux policy on upstreaming code. Who is responsible if a C change breaks a build with Rust enabled? The usual kernel policy applies. So by default, changes should not be introduced if they are known to break the build, including Rust. If that is the case, then it means that then it is correct to say that the maintainer of the DMA stuff then is unable to upstream their changes until Rust has caught up.
And that's a problem for that person. But I mean, at the same time, they're gonna have the same issue with anything else that they are depending on, or that is depending on DMA, right? So it's not like they can just say it's the Rust problem. It's everyone's problem then.
Yes, but that's their point, because their point, if you remember, their point was, I don't want Rust because it's ungrabbable and I don't want to deal with it. And I think the implication is that basically that's what they do. What they do is that whenever they change things, they know how to grab for every usage site of that API, and then they go and also fix that and keep everything in sync. But they are unwilling to do that work for Rust. And so the promise...
Yeah, that is understandable, because they didn't want to write Rust.
Which goes back also to their point, if you remember, that where they were saying that Linux, in their opinion, is succeeding because it's a code base where you can also touch other parts of it. And it's not like it doesn't have areas where you don't touch it. I forget the exact wording, but like that was the point being made. And again, to be clear, I'm not stating that those are arguments that are like the right side of the argument. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I'm basically trying to reason and justify what is the mindset, what is the perspective behind that comment. Then you could argue, and I think it would be a definitely reasonable argument, where you say, yes, this is extra work, and it's still totally worth it. But at least I think that we can agree that the person is not complaining about nothing. There is something there. Whether that something is enough or not, up to discussion. But there is something at least.
But so there is no clear separation, because obviously the code has to interact with, like all code has to interact with each other, right? DMA doesn't need to carry its Rust or C. Either way, other maintainers have to catch up before it can be merged. I highly doubt DMA is actually fixing all the user code. I even doubt it's possible to make it. That's also a good point, Lond. So you're saying that if the DMA code breaks something, that they are not going to go and fix everything as a result of that?
I guess it depends. My guess is that what ends up happening is that they fix everything in 3, or maybe some subset considered more, let's say, core of what is in 3, and then they don't fix things that are maybe considered optional, or they have some kind of like procedure with other existing things, like maybe drivers. I don't know, they have agreements with maybe specific drivers or specific groups of drivers. I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, I mean that's a point, because you're gonna have other providers of software that is gonna break as a result of these changes, and they have to catch up with that too.
Yeah, and on the other hand, the Rust people want to upstream their stuff, because obviously not upstreaming means having to maintain a downstream fork against a project that moves really fast, and that not only moves really fast, but also uses a language where it's not always immediately obvious to catch that something has changed or regressed in some way, because you can't just watch it compile and then if it compiles you're good. No, absolutely not. So yeah.
No, I mean that's as a Rust developer, I have no idea what you're talking about. If it doesn't compile, you're fucked. But if it compiles, it's perfect, right? But saying that, no, I mean, as jokes aside, this was like early days of Rust. There was a lot of people who would express that sentiment, right? If it compiles, your code is usually correct. There was not you wouldn't bank on it, but it was just a coincidence, right? But if you're writing Rust to interop with a lot of C, you can't have that mentality, right? That simply isn't gonna work. I mean, because you could just hand out a pointer to whatever, and then you have no idea what's actually what's at that address, right?
Also, C loves to take a pointer, cast it to a void pointer. Now you lost type information, and
that's literally how my brother was made, right? I mean, you have no idea what's gonna happen when things goes around like that, right? But no, it really is. It really is crazy, right? But I think this sentence paints kind of it clarifies things a little bit. It makes it a little bit easier to see that it kind of makes it easier to see what the friction point is, right? You have one group that doesn't want to change. You have one group that needs the other group to change. So where do you go from here? Like if we were to solve this on the back of a napkin, right? Then it would be like, well, okay, in the meantime, introduce some kind of policy where the upstream people promise to be polite and tell the downstream people in R4L when they're going to fuck shit up. And then, you get some kind of heads up before all your stuff breaks. But I don't think that's going to happen, because I do think that there's a lot of emotions involved in there when someone goes, why should I care what those losers are doing, right? I don't care about them. I think there's a lot of that as well. So it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. But by the way, Carl and GG, I'm not saying that the code is necessarily bad, but I do think it's an objective truth that even if it's documented well, you still have to read the documentation and reason as a human about what changed more often than you would do, for example, in Rust. It's just that the C has a more lax type system, or a less expressive. I would say maybe both, more lax and less expressive type system. And so it kind of comes with the territory. And I guess the point is, at the end, is just that you have to do work to maintain your downstream fork. That's it. And you have to. And it just comes with the territory. So,
all right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Yeah. So while it's possible to just not care about upstream and maintain an outright hard fork, this is not a viable long-term solution, because that's how you get vendor Android kernel trees that die off in 2 years. The Asahi Linux downstream tree is continuously rebased on top of the latest upstream kernel, and that means that every extra patch we carry downstream increases our maintenance workload, sometimes significantly. But it goes deeper than that. Kernel/Mesa policy states that upstream Mesa support for a GPU driver cannot be merged and enabled until the kernel side is ready for merge. This means that we also have to ship a Mesa fork to users. While our GPU driver is 99% upstream into Mesa, it is intentionally hard disabled and we are not allowed to submit a change that would enable it until the kernel side lands. This in practice means that users cannot have GPU acceleration work together with container technologies such as Docker/Podman, but also including things like Waydroid, since standard container images will ship down upstream Mesa builds, which would not be compatible. We have a partial workaround for Flatpak, but all other container systems are out of luck. Due to all these and more, the difficulty of streaming to the Linux kernel is hurting our downstream users today. I'm not the kind to let injustices go when I see them. So when yet another long-term maintainer abused his position to attempt to hinder Rust for Linux and block upstream progress, I spoke out. And the response, which has been pretty widely covered, was the last drop that put me over the edge. I resigned from my position as an upstream maintainer for Apple ARM support, and I no longer want to be involved with that community. Later in that thread, another major maintainer unironically stated, "We are the thin blue line," and nobody cared, which just further confirmed to me that I don't want to have anything to do with them. There we go. US politics time.
Yeah, with the thin blue line, man. That's like with the police, right?
Yes. So the quote is, "I let you in a secret. The maintainers are not all powerful. We are the thin blue line that is trying to keep the code to be maintainable and high quality. Like most leaders of volunteer organizations, whether it is the internet, blah, 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 or something else, we actually have very little power. We cannot command people to work on retiring technical debt or to improve testing infrastructure or work on some particular feature that we would very like for our users. All we can do is stop things from being accepted." So that's the thin blue line between order and chaos metaphor coming in.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a good choice of word by that person.
I don't know. You know what? I don't even know if those people are Americans, but without knowing, I will default to the interpretation that it's just a bunch of Americans going crazy over American stuff.
Everyone in America right now, feel welcome. Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but man, especially with cops, like just look, I'll just say one thing then I stop. But like they decided to let everybody have a gun. What I'd be surprised if everybody has a gun. Now the cops are like even more gunny. Like you're like, okay.
Cold corn, right? Which can you elaborate on the gross misunderstanding of the phrase? Do you mean the expression "the thin blue line," which is generally referred to as the police, right?
It is the police, right? The police is the thin blue line.
I mean, they even made a TV show called "The Thin Blue Line" featuring Rowan Atkins, right? It's definitely a or a condom.
I think the story is that the thin blue line is what separates order from chaos, right? I mean, it's actually not even that wrong. Look, police, it's not perfect.
I mean, that's the purpose of the police, right?
Man, like society without police is problematic. I would say that is another thing that doesn't work really well. That said, listen, if you run a evolutionary, it's like you're running basically like Darwin's selection on who shoots first in the United States, then don't be surprised when the cops, the ones that are still alive, end up shooting first. Okay, that's where I'll stop.
Okay. We're gonna rein it in before everyone loses their shit over this, right?
Yeah, so sorry, I'll stop.
If the society is 20 people, that's why it's important. We need micro societies, right?
Like microservices, but society. Nice.
Which just further confirmed to me that I don't want anything to do with them. This is the same reason that previously prompted a Rust for Linux maintainer to quit. Okay, what was that? Can you open that one? I don't know what that one was. Yeah, was that something that has been covered already?
Yeah, this is another. It was mentioned in the original article. Like I was mispronouncing this person's surname, Philo. I don't know how to pronounce it. Philo? Maybe it's just Philo. In any case, hey folks, this is as short a series as one can be. Just removing myself as a maintainer of the Rust for Linux project. I'm retiring from the project. It's been almost 4 years. After almost 4 years, I find myself lacking the energy and enthusiasm I once had to respond to some of the non-technical nonsense. So
that's
yeah, I remember this expression.
Yeah.
So it's best to leave it up to those who still have it in them. To the rest,
that's a very polite way of putting it, though.
Yeah. To the Rust for Linux team, thank you. You are great. It was a pleasure working with you all. The times we spent discussing technical issues, finding ways to address soundness holes, etc., were something I always enjoyed and looked forward to. I count myself lucky to have collaborated with such a talented and friendly group. I wish you all the success to the project. Blah blah blah. So this is it.
This was a very level-headed take, and then they left the link to the video though.
Yeah. So let's see. This was the discussion on policy of breaking Rust side. Is this what I have here? No, this is lore kernel. This is LWN. Let's see. Man, we're getting deeper. Okay, who wrote this?
This is
somebody.
This is going everywhere
okay,
now.
This is from somebody at NVIDIA, addressed to Pasta. Okay. Would some sort of official statement by the entire community reassure you that the burden of keeping Rust abstractions working with any changes on the C side rests entirely on the Rust side of shoulders? You would have to reconcile that with some of the recent event where Linus deferred the pull request.
I don't know what pull request
probably
is.
Is a subsystem, I'm guessing. So a subsystem's pull request, or like somebody's pull request, and memory management. Okay, memory management pull request and some C patches were dropped because of Rust K build bugs. I'm gonna click that in a moment. It seems to me the message is now crystal clear and the opposite of what you claim. All PRs to Linus must not break the Rust build, and the responsibility for that falls on the maintainers. If the Rust team is not quick enough to resolve any issues during the development window, then patches must be dropped before sending PRs, or Linus will refuse the PR. Effectively, this seems to imply that patches changing some of the C APIs cannot be merged by maintainers unless accompanied by matching
Rust patch.
Thank you. Accompanied by matching Rust hunks. If there are different instructions to maintainers, I would be interested to know. Thus, I would not describe the situation as rests entirely on the Rust side's shoulders. Regardless, it seems that where we are now, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I have never considered myself a Rust hunk, but maybe. But on that note, right? So it's some, but that whole thing actually confused me, right? Because it's if it says that Linus refused to accept a patch that breaks the Rust side, but then it is resting on the shoulders of the Rust developers. That's what I got a little bit confused of, right? You're a Rust blob, Kenny, you and me both.
I mean, I guess it's on them, but then they have to coordinate. So long story short, you just cannot upstream a change that you're making in a subsystem with broken Rust bindings. So let's see. This is Linus. Linus, please merge the updates. This is, oh my god. Okay, this does not beat at all for me. I get blah blah blah. ISO C99 and later does not support implicit function declarations. When running the Rust bindgen, and what seems to be going on is that my version of GCC does not support type of unequal, so I end up with blah 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 in my kernel config, but I think bindgen that generates the Rust bindings is based on LVM, and clearly does not understand type of unequal. I have bindgen blah blah blah. Apparently, few people test Linux Nest with Rust enabled, and the reports that I find on LKML were ignored. I do see reports of this failure from mid-December, so it's not like I'm the first person to ever see these. Anyway, pulled and then unpulled again, Linus.
But this seems like he's calling out people for not enabling Rust with the testing.
Yeah, well,
right?
I guess his expectation is that the build should succeed with Rust enabled. So, yeah.
So this one I struggle a little bit with. Like, so is this a problem or not? Like, is this a problem of people not willing to accommodate anyone else? or not, right?
I think what's happening is that people took the wording of don't worry, we will update our Rust stuff, and just assumed, interpreted it in a way that meant that they could just upstream stuff without making sure that Rust works, and that Rust could then be updated, let's say, asynchronously at some point. But I honestly, again, I don't work on a Linux kernel. I'm not Linus. I'm not Finnish. There's a ton of things that I don't know. But honestly, it would really surprise me if Linus were to be totally fine with broken builds on his end. Like, if he wants to cut a release, he can't cut a release because his tree is going to be even potentially in a constant state of breakage, because he keeps merging stuff that then leaves some Rust code broken. And so either he cuts a release with something broken, or there's potentially no way for him. Like, he would need to basically stop merging all PRs. Okay, let me restate it from scratch. If he was fine to always receive patches that keep breaking the Rust stuff, then the only way for him at some point to guarantee that he eventually ends up with a fully compiling version of the kernel is to stop merging everything and wait, except Rust patches, and then wait for those Rust patches to come in. Then he can cut a release, and then he resumes merging stuff. That would be the only way, I think.
Should we find Greg's response to this? I think chat wants us to see
I have it. I was being told that it was a good idea to read it after we were done with this one.
Okay. Let's get back to that one.
Shall
later.
we? Maybe you know what? Maybe it is a good time to switch to it. I don't know. Let's see. Does it go into other things? I think it kind of goes into other things after this. Maybe.
Yeah, we can kind of park this one, and we can go off on a bit of a wild goose chase, I reckon. Let's have a look.
So this is the other thing. Let's see. So this is from Greg KH. This is not Gregory. For everybody in chat that might get confused, this is not Gregory.
That's Elsa's son, for those of you who are not in the know.
That's not him. Let's see. It's called Merge Window. It's what Linus does for all patches, not just Rust. Okay. Let's see. David Howells did a patch set in 2018, I believe, to clean up the C code in the kernel so that it could be compiled with either C or C++. The patch set wasn't particularly big and mostly mechanical in nature, something that would be impossible with Rust, even without moving away from the... Well, I mean, yeah, you are not going to be able to make a patch set for Rust code that allows you to compile it with either C or C++. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, I saw there's an actually here, right? And that is and obviously you have to look this up, right? But there's something called GCC RS, which is supposed to help with this, but I don't know what the state of these things are, right?
Right, but I think this is being a patch that allows you to take like the kernel C code and compile it in C++ mode and still succeed, I believe.
Okay.
I think that's what they're saying. But in any case, sorry, I'm not sure what the exact relationship is with Rust. Like, I don't understand exactly what is the meaning of the comparison with Rust in this sentence. Like, I understand the first part. I'm not sure I understand this part. In any case, even without moving away from the common subset of C and C++, we would immediately gain things like type-safe linkage. That is great, but it does not give you memory safety, and everyone would still need to learn C++. The point is that C++ is a superset of C, and we would use a subset of C++ that is more C+ style. That is, most changes would occur in header files, especially early on. Since the kernel uses a lot of inlines and macros, the improvements would still affect most of the existing kernel code, something you simply can't do with Rust. Okay, so here somebody is suggesting to basically, okay, I think I get what's going on. Oh, okay, everything is clicking now in my brain. So what's happening
please explain.
Is that I think they are weighting, like they're comparing the upsides of going full Rust versus the upsides of basically turning taking the current pure C code base of the kernel and allowing some C++ features. So not go full C++, but turn on compiling in C++ mode, and that it refers to the change that was made here. So this is apparently, according to this message, currently possible with the kernel. So you, instead of doing instead of doing, what is it, Clang, instead of compiling in C mode, you compile in C++ mode. And so now you can start using C++ features. And the idea, I'm guessing, is that you don't use everything. You don't use array, maybe. You don't use, operator overload, but at least you can use stuff like namespaces. You can use, some kind of initializer thing that isn't available in C. I don't know exactly what the features are, but that said, this is a thing that I heard in the past a bunch of times, because, for example, if you watch Casey Muratori doing Handmade Hero and in general what people do in the Handmade Network, as far as I'm aware, I think most people, certainly Casey in Handmade Hero, but also I think most people in the Handmade Network, for example, they do use this style. They basically use mostly C code. It's mostly C code, but they leverage 2 or 3 features that are specific to C++, making their code base what this person described a C single plus style. So I think then this is a discussion of, well, I want to have Rust, and then this other person is saying, well, you know what? We could actually try to add a little bit of C++ into this, some basic features, and we will get some benefits, some incremental benefits that you wouldn't be able to get the same way from Rust. Rust would not be able to give you the same incremental benefits. So this is what is being argued here.
Is he suggesting C++ as an alternative to Rust then?
Yes, or, well, I guess, I don't know what their argument would be specifically. I would say for certain, as I understand, this would be an argument for putting effort behind doing this C single plus transformation before attempting Rust. Then whether Rust should or should not be added in the future, I think it's not being, it's being kind of being left unsaid. Maybe the person that suggests C++ does not think that Rust is a good idea, but they don't explicitly say anything against it. I believe they are instead saying, though, that it would be a better idea to prioritize the C single plus style first, and then over Rust. That is for sure.
I see. I thought that was kind of decided upon a long time ago that it was never going to be C++ in the Linux kernel.
Yeah,
I thought that was like a thing.
I remember the spicy message from Linus. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was. He had some choice examples of what C++ cost or whatever it was. There was something in there where he was pretty raging about it, right? Yeah.
If I remember correctly, his argument was somebody was saying, "Why are you even using C and not C++?" And the answer was, "Look, there are plenty of reasons to prefer C over C++, but even if there was any, the fact that by using C we keep out all the C++ developers, that alone is worth it." That, I think, was kind of the answer that Linus gave to that comment.
Okay, so looking at the answer here, then should we scroll down and read?
Yes, let's continue. Okay,
replies?
So these are the arguments being made. Let's see what this other reply is. I don't think that the point of introducing. I don't think that's the point of introducing a new language. The problem that we are trying to resolve is when writing a driver or some kernel component, due to the complexity, memory safety issues, and other issues, are likely to happen. So using a language providing type safety can help that. Replacing inlines and macros with neat template tricks is not the point. At least from what I can tell, inlines and macros are not the main source of bugs, or are they any source of bugs in production, I guess, at all? Maybe do you have an example? And so now this is Greg replying. Okay, we're finally getting Greg. By the way, I have no idea who wrote reply, this stuff.
Greg.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, these are all people, I think, replying to one another, and I'm not even sure who is who, because you have like one very deeply nested level. Don't know who wrote that. Then we have an H. Peter answering at this outer layer, or maybe not, maybe Bon Fang. In any case, so let's see. We're finally getting to Greg. As someone who has seen almost every kernel bug fix and security issue for the past 15 plus years, well, hopefully all of them end up in the stable trees, we do miss some at times when maintainers/developers forget to mark them as bug fixes. And who sees every kernel CVE issued, I think I can speak on this topic. The majority of bugs, quantity, not quality/severity, that we have are due to stupid little corner cases in C that are totally gone in Rust. Things like simple overrides of memory, not that Rust can catch all of those by far, error path cleanups, forgetting to check error values and use after free mistakes. That's why I'm wanting to see Rust get into the kernel. These types of issues just go away, allowing developers and maintainers more time to focus on the real bugs that happen, e.g. logic issues, race conditions, etc.
So this guy actually, so is this Greg?
Yeah, I think he's like the second, it's like he's the last boss before Linus, I believe.
So, okay, so Greg wants Rust in the Linux kernel so far in this message. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
I'm all for moving our C code base towards making these types of problems impossible to hit. The work that the work that Keys and Gustavo and others are doing here is wonderful and totally needed. We have 30 million lines of C code that isn't going anywhere any year soon. That's a worthy effort and is not going to stop and should not stop no matter what. So Greg is saying that in any case, even though he wants this, he says that improving the existing C code is not a wasted effort, because even if it is his wish to eventually rewrite some, if not all of it, in Rust, there's still like, I guess, like how can I say, 30 million lines. So it's like, it's going to take some time. So improving.
I would read his comment more as he wants to see Rust alternatively being added rather than a big rewrite, because I think that's like an impossibility at this point, right?
Yeah. So let's see. For new code/drivers, writing them in Rust where these types of bugs just can't happen or happen much, much less is a win for all of us. Why wouldn't we do this? C++ isn't going to give us any of that any decade soon, and the C++ language committee issues seem to be pointing out that everyone better be abandoning the language as soon as possible if they wish to have any code base that can be maintained for any length of time. So Greg is not happy with the C++ committee.
No, that's a common gripe I've heard in my stream as well about C++, that the issues is very committee based, right?
Rust also gives us the ability to define our in-kernel APIs in ways that make them almost impossible to get wrong when using them. We have way too many difficult/tricky APIs that require way too much maintainer review just to ensure that you got this right. That is a combination of both how our APIs have evolved over the years, how many different ways can you use a struct cdev in a safe way, and how C doesn't allow us to express APIs in a way that makes them easier/safer to use. Forcing us maintainers of these APIs to rethink them is a good thing, and it is causing us to clean them up for everyone, C users included already, making Linux better overall. And yes, the Rust bindings look like magic to me in places. Someone with very little Rust experience, but I'm willing to learn and work with the developers who have stepped up to help out here. Well, okay, so I have to say though, the fact that this person doesn't have like extensive Rust experience kind of takes away a little bit the punch from their statements. That said, let's continue. To not want to learn and change based on new evidence, see my point about reading every kernel bug we have. Rust isn't a silver bullet that will solve all our problems, but it sure will help in a huge number of places. So for new stuff going forward, why wouldn't we want that? Linux is a tool that everyone else uses to solve their problems, and here we have developers that are saying, hey, our problem is that we want to write code for our hardware that just can have all these types of bugs automatically. Why would we ignore that? Yes, I understand our overworked maintainer problem, being one of these people myself, but here we have people actually doing the work. Yes, mixed languages code bases are rough and hard to maintain, and but we are kernel developers, damn it. We have been managing and strengthening Linux for longer than anyone ever thought was going to be possible. We've turned our development model into a well-oiled engineering marvel, creating something that no one else has ever been able to accomplish. Adding another language really shouldn't be a problem. We've handled much worse things in the past, and we shouldn't give up now on wanting to ensure that our project succeeds for the next 20 plus years. We've got to keep pushing forward when confronted with new good ideas and embrace the people offering to join us in actually doing the work to help make sure that we all succeed together. Thanks, Greg, KH.
But that's a very wholesome take, I have to say. And from all the stuff that we read so far, it's not being like incredibly hostile. But then we have kind of chased the hostility based on the drama. So very different tone. But it's also very so that he does say that he's a maintainer himself, but it's very easy to say these words. It's going to be a lot harder to live up to these words, I'd imagine. I have no idea what kind of reply he got to that. Is that
he did not have any
now?
Yeah, I can tell you, he did not get any reply. This is where we are right now, and you can see that he's replying to Bo Kun Feng, who is replying to Miguel Ojeda, and then Peter Arvin, Miguel Ojeda again. So he doesn't have any reply, but there are 3 replies to Bo Kun Feng. So Bo Kun Feng was asking for examples. Say this. Okay, this is the person that was saying, "Yeah, I'm not convinced that doing the C+ style is a good idea because you might be improving some things, but I don't think this is gonna really be doing any significant change." What did Dave reply? They've replied to another message. So I can get to that in a moment, but this is not a reply to Bo Kun Feng directly. So Bo Kun Feng had Neil Brown reply. Examples would be great, wouldn't they? Certainly we introduced a lot of bugs in the kernel, and then we fixed a few of them. Would it be useful to describe these bugs from the perspective of the type system with an assessment on how that improved? Okay. Yeah, Alexei. Let's see, Dave. Rust is currently planned for non-core kernel things first. Binder, drivers, maybe a file system. There will be production kernel drivers for new hardware shipping in the next few years, not 2034, that will require Rust to work. Now, if you're all talking about core kernel code, I don't believe anyone has suggested any core piece of the kernel to be rewritten in Rust yet. When someone does that, we can make more informed decisions on how to move forward with that code at that time, but otherwise, this is just a theoretical, badly made point. And this was in reply to...
Oh, I see. That I have a few issues with Rust in the kernel. It seems that it seems to be held to a completely different and much lower standard than C code as far as stability. For C code, we typically require that it can compile with a 10-year-old version of GCC. But from what I have seen, there's been cases where Rust level code requires not the latest bleeding edge compiler, not even the release version. Our minimum version is 178, as you can check in the documentation. That is very much released. That is a very much released version of Rust. Last May, this Thursday, Rust 185 will be released. You can already build the kernel with a tool chain provided by some distributions here too. So at this point, Rust. I'm reading everything together, right? At this point, Rust-only kernel code or other experimental staging should be deferred to 2034 or later if the distribution not included is the same as considered important. If Rust is being held to the same standard as C. I mean, that just okay. I don't know what the point of that comment is, because Rust isn't that old, right? So it's kind of I don't know, Patrick. I'm not spring chicken, and I like to poke at new languages with a stick. But I am also not a kernel maintainer because I'm a sane individual, maybe. But anyway, no, I kind of. I can read that more as I'm a little bit frustrated that this new thing here is not being held to the same standard that I have been held to, right? And being held to a standard isn't a bad thing, and there is absolutely a standard for the R4L project, right? I'd like to see that the kernel policy that Epic blog posted at some point as well, right? Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see any kind of Rust in the core stuff, right? This is so far also talking about.
Well, they first need to succeed in drivers, right? I guess the way that Linus envisioned I don't know what to call it, this season of Rust for Linux, or like the arc that they have to go through is that they first need to successfully make drivers. And then after that, I guess the experiment can continue. And so, yeah, they first need to succeed there. I imagine.
Reading what Candle 709 says, from what I understand, the problem is some maintainers don't want to clean up the APIs and are using the new language as an excuse. So is that could that be true? So I'm asking this because it sounds to me like a lot of this code is held to a high standard. So having those of you who actually poke at the Linux kernel, right, is the quality of the code not allegedly exceptionally good, right? I thought the quality of the Linux kernel APIs and the code around there should be really good, right?
I think that we dissected this topic already with better precision earlier. Like, I think that what Kando is getting at, because you see some of that in the discussion, but I think that we saw more in detail what's going on. What's going on is that there is some, let's say, impedance mismatch because between Rust and C, and the maintainers of the C API, they don't want to have to touch Rust. But then even if they are being told that don't worry, you don't have to touch the Rust side, then there's still implications in how your release process works, and they don't want to. At least some of them don't want to take on that extra, let's say, complexity in the upstreaming process. So it's not just that they don't want to clean up the APIs. They don't want to have a more onerous upstreaming process. And at the same time, they don't want to take on the work of updating Rust themselves. So they are being told that they don't have to do that. And so that's, I guess, fine. But then still doesn't solve the other part of the problem. And so they are unwilling to complicate their upstreaming process to make space for Rust. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a friction point where there is a lot of change is happening around, and it sounds like they want to do zero change when there are other things changing. And that is very understandable, because someone turns up at your house telling you to change things that you've been doing in a certain way for a number of years. I don't think anyone would be like, okay, I'll do that. I'm okay with you making my life harder, right? I get that. I definitely get the human portion of this thing. Right?
You want my ultimate hot take on this whole thing?
I'm just checking. Yes, I do.
My ultimate hot take is that I think that the Rust people need to play this game correctly, because it is a game. And by that, I mean, I think that Hector Martin had just a wrong set of motivations behind his actions. And by wrong, I mean not morally wrong. I mean wrong because mechanically, it's a structure that just does not work. It's unmaintainable. What's the word? It's unsustainable. And so that is a problem. So the Rust people need to find a set of motivations that are sustainable, that can allow them to push through all the kernel upstreaming bullshit, bike shedding, patch email sending stuff that they have to deal with. And then as they do that, they need to understand that their job is not to convince Linus, because they kind of convinced him already. What they need to do is they need to basically start gathering consensus and alignment from the bottom up, and they need to work their way up, and they need to be strategical about this, because at the end of the day, this is a social process, and there will be some people that will be dead set to not allow them to do anything, and they will need to find ways to work around those people. But when I mean ways, I mean smart ways. Going on the Linux kernel mailing list and saying and saying the quiet part out loud, saying out loud that oh man, if shaming on social media doesn't work, I don't know, I'm all out of ideas. You don't say this part out loud, god damn it. Actually,
now that's a very valid point.
Yeah, you do not say this part out loud. You do technically, maybe you shouldn't even use mobs as a tool, because it's a bad tool. You need to use more sophisticated tools of persuasion, and so you need to find ways of making friends and getting more Rust in the kernel to the point. Okay, who here has watched Bleach? And anime watchers, raise your hands. Type 1 in chat if you watched Bleach. Toggle, did you watch Bleach?
I use it to clean the bathroom. I'm sorry, I don't know what this is.
Okay, I see
But
some
I
ones.
have watched anime. I watched Spirited Away with my kid, and we both loved the movie.
That one is
so
nice.
I'm
that
not
one is
entirely void of
nice. So
understanding.
you never watched this?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Okay.
Is this something that is suitable to watch with my kid, or is this like a lot of violence? Like a lot of blood violence kind of thing?
It's a shonen, so yeah, they beat each other up all the time.
No, but that's perfectly fine. But I just wonder, like, if there's like heads flying off and things, and more importantly, animals getting hurt. That's the biggest issue.
No
here
animals getting hurt. There's some blood, but most of the fights are between let's say humans and monsters. So usually it's the monsters getting hurt.
All right. Okay. Sorry, I completely destroyed your analogy by showing my lack of understanding of pop culture here. I'm sorry.
Well, in any case, briefly for the people who have watched Bleach. If you've watched Bleach, you remember that the protagonist has inside of him Zangetsu, who is like the let's say an internal representation of his like special powers, right? But at some point, this flips around, right? At some point, Zangetsu is not the one in charge anymore. It's the Hollow that becomes the one in charge. And I think that's what the Rust people should be going for. That is their game plan. So their game plan is to start and being a well-socialized optional component of the Linux kernel, gain consensus, prove the worth of their approach to software development, but then not do that in a like neurotic way. Do that in a uplifting way. Do that in a wholesome way, like in a way that you cannot do if you just have like I don't think I can find it, but like in a way that you can't do if you have these what do you say? If this is your perspective on your participation to open source development, you cannot have that you cannot give that vibe out. So they need to do that in that way, get themselves and be a huge success story as a driver, and then over time work to take on the entire kernel, and ideally stop Andrew's driver from crashing. If they can do that, great. If they can't, then I don't know. Then maybe Rust for Linux is a failure. But they need to conclude. They need to get right not just the software. They need to get right the software development process and the human side of it. And like this is not getting it right. So in other words,
I just have to say I like that Cal is using an anime to describe what an anime is to someone who doesn't know the anime. I think that's pretty good, Cal. You definitely have my vote.
So in other words, they need to play more Secret Hitler. That's my hot take.
They need to. Okay, I'm just gonna text the wife now. We need to be more like Hitler here. What does that mean? Now I actually know if Secret Hitler is a card game. Is it?
Yeah, it's delightful. I consider it like this is. I'll speak officially. This is the official Zig community tabletop game because it really helps. Is that Mafia? It's a significantly better version of the same genre of game. Yes, it is a social deduction game, but Secret Hitler is strictly superior than Mafia, Lupus in Tabula, Avalon. Those games are fine. Avalon especially, I think it's better than Mafia and Lupus in Tabula, but Secret Hitler is so much better. And I think of it as the ultimate community building tabletop game because you no, I don't think so. Well, I mean, you know what? That's fair. It's an opinion. But Secret Hitler was created with knowledge of Avalon. So there's a talk by the creators that I think is very nice. Then you know what? I do think that Avalon is really good though. I would say Avalon is better than Mafia and Lupus in Tabula. Or Werewolf. Yeah, Lupus in Tabula I think it's another name for Werewolf. So anyway, sorry. Yeah.
So yeah. So what did we do? Okay. So did we look at the actual? Things, the kernel policy, right? Should we have a quick look at that one?
Yeah. I need to grab it from here, I think. Oh, no, wait. Maybe I have it open like here.
There you go. No?
No, that one. I think I might have it though. Wait a second. This one.
There it is, right?
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Can we get like big font for the elderly? Oh, nice.
Oh, come on. Why is it not taking out the sidebar? Okay.
There we go. Right, there's been a fair amount of confusion about what the kernel policies around Rust are, who maintains what, and so on. This document tries to clarify some of these points with what, to the best of our knowledge, is the current status. Like most things in the kernel, these points are not hard rules and can change over time depending on the situation and what key maintainers and the kernel community discuss. How is Rust introduced in a subsystem? Like for many other things in the kernel, it is up to each subsystem how they want to deal with Rust. The goal has always been to get maintainers involved progressively because the effort does not scale otherwise. Therefore, different subsystems have taken different approaches so far. Some subsystems prefer to actively drive the Rust effort themselves, taking patches, fixing issues, etc. This may allow them the chance to learn Rust in the process. Some subsystems is such a tongue twister. Right? Prefer to get a new co-maintainer, sub-maintainer, reviewer, etc. to split the workload, letting them take care of the Rust side. Some may want to do so in their existing maintainers entry. Others may prefer a new entry dedicated to that. Some may want to use the same trees to land the patches. Some may want PRs from the Rust sub-maintainer, and so on and so forth. So like you can work on the kernel and you get like a little Rust buddy that's just help hanging out. It's like some subsystems may decide they don't want to have Rust code for the time being, typically for bandwidth reason. This is fine and expected. Now, at the Kernel Maintainer Summit 2022, we asked for flexibility when the time comes that a major user of Rust in the kernel requires key APIs for which the maintainers may not be able to maintain Rust abstractions for. This is the needed counterpart to the ability of maintainers to decide whether they want to allow Rust or not. Scroll down.
Yeah. Sorry, I was briefly captured by this LLM style request that I was using. What? What is this thing, man?
So what you can do, Venka, you can use memoization to improve performance of this thing. Actually, with FizzBuzz, I don't know. On my stream, the phrase FizzBuzz is banned. By the way, I just banned that phrase because it was such a silly thing.
You know some funny story about that. I don't know if I told you or not, but like I at some point I interviewed for a company that asked me to do FizzBuzz. And my reply to the interviewer was, "This is a bad interview question."
Yeah, and it really is, right? So it's really well. I mean, reduced memory usage is you're gonna have to pay for it in one way or another, right? Whether you reduce memory usage or pay for it in performance, right?
Anyway,
yeah. So far, if this is the official one, I have to say that this paints a kind of a strange picture because this seemed to propose that we already have Rust in the Linux kernel. There are already people who are operating well with their Rust buddies, and this is kind of working. And there are a few people who don't want to deal with Rust. But I don't know if that's the fact, but that is the picture this is kind of painting a little bit, right?
I think what's missing is that there might be some project where this is happening. Or you know what? I guess you could say also this, that basically what they're describing here is the different ways in which this could play out. And it's kind of an exhaustive list, meaning like regardless of any specific concrete example, I guess the idea is either you have one repo where you have also the Rust code in it, or you have one repo that doesn't want to have the Rust code maintained directly in it. And so it considers the Rust code basically coming from a downstream project. So they develop the Rust code in here, and then they upstream their changes. So Rust is in here, but it's not directly developed here. It's just upstreamed. So they basically consider the Rust code as a, let's say, quote unquote dependency. And I think at the end of the day, they're basically describing all the possible configurations that you can have. And so it's like, it has to be this way, regardless of whether there are currently existing examples of each or not. That said, there might be an example that we just don't know about.
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't have much to say to that. Do kernel maintainers support Rust in the kernel? Yes, there are key kernel maintainers that support Rust in the kernel. Please see the codes given by kernel maintainers for the FOSDEM 2025 Rust for Linux keynote slides 45 to 85. We don't have to look at that. It's a Rust talk. Obviously, that's gonna show things in a positive light. Who maintains Rust code in the kernel? The usual kernel policies apply. That is, whoever is the listed maintainer. The Rust subsystem maintains certain core facilities as well as some APIs that do not have other maintainers. However, it does not maintain all the Rust code in the kernel. It would not scale. Nevertheless, the team can be approached for help if needed. Indeed, the intention has always been to build a mixed team of people that could help across the kernel to bootstrap Rust. Eventually, the Rust subsystem could also act as fallback maintainers for Rust code too, similar to how AKPM serves as a last resort maintainer. All right. Who is responsible if a C change breaks a build with Rust enabled? The usual kernel policies apply. So by default, changes should not be introduced if they're known to break the build, including Rust. However, exceptionally, for Rust, a subsystem may allow to temporarily break Rust code. The intention is to facilitate friendly adoption of Rust in a subsystem without introducing a burden to existing maintainers who may have been working on urgent fixes for the C side. The breakage should nevertheless be fixed as soon as possible, ideally before the breakage reaches Linus. And I think that kind of could be a counterpoint to the people who are saying that, right, we have this like old version of GCC we have to be able to use, and Rust doesn't have that. But here you're saying, yeah, but Rust has a higher burden in this side as a trade-off. Because they have to, the C side is allowed to destroy the Rust side, and it becomes the Rust side's problem kind of thing. For instance, this approach was chosen by the block layer. They call it stage 1 in their Rust integration plan. We believe this approach is reasonable as long as the kernel does not have way too many subsystems doing that, because otherwise it would be very hard to build, for example, Linux Next.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that just seems fair, right? I say because I don't have to deal with it, so I can say that everything's fair.
Yeah.
Should maintainers treat Rust code up to the same standard? Ideally and eventually, yes. However, when they're starting out, not necessarily. The intention is that maintainers are not pressured to reject Rust, even if they wanted to try it, just because they may feel they will not be able to write timely fixes and so on in the same way they do for C. Thus, depending on the subsystem, Rust may be seen as a new thing and new things can break. In fact, ideally, it should be fun for maintainers to try Rust. Wow, okay, hang on. That one I actually struggled to unpack. The intention is that maintainers are not pressured to reject Rust, even if they wanted to try it, just because they may feel like, okay, so are maintainers in this case writing Rust code, or are they C maintainers that inevitably have to deal with Rust in some way?
I think that what they are suggesting is that if you are a maintainer of a subsystem, which I think maybe sometimes it's also a matter of you're a maintainer of a subsystem, but you're in turn a downstream to a bigger subsystem. So like your subsystem is a component of a bigger subsystem. So you could say like there's I don't know, maybe the downstream doesn't necessarily capture the relationship, but like we were talking about like the DMA stuff, right? So there's DMA that interacts with drivers, and so you will have other drivers. Each driver is, let's call it a subsystem, and they all depend on they're all, let's say, downstream to the DMA subsystem, at least to some degree, which in turn then at some point reaches the Linux kernel. So I think that what they're describing is that in this chain of dependencies, if somebody tries to add some Rust, then what they hope for, what they would like to see, is that the entire chain kinda has some leniency towards new experimentation with Rust, and they don't immediately say, well, no, now I'm not gonna upstream any of your code because the Rust stuff isn't tested enough. It doesn't build with an old enough version of Rust. It has all these other problems. And instead of saying, well, for now, let's be more lenient. Let's allow the code, even if it requires a newer Rust compiler, or if it has these other, like it's not fully perfectly tested or not. And then over time, we'll kind of be more strict. But to start out, we should, like, maintainers shouldn't be super strict about it. That's how I interpret it. So it's
this is like
prescriptive.
really insightful looking at this stuff, right? Because I've never really paid attention to the Linux kernels.
Keep in mind, this is what they are saying that people should be doing. That doesn't necessarily imply that the people in the kernel, in the Linux kernel, subscribe to this way of doing things. This is described in a very reasonable way, and like if you accept that it's a good idea to have Rust in the kernel, then you want to do this stuff because it all makes sense. But this is not a set of rules. That it's not a set of rules; it's a set of suggestions in a sense. As far as I understand, the Linux kernel maintainers, they might want to follow this. They might have objections and not want to follow it at all.
Looking at what Epic Blog says, there is worth noting that reading the Rust for Linux Zulip, one is left with the impression that R4L is far less dysfunctional than what it seems when reading about it everywhere else. I think that's because when we see R4L, at least today in this context, it's always as part of a friction point. So yeah, I don't think people are going to paint it in a good light. But I think that should not be indicative of what the project actually is, because we're only looking at the fallout of something that happens. We're not looking at everyday operations of something that is what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
All right, last one here, I guess. No, it's not the last one, but didn't you promise Rust wouldn't be extra work for maintainers? No, we did not. Since the very beginning, we acknowledged the cost and risk a second language introduces. However, we believe the advantages of introducing Rust in the Linux kernel outweigh those costs, right?
You know what? I'll go back to my hot take. You know, when people were complaining that guy was calling Rust cancer. Well, he wasn't strictly calling Rust a cancer, or at least that was the clarification in parentheses was saying. But you know what? Maybe Rust should own it. Look, if their whole statement is that Rust is better than C for building the kernel, then you should own it. You should own it that is your goal. That is what you are looking for. Like you should just go out and say it and shout it from the buildings. I think making a claim like that is a little bit sketchy on account of everything is so dependent on the situation. Yeah, but I'm just wondering if we could just leave Rust out of the DMA stuff for now and then use it where it's accepted, and the people who want to use it can use it in their subsystem. Maybe some of this is happening. You know what? Maybe somewhere I think it's too much work. I don't feel like I don't have it in me right now. But probably doing some detective work on the slides presented here. Like you look at the positive quotes that are mentioned in here. You look what the person does and what subsystem they maintain, like what's their relationship with the Linux kernel, and maybe you will find a few examples of this just working out somewhere correctly.
Aside probably isn't possible without DMAs. I can't say anything to that avail, but if we're talking about Rust in the Linux kernel in general, starting out with smaller things rather than going for something quite big. I don't know the size of DMA, right? I honestly, this is pretty foreign to me, right? So it's a little bit difficult to talk about it, of course, right? But I think if you let small things happen and see if they make sense, then you're off to a good start, and you can determine whether it's a good thing or not. If, again, I don't know the state of DMA or how that works with the rest of the kernel, but if this is a very critical core thing, I can see that there's going to be friction there. So yeah, I'm again, it's very difficult, right?
I think that if you don't state it openly, then people will suspect it anyway, and they will actually be even more defensive because they will perceive you not saying it as basically acting as if you have second motives, like acting in a dishonest way. I don't know. It's a complicated situation. Obviously, you know what? I'm here like pontificating on what people should or should not do. Obviously, it's complicated and like you have to be there to really know.
Streamers, right?
Yeah, you're right though. It's our job as streamers, true.
And if you guys don't use Squarespace, you're terrible. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah, like use my code in the description.
Yeah, use my code. Please like and subscribe, and I will find you. But no, herein lies the problem, right? well, it doesn't, but some of it maybe. If you go out and say, look, Rust is fantastic, it will solve all your problems, the entire kernel should be rewritten in Rust. The moment there is any sign of that not working out 100%, the people who don't want it's going to use that to sort of like go, all right, this thing is rubbish. You can see here that it doesn't work, right? So making those, and it's going to be the same thing for everything. The moment you have something that does 99 amazing things and one really bad thing, people are going to let, and you've seen this, you've seen people making like arbitrary weird reasons for not using SIG, right? Oh, it doesn't have pinning, right? What the fuck are you talking about, right? Like, oh, it doesn't, C is better than SIG because SIG doesn't have pinning, right? And like, what about all the good things, right? What about what does SIG do that's good? Anyway, I'm kidding, of course. But what about all the good things, right? There's 1,000 good things that you can offer, but people are just going to latch on to that like one bad thing. And the same thing goes with communities, right? You'd be like, oh, we got this one person in a community who's doing amazing work. And then we're like, but then that person kills someone in World of Warcraft or whatever. And that's all they can talk about, right?
Right.
But it's like, it doesn't matter. Like,
time to kill that guy and his entire family.
Exactly, right? I mean, you put Rust in the Linux kernel, I will murder and eat you. Right? This is how we do it. So after spending 8 hours a day in Yocto Linux and growing about the thought of having to dive into another language to debug drivers, it makes me groan. So what Don here is expressing is what we call colloquially for skill issue. I really do appreciate and agree with the pragmatic viewpoints. I take that back because he's nice now. Okay, everybody go and follow Don. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, there you go. I don't like SIG as it doesn't start with X for SIG. I mean, that could be solved with an alias, right? There's Rust directly in the kernel tar file, so Rust is not blended with the C file. Oh, Patrick, if you like connect them, then Rust will start to like deteriorate the C code, and it turns into like an oozing heap, right? You can't connect these two things, okay? They mustn't touch, right? It's like Ghostbusters. You mustn't cross the streams, right? Although arguably that's what we're doing here. Okay,
I think these ones are maybe interesting to read. Let's see. Is Rust for Linux driven by the Rust community? No, people involved around Rust for Linux come from different backgrounds and organizations. Some are kernel maintainers, some are Rust experts. So one thing that we certainly saw for sure is that there are examples of people in the Linux kernel who do want Rust. So it is not a thing from the outside, right? Yeah. So we had concrete proof. We saw even that Greg also was entirely in favor of having Rust. So like the argument of this comes from the outside, not true. We know that for sure. Some are Rust experts, some are hobbyists, some are employees at large corporations. In particular, it is not an effort driven by the Rust project or the Rust Foundation. In fact, Rust for Linux was founded by a Linux kernel maintainer as a hobby. Where is that person? That person started this thing as a hobby and then ran away, huh? And left the hot potato.
I think they're in WITSEC now, man, because of all this, man. They're not gonna show their face anymore. It's like, shit, what did I do?
And there's also companies involved.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, and yes, at the time of writing, there are at least 6+ FTE, which I don't know what that means. Publicly working full-time employees.
Tech companies?
Full-time employees working on Rust for Linux or its users across several major companies. Privately, there are more. Full-time engineer, not employee. Well, in any case, there's people sponsored by their company to work full-time on Rust for Linux.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big effort and a big initiative as well. So I think, all things considered, the stuff that we're observing, you're not happy that your Yocto build times increased by 30 to 60 minutes to build all the Force Rust libraries now. Shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, buddy. I understand that. But full-time evangelism strike force member. There you go. That is it.
That makes sense. Now it all makes sense.
I think, I think so. There's obviously things going on. There's obviously people interested in things moving forward. So I'm wondering if the quote unquote drama that we're observing is actually something that looks really big, but it's actually quite small. And there's actually a whole world existing orthogonally to this, right?
Yeah.
There's like things functioning and doing things, right?
That is a good point, and I think this is probably almost always the case. Like, and that goes back, I guess, to the point that social media is just bad. Like, you get a very distorted representation of how things are going. You only see one side of the argument presented in a particular way. Like, you just don't even have enough data, and then people just go to the wildest conclusions for no reason.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of, that's a very, I think that's a very healthy perspective as well, because we tend to conflate meaning where there is none. We tend to kind of we look at something and we do this from a very biased perspective. I mean, I'm trying to be like, I'm not a fanboy of Rust. I like the programming language. I'm happy to program it. I think when the Rust Foundation does some fuckery, I'm not particularly proud of it, and I'm not gonna say, oh, all right, no, don't worry, we can excuse that away. There's flaws in the language. Let's not pretend otherwise, right? I think it's interesting that people are trying things, and I'm trying to look at this as I can take it or leave it kind of thing. Because in the end, I'm not the one writing Rust code for the Linux kernel. If someone gave me money to do that, I would just not do that, man. That's just too much salty people involved in that. And instead, I work for free in open source like an idiot, and I think that's perfectly good instead, right? But yeah, no, okay. So should we have some final thoughts on this before we move on to the next topic?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I gave all my thoughts. I already went out with my hot take. We need yours. We need your hot take, Toggle. What's your hot take?
Well, it says I can't run away after I'd be like, Rust is better than SIG, and then I run away. I can't do that now. But no, it's so all right. The long and short of it is this, right? I can take it or leave it. I think someone called the people of the Linux mailing list for childish. And I have to say that some of it is outright childish from both places, right? They're like, you're being a dick to me. Oh no, you're being a dick to me. That is kind of a little bit what is happening. There's like posts from both of these things. We've seen mostly stuff from one person, and we haven't seen that much going in the other direction. But I have no illusion that the person who were the Hector person who we read most from, I have no illusion that they have been completely innocent in this. I'm pretty sure that there has been a push against some things, and that no one wants to meet them halfway. I don't think you get as far as you got if no one wants to meet you halfway, right? You've been called that. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think that you're entirely wrong, Keeney, okay? And let me put this into perspective, right? You're working on the Linux kernel, something that runs on people's phones, right? Like this thing is everywhere. Hosting, phones, IoTs, everywhere, okay? You are to be held to a certain standard. And when you kind of start making things political and you start doing this sort of thing, I kind of feel like, from where I'm sitting, that's not really the level of maturity I want to observe in a person who's writing shit to keep my phone working, right? I want to see you sit down, drink your coffee like a grown up, and have a sensible debate, right? I want to see you set a good example, not otherwise, right? Anyway, that's my take on it. No one has any clue what my real take was there, I think. But that's my take on it, okay?
Yeah. If I had to repeat a point that I made earlier, just so that the people don't forget, I do think that Hector needs to change his attitude towards open source software. Not because he's a bad person or anything, but it's just because I do think that it is just...
unhealthy.
Unhealthy, or like mechanically not working with the reality of doing open source software. You need to find a different motivator that isn't like extrinsic, as in the public, your users donating to you and having their donations reflect the interest in your product, the appreciation, or having interactions with people where people tell you that they're happy with what you're doing more than asking you for more stuff, because this is never going to happen. So you necessarily need to change your perspective. And then once you do that, hopefully then you can approach also the Rust in the Linux kernel effort in a more satisfactory way, for like in a more successful way overall, but also in a more happy way for yourself, in a more sustainable way, healthy way for yourself. Yeah, that's it.
That's it, right? Yeah. Okay. So that was the Linux kernel Rust drama. Now we're gonna tackle another issue. We're gonna talk about other things now. Are you still functioning, Christoph? Are you good to go?
I am still functioning.
You're good. I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'll keep going for as long as you are, right?
Okay, so I would say let's do this, and then maybe we can call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, this took, 5 hours? So this will be another 5.5 hours. But the thing is, I don't have to cook today. And my wife has done a mistake of inviting another child to play with our child. So she now has 2 kids to deal with. So I'm going to stay down here for the rest of the day while she sleeps in her own bed, metaphorically speaking, right? Because that's, nice. So I'm gonna go and put the kettle on. Do you want to take a break and put the kettle on as well? Do
you know what? Let's do like should we do a 10-minute break or 5 minutes? What works best for you? I don't have.
Give me 1 minute to top up my water and quickly go to the bathroom, and then you can take 5-10 minutes, and I can hold down the fort. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
Yep. I'll be right back.
Okay, so the next topic for the people who are wondering is let me see if I can find a link. Where did I put it? Oh, here. Copy link. Now Vim versus Emacs. Yeah, we're gonna solve it all. Solve all the A versus B issues all in one stream. New junior developers can't actually code. That's what we're gonna look at. Languages.json front OK was yanked to languages.zone, so probably soon other languages will work. Oh, nice, Andrew, you're making progress. Nice. You're supposed to mentor the juniors. Oh yeah, but like, wait until we read this. This is gonna be fun. This is definitely gonna be fun. Wait for Toggle to be back. It's gonna be cool. Let's see. Is this written by an LLM? I don't think so. Maybe. And maybe I just couldn't tell. We'll see. What an adventure. So this was a good discussion, because I also, before getting into this chat with Toggle, still had like a lot of missing pieces in my head about what's happening with Rust and the kernel. Not that we know everything now. Obviously, we don't. We just read some sources and made some marginal progress, but still better than what it was before. How's it going, Toggle?
It's pretty good, mate. I got my drink. I'm ready to go. So you Go make yourself a cup of tea.
Yeah, I think I'll need just 5 minutes and then I'll be back. Okay.
You can. Yeah. Sounds good.
No worries. I also put up the next thing so that people can know what we're about to get ourselves into.
Sounds good. All right. Let me catch up with you guys. Let's see, what do we got here? We have Neurosite say, you done C versus Rust, now do Vim versus Emacs. That's kind of a little bit like pitting a lion against a child, Neurosite. I don't think that's fair. Languages.jsm from Tokay was Jang to languages.zon, so probably soon other languages will work. Spicy. What are we having? You guys get junior developers that can code? No. Some seniors are getting lazy too. Hey, all seniors are lazy. Come on, man. Oh, Christoph Camera died. You're supposed to mentor the juniors. Oh, I thought I was supposed to mentor the juniors, right? I've been abusing them, but I've learned from the mailing list. Another thing I've been thinking about a lot, am I stopping myself from doing huge deep dives to understand something totally new because I ask LLMs? Yes, possibly. But do you really want to do a deep dive? What do you want to do a deep dive into? Imagine the mental muscle I'm not exercising and what I'm not learning about deep parts of a system. You could also argue the same thing about using things like autocomplete, or as Microsoft call it, IntelliSense, right? That could also prohibit you from learning things from a standard library, right? Was this written by an LLM? I don't know. Published on Valentine's Day, so I'm sure it's full of love. Probably grammar checked by LLM. Now that would be a good use of an LLM. LLM head is always welcome. Hello, why are you doing? Probably I will be compiling kernel with Rust stuff inside when I get back home. Sounds like a bold move, Teufel. Good on you. Are you gonna stream it, Teufel? Maybe. Neurosite showing his age or their age. Hello, ICS. Good evening to you. Sometimes finding the right answer makes you stumble upon various wrong answers, which is a form of learning. Hey, apparently, yes. And you see other parts. Oh, yes. I was wondering what that was in relation to, but yes, of course, right? You'll end up knowing the solution, but not why it's the solution. So that is actually something. I don't want to get too deep into this without Christoph, because I feel like I'll be like, I'll take all the content and then Christoph gets nothing. He'll come back and be like, should we talk about this now? But no, we already done that, mate. No, they have to stream from both laptops at the same time. You just point them towards each other, and then they were sort of just working out, right? But if you put them too close, little phones come out. Okay. You could just well, you could just do whatever, right? I was gonna say there's capture cards, there's SSH. I don't know, right? Already done it, mate. We're done here. Okay. Just leave your sub by the door and get out. We're already done here. Bye. No, but yeah, I'm not gonna poke too much at it, right? So this article, I haven't actually seen the whole thing. I say seen the whole thing, but you know, right? But on that topic, though, Neil, right? I like learning by reading books, because when you learn as a result of reading books, you end up taking in more knowledge than you aim to, right? Because books talk about other things as well. If you start reading about some particular aspect of something, and there's all the surrounding things that's gonna sort of cement itself into your brain as you do it, right? So I think LLM's kind of like the other side of that spectrum. But again, I'm gonna wait until Krista comes back and shares. It could have swapped to my screen, and I could have done so. We could have played Balatro. You guys into Balatro? Have you seen the programming language emoji code? That wasn't for me, but I'm gonna answer anyway because I got a microphone and you don't. I have not seen it. Hot takes. You love Balatro? Oh man, I have put more hours into Balatro than I've done to Parent. Okay, that doesn't mean I play a lot of Balatro. I'm just a really bad parent. Emoji code is really good if it wasn't a meme lang. Wait, that kind of is a bit contradictory, Wario. Balatro is fun to watch. I think I had about 10 viewers in the end when I was playing Balatro, so I'm not entirely sure that's true, Teufel. But if you're going to stream it, I'll come and watch. It has result options and a bunch of cool features. We're talking about emoji lang now, Christoph.
I see. Okay.
Neurosite, don't take our content away. That's kind of where I'm going with this. Okay. Can we ban Neurosite, right? Because it just in one sentence is destroyed about 50 minutes of content here, right? Are you not making my life easier, right?
No. That's how we punish him. So the way we punish Neurosite is that now we're gonna read the blog post, actually say that he's wrong. The blog post has a different take on it, and we'll act as if the blog post is totally right for punishment. Because originally our plan was to say that blog post was wrong, right? And spend 50 minutes explaining our slightly different take. But now he took that away from us. So now it's time to agree with the blog post and keep dunking on Neurosite.
Of disagreeing with you, Neurosite. I hope you're looking forward to it. You think you're allowed to close down and walk away, but I'll tell you what, it's either this or you're going to go and change your bed linen and clean the house. Is your move, Buster. All right. Should we have a quick read through the article then, right?
Yeah. Shall I go?
I had to be Linus today, so you can be blog post. Who wrote this, by the way?
I have no idea. Let me zoom out. Maybe. I'm zooming out in work. They does not say. I think this is Squiggly Nested Lines blog post. I don't know who that is. By Namanye. It's Namanye.
Is that?
That's all I know.
Okay.
That's all I know. There's a follow me on X button.
Okay.
2.5 plus million readers on my blog about AI and software dev. Okay. Join them.
And then
oh my god. This is like
shit, has Prime already done this? Come on, but it leaves some for the rest of us. Damn it.
I mean, yeah, of course. You know what? The only solution is to have like higher frequency. Like we need to do this thing more frequently so that we can beat.
We do. We need to, and we're gonna beat him to the punchline as well, right?
Every single time. Yeah.
To the punch, not the punchline.
So and then we always come out with the most obvious, most relatable take, and then we always end up and we accuse him of stealing our takes.
Yes, that's how we do this. That's how we do it, right? It'd be like we just turn up in his chat and we spend like, we did this yesterday, mate. You're old news now. This is million views.
Yeah, so the entire blog post has 2.5 million views, but then apparently half of that is in this blog post. Anyway, still. Kind of a curious way of going at it, though. Like, I perfectly understand wanting to have people watch your stuff and like wanting to like taking pride in that. Still, the way this was shown in the Twitter account, it was kind of weird. But in any case, something's been bugging me about how new devs and I need to talk about it. About new devs and I need to talk about it.
Definitely made no sense.
No.
How new devs and I need to talk about it?
Something's been bugging me about how. Oh shit! Yeah, about how new devs.
Yeah, no, that does not make sense.
Yeah, okay. So I think the how shouldn't be there. So something is bugging me about new devs, and I need to talk about it. Oh my god, It's written by an LLM. Oh my god.
Actually, I don't think LLMs get this stuff wrong. I think this makes it more human.
Startup idea. An AI trained to add typos and minor mistakes in text so that it doesn't look like you made your stuff through LLMs.
As Fellenbra, English is written with an uppercase E, but thank you for proving your point. Okay, sorry. I'm being a D-bag on purpose. All right, let's go.
Okay. We are at this weird inflection point in software development. Every junior dev I talk to has Copilot or Claude or GPT running 24/7. They're shipping code faster than ever. But when I dig deeper into their understanding of what they're shipping, that's where things get concerning. Sure, the code works, but ask why it works that way instead of another way. Crickets. What about edge cases? Blank stares. The foundational knowledge that used to come from struggling through problems is just missing. We're trading deep understanding for quick fixes, and while it feels great in the moment, we're going to pay for this later. I'll give you a preview of my hot take, okay? This is an extension of my dependencies as debt idea. But we'll get to that. Although, hint, hint. Okay, so back when we had to actually think, I recently realized that there's a whole generation of new programmers who don't even know what Stack Overflow is. Where's the message from the other side? People just write Stack Overflow, same difference. We'll see what the blog has to say about this now. Back when Claude was not a chatbot, but the man who invented the field of information entropy, there was a different way to debug programming problems. First, search on Google. Then, hope some desperate soul had posed a similar question as you had. If they did, you would find a detailed, thoughtful, and often patronizing answer from a wise gray bird on this site called Stack Overflow. Here's one of the questions I posed 12 years ago. See the top answer by Nathan Wall, who has earned a whopping 10,000 plus point and is apparently a CTO since 2015. What is the difference?
Oh my God. Do you know what? The Stack Overflow economy, right? All that karma that you've been farming over the years is just becoming... They must be scrambling for the jets, right? Oh my goodness.
What is the difference between unary plus / number x and parse float x? So it's a JavaScript question.
It is obviously a question really about what's the difference between number x and parse float x. But yes.
Yeah, so
I don't know what the unary thing has to do with it.
So, man, this is already a question you shouldn't even have to ask. The fact that you can ask this question, goddamn JavaScript. But in any case, okay, so the answer is, I guess, a bunch of weird differences. So, number and plus coerce a value to a number, while parse float and parse int do parsing. So, I'm not sure coercion is the right word here. Or, interesting. Okay, so
I would read as parsing because coerce sounds like it would translate something to another, but this is gonna have to parse, right?
Yeah, as far as I know, at least the way I'm used to understanding the word coercion is that it's usually like basically a always safe typecast. So it doesn't coercion. Does coercion imply data transformation? Actually, no, it does. Coercion can imply having to transform the data. It's just really weird to me that transformation is actually parsing. I guess in this case, the defining characteristic of coercion is that it cannot fail. It always succeeds. So parse float 3 becomes 3. Number of 3 becomes 3. Parse float of a number becomes a number. So this all seems to work fine. Where's like the weird cases? Oh, there we go. Parse float of 1x becomes 1. Number of 1x becomes none. What? What?
It is interesting that something called parse does not fail to parse, but rather just gives you a result. Yeah, but I guess that's kind of beside the point there, right?
I don't understand what's going on here. And then in addition, number understands hexadecimal input while parse float does not.
Is there not a parse int though? Wouldn't that be more relevant in there?
That one returns strings. No, I'm joking.
Parse functions stop once there are no more digits left. But wouldn't it be a yeah? I don't know. I guess that is determined on having other things part of your lexing process. But yeah, I don't know. Well, there is no int in JS.
Yeah, it's a JS moment. Okay, let's just appreciate it for what it is. Moment. Yeah. Can you imagine that some dude just wrote an answer with this level of detail, raw without an AI and for free? My original question was thoroughly answered, of course, but he didn't stop there. I learned so many new facts. Some of them I didn't even know existed, and others I didn't even want to know, but now they're etched in my brain forever. That's how I feel also. This was the best case scenario if you had a question. If you stumble upon a particularly difficult problem and didn't find someone who had answered your question already, then tough luck. let's see. Never have I felt close to another soul and yet so helplessly alone as when I Google an error and there's one result, a thread by someone with the same problem and no answer, last posted in 2003. Where were you, Denver Coder? What did you see? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever run into that? Have you ever gone looking? I mean, say some 15 years ago you were looking. I don't know how relevant that is today, but some years ago that was certainly a thing.
I think it happens, and to me the worst part is that it's like kind of clear that the fact that the problem was there so many years ago and I'm still experiencing it now, it means that nobody did anything in the meantime. So it's, to me, it's usually like a signal that I should drop whatever tool I'm using because it's basically unmaintained. Case in point, can you believe that it's been 14 years, maybe even more by now, that Firefox is unable to render Helvetica correctly? This fact there drives me nuts. Every year I get even more angry at this fact.
Oh, I mean, isn't there a meme about finding these dead posts and then replying, "I solved it, thanks," and not giving the answer?
Yeah, also that. Yes, also that. Also that. Wait, what? Look. Helvetica times position wrong on Firefox Mac. So it only affects Firefox and Mac. It does not affect Windows. I don't know if it affects Linux. I think it affects also Linux, but I'm not sure. In any case, opened 16 years ago. I need to have 16 years. And they can't render Helvetica. Man, I hate this so much. In any case.
So what's the final comment on that one? We kind of have to read that one.
It's been 13 years and I can confirm this is still happening. Chrome on macOS has everything looking fine. Firefox on macOS has Helvetica misaligned. Can we get this fixed? It's impossible to properly align Helvetica with anything in Firefox, even when the CSS is correct.
Can we see the images so I have a point of reference there?
Yeah. I'm going to open both of them. So this is one and this is the other.
Wait, what's the... oh, I see.
Yeah, it's slightly too high up.
Why? That is so bizarre.
I don't know, man. I actually see these. I think it's not just Helvetica. I think that whatever, font feature Helvetica is using, I think it's not only in Helvetica, it's in other ones. Because I occasionally see text like in buttons have a weird vertical alignment in Firefox with no way of fixing it. Or like if you somehow compensate for it, then you mess it up in other browsers. I don't know. 16 years. Anyway.
But hang on. If all Helvetica text is like 1 or 2 pixels too high up, doesn't that sort of position it correctly? It's just at the end of the paragraph where it would be wrong?
Yeah, but it messes up whenever you have like a border around things. Like buttons are the thing that drives me nuts.
Right.
In a button, or maybe whenever you have some decoration, like some decorative line around. So it could be like a frame around something, or maybe you have like a base, like you're underlining a title, for example, but you're not using text underline. You're using some other, like you're maybe just rendering the bottom border of a div. Like every time you try to do something like this, it looks ugly.
Wow.
So, where were we?
Yes, junior devs.
Why does Choa's father want me to open chat.com?
I don't know, man. I would be. Oh man, you're way too amicable to your viewers, man. Someone gives me a link and insists on me opening it.
I know, but okay, it was a rickroll. Could have been worse.
Yeah, I haven't been rickrolled recently, but my chat tends to send me pictures of kebabs instead. That's the rickrolling we have.
That's not a bad deal.
No, it's not too bad.
Is it like doner kebab or like skewer kebab?
Yes, this is specifically one viewer who kept insisting that I look at a kebab, and then they tricked me to look at it one day, and now that's a thing.
I see. Could have been worse.
It's how it goes. It could have been worse. I had one viewer send me a link to something that was borderline pornography, and then I stupidly went to go and look at Nixos packages, and I think I opened nixos.com on stream, or was it nix.com? That is not a website for operating system. There was a lot of like really old ads for pornography, so you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. So junior devs these days have it easy. They just go to chat.com and copy paste whatever errors they see. Even lazier ones don't do the 30-second effort of toggling to a browser window. They just use a tool that does it all in one place. Is this another Rickroll? This is Cursor, of course. The AI code editor. Nice. It's convenient and quick, but there's still one reason that Stack Overflow was superior. Reading discussions by experienced developers about your topic is the best way to learn. Here's a graph to explain what I mean. Speed, knowledge gained, Stack Overflow, more knowledge gained than speed. Chat GPT, more speed than knowledge gained. Okay. AI gives you answers, but the knowledge you gain is shallow. With Stack Overflow, you had to read multiple expert discussions to get the full picture. It was slower, but you came out understanding not just what had worked, but why it worked. Think about every great developer you know. Did they get that good by copying solutions? No. They got there by understanding systems deeply and understanding other developers' thought processes. That's exactly what we are losing. I'm not going to be that guy.
I think this person makes like some assumptions that we know a lot of really good developers, right? I mean, like, I don't know, right?
I'm not trying to be that guy who complains about kids these days. I use AI tools daily. I'm literally building one, but we need to be honest about what we're trading away for this convenience. What can we do? I've been experimenting with ways to fix this because, let's face it, AI isn't going anywhere. And here's what's actually working. First, use AI with a learning mindset. When it gives you an answer, interrogate it and ask it why. Sure, it takes longer, but that's literally the point. Next, find your tribe. Reddit, Discord, Mastodon, wherever the smart people hang out. I would like to add to this. For the love of God, no, Mastodon ain't it. You cannot have any kind of non-superficial discussion on social media that is shaped like Twitter. Please. Mastodon might be...
I was so excited when Chris Nova launched her instance and I joined and I was like, wow, this is great. And there were like interesting people. But
for
it very
5 minutes.
quickly,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Then,
it very quickly went downhill. It's like, yeah, all right. And then all of a sudden, so some people were like, oh yeah, misogyny. I was like, oh shit, no, I want to talk about programming. I don't care about your bullshit now. Yep. Let's do that. So go to Reddit with that. But no, there was no more programming talk.
Yeah, and then I signed up on that same instance and helped take everything downhill from there. I mean, but it's in the nature of the thing. So I would say, sorry, Mastodon, no, thank you. I would even say Reddit. I don't know, man. Reddit, to me, has really fallen down recently. I am biased because I completely went away from Reddit, and now the Zig subreddit is like a wasteland. By the way, if anybody here in chat has gone and interacted with the Zig subreddit, you failed. You failed the mission. Like that was a bad move. Don't do that. Join other communities. The Zig one
join
on
another
Reddit.
Cult. But over at our Rust, you can find another cult.
The Zig one on Reddit is bad.
So I actually looked at that one the other day. I looked at it before we're gonna stream to see if there's anything, but it wasn't too bad. I've seen worse, I think, but yeah, it wasn't anything inspiring there. But all these subreddits kind of just become the same thing. Hi, I'm new to this thing. I'm working on this thing, and it's like it becomes this like shouting into the void stuff. It doesn't actually invite discourse, and I think a lot of it is like it's like sort of a milder version of Hacker News sometimes, right?
I feel like that it kind of fell off a little bit when they started kind of basically rug pulling it. When it was clear that basically Reddit at that point was just being used as a content farm for their AI stuff. I think. Yeah, I think I'm sure that you can still have good discussions on Reddit somewhere, but yeah, no, thank you.
No, that's I don't know what it's like. Is what is the last bastion of programming discourse that doesn't become this sort of odd? I don't know what it is about it, because every time when you talk about programming on one of these places, right? You could ask about something quite fundamentally basic, and everyone knows what you're asking about. But there's always one fucker in there who's gonna go, well, actually, no, because on this obscure architecture in the year of our Lord 1935, if you do this, your house will catch fire. And like, no one believed that's what anyone meant. You just wanted to say that to sound like a tit. Come on, man. Yeah. There's no like friendly conversation or discourse anymore. It's always like a one-upmanship when it comes to these things, right?
The last bastion is the Christoph and Toggle streams. Yeah, 100%.
There you go. You come here, you're safe unless you're neurosite, and it's gonna be fine. Nah, it's all good. Emacs subreddit is surprisingly based. That's probably because they have one user, right? Sorry. No.
It's because all the bad ones are in the Vim subreddit. Probably, I guess.
That's true. You know what? I don't even want to unpack that. It's not even about like editor conversations around that either. It's more like the obsession of doing things certain ways and plugins and stuff, right?
Honestly, we should have that discussion, and so we can have the discussion from the guy who appreciates a editor made in a new language, like a fan of Rust, like me, versus a unhinged guy who just loves unsafe stuff and keeps using NeoVim.
There we go. Right. I think we could dissect that one day.
Yeah, we should at some point. Not today though. But no, jokes aside, I mean, maybe Discord communities can be fun. Scott is suggesting that we took this as an opportunity to plug our respective Discord servers. I'll tell you, the Software You Can Love Discord server is not super active. It's like a very chill, chill as in not too much activity going on. And I don't know. I think it's fine when you're discussing about software at a more high level, I guess, or if you're interested in like in my static site generator. But I think Toggle has a more interesting community in that sense. I'll leave you to speak to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're interested in sort of meta stuff, like getting into streaming, or you want to discuss various things, I'm pretty available on my Discord as well, right? So there are people who want to know anything about setups, or if you want to discuss a programming problem or whatever, and you want to do so in private, you're more than welcome to join me on my Discord, right? And keyboards. Yes, I love to share my keyboards. That's really good. That's a good point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's more like learning focused. Do I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what did I just agree to?
No, I said like your community has more space for discussion about like learning how to do things.
Oh yeah. It's very, you know, well, it's also very quiet, but yeah. There's even a meme channel. Although I love the meme channel, right? That's one of the reasons I keep coming back to my own Discord, right? If I'm bored waiting on something, I can just scroll through the meme channel. It's usually pretty good. And ranting. Yeah, but I've muted the rant channel. So I made a channel for people to vent and rant, and then I immediately muted it. That was like the healthiest thing to do. All right. Okay, so let's see. Let's hop to it.
Yeah. So let's see. Find your tribe. And I don't know. Probably I would pick like my order would be Discord number 1. Number 2 is not mentioned here, and I would say maybe forums. Quote unquote old style forums. This is based on my experience with Zig. Zig has it's up here. Zig has Zigit, which is a more quote unquote traditional style forum. And this one is not bad. People can have good discussions, and they're like overall it's a decent place where to be. Then I would say 3rd place maybe Reddit, and then 4th place Mastodon. I don't hate Mastodon. It's not specific to Mastodon, but like Twitter style media, I don't know. I think it's bottom of the barrel as far as I'm aware. It's like it's just for people to Yeah.
It's another void to scream into. It's nothing else, right? Wherever the smart people hang out, at least they didn't put hacker news on there. I don't kind of appreciate that, right?
Get Dark Mode Reader.
The ones that make you go, huh, I never thought about it that way.
Yeah. So do code reviews differently. Instead of just checking if the code works, start a conversation with your team. Oh my God. I'm not sure that's
getting it done that day.
So, okay, your code looks fine, but can you tell me something? Can you tell me how you ended up with that for loop? It's like, oh my fucking God, I'm never going to commit any more code again.
So I used to do this for a living for a while, and I was being very, welcome to Discord. I was being very, made sure that it wasn't too much vinegar in anything. And I would stress this whenever you do code reviews as well, right? You kind of have to point out, we don't have to, but it sort of helps, dealing with people if you understand that the person who solved the problem was focused on solving the problem, not on the quote-unquote elegance of the code sometimes. So it's not an excuse to write bad code, but like it's kind of understandable why people are being sloppy about certain details and stuff. But I don't think code reviews should even be mentioned in this article. It's so distant away from what this is really about, right?
Yeah, also I would say if you are doing the code review, then you should know what is the range of possibilities. You should know whether the approach that is being suggested by the patch is worthwhile or not, whether the person has done the due diligence of considering the other ones. Maybe not all the time, but like you should have more context to do that anyway. Like I would say that today a effective code review should put into question whether the approach used by the submitter is the right one, not necessarily quiz them on it, but it should put that into question, and the reviewer should do the legwork to actually have a certain degree of confidence that is the optimal approach, or at least good enough. Anyway.
No, Dash, we've moved on. I think code reviews should just not even be mentioned in this place, right?
Build things from scratch sometimes. Yes, AI can generate that authentication system for you, but try building one yourself first. Oh my God.
This is everything that is wrong. One, don't have an LLM generate your authentication system. Two, don't build the authentication system yourself. It's someone has already solved this, so you don't leak your users' passwords, man. These are like two L takes on each other, okay? Honestly, I mean, maybe they meant something else.
You know what the win take is? Why do you even implement an authentication system when you can just basically connect the LLM to the database and then you let users log in by prompting the LLM? It's like, yo, dude, can you please let me in? It's me.
It's me, and please authenticate. I promise it's me, and then you're good to go, right? Yes, Nerdash, I have written multiple authentication systems as well, and what I have learned over the many years I've done this is don't do it. Someone else has already done it, and they fixed the shitty bugs that we might introduce, okay? So there you go.
You'll write Wars code, but you will understand every line of it. That knowledge compounds. Looking forward.
Compounds into bugs that your users have to pay for. But jokes aside, of course you can write your own authentication system. If you're not working for a bank or any software that I'm going to use, then by all means, write your own authentication system. There is value in doing that, right? Jokes aside, there is value in doing that. But you shouldn't like, I'm a weekend warrior, so I'll write code on the weekend. I'm wrangling Python. I'm gonna write my own old system now for this like important thing that I'm gonna release, right? That might be less than ideal, right? I think you meant for learning, not for production code. I think you should probably specify that, but you're absolutely right. I don't think that this is necessarily something that they say you're going to do for production, but at the same time, we're reading what we're reading and we make what we make of it, right? We can't stop and analyze every sentence for the most positive outcome ever, because then we're just going to sit and say, everything is beautiful, give me another drink of water, right? Where's the fun in that? Let's go.
Yeah, SSH meet already with the overcomplicated solutions. Like you hash the password and look it up if the hashes match and you're done. Sure, or just, just store the password in there directly.
Open for timing attacks now. You got to deal with that too, Schmid.
Why hashing? Claude told me that you can just store the password directly. In any case, here's the reality. The acceleration has begun, and there's nothing we can do about it. Open source models are taking over, and we'll have AGI running in our pockets before we know it. I don't know.
Yeah, that one I'm a bit skeptical about, but okay.
But that doesn't mean that we have to let it make us worse developers. The future isn't about whether we use AI, it's about how we use it. And maybe, just maybe, we can find a way to combine the speed of AI with the depth of understanding what we need to learn. Let me know if you found other ways to balance this, or tell me I'm just being an old man yelling at clouds. Either way, let's figure this out together.
Was that the end of the article?
That was it. That's how
man, I thought we were gonna have a lot more to go on, right? Yeah, okay. So I mean, arguably we could have drawn the same conclusion with Stack Overflow and how Stack Overflow was bad, and we should go back to reading books, right? That could I guess we could sort of say that, right? How did that get 1 million views? That I don't know.
Good question. I have to be honest.
The graph is pretty good. Yeah.
I have my reservations with regards to the content of these blog posts. Like, if I have to be honest, and I think about my personal experience, I'm sorry. I don't consider Stack Overflow any good. Whenever in the past, while trying to figure something out, I landed on Stack Overflow, I had considered that like a mission failure. Like the fact that I couldn't figure it out reading documentation or existing code examples meant that I just failed the mission, or like the thing in any case were too complicated. On Stack Overflow, you have so many wrong answers. Like this guy is saying that you have all these experts. That's not true. You have so many bad. Like, has anybody here found bad answers on Stack Overflow, or is it just me?
I can't take I can't think of one at the top of my head, but I have when I've been browsing Stack Overflow, I've found some pretty good alt takes in there. It's like, wow, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you advocating here, right?
Stack Overflow is a coin flip, especially with Python.
The really frustrating thing with Stack Overflow as well is that some people have taken the human out of the equation. So someone asks a sensible question, but instead of getting a good answer, they get a dumbass comment about something being a copy of another question that isn't the same, or some other confoundedly stupid thing like that. And everything is quote unquote under the guise of improving the quality. But I guess that point's moot these days, because the Stack Overflow data has already been used to train the LLM, so no one needs Stack Overflow anymore, right? So that's all gone. No, I don't know. Quora has been incredibly terrible sometimes when it comes to it. It's again, a lot of these things comes down to people missing the humanity of the question and the answers, right? It's like you can kind of read between the lines what someone is really asking. I mean, if we take the example of this person in this post, they talk about how good the Stack Overflow experience is, but they're asking a question that has nothing to do with the minus postfix, whatever it was, right? Stack Overflow is still relevant for the new stuff that appears between the model updates. Well, maybe, Ragazzi, if people use Stack Overflow, but since people stop using Stack Overflow, the relevancy of the answer is going to go down, right? I don't know. I hate when people respond saying Google it on Stack Overflow. Yeah, I mean, like, I ended up on the page by Googling it. Yeah, I don't think I've come across that one as frequently, though. But yeah, I really don't know. Yeah. Stack Overflow is good info about noob topics, but anything advanced, forget about it. Yeah, it's the advanced stuff that tend to just deteriorate into absolute nonsense, right? If you're looking up something that you will learn in the first 20 pages of an instruction manual, then I think you are just being lazy. But there are really complex things that, and don't get me wrong, by the way, I am super lazy. Okay, I forget how to do something, I'm just gonna search for it and go to Stack Overflow. But really, I do think that we learn better from reading more. I mean, what's your process in learning a new language, Christoph? Let's just ask that.
Learning a new language. Oh man, it's been a while since I did it last. No, but you know what? Maybe I do have some advice to share. So in the past, so for example, when I learned Python the first time, so I was still in university, and in university we started with Java, and then I had to learn, and then I wanted to learn another language on my own. And to me, the choice at the time was between Ruby and Python, and it wasn't clear which was better. So I ended up going with Python, which I do not regret. But so at the time, I remember like buying books and like just doing reading the book, doing what the book said, trying to do a couple of example problems, and then I started using Django. And then I remember spending a lot of time doing Django websites, or sometimes messing around with Python dependencies. So like I remember trying to make an app that would allow me to use my phone as a clicker for moving slides forward, that kind of stuff that required using Bluetooth. But then more recently with Zig, what I learned is that like books are not necessarily bad, but the impression that you have, or at least that I had when I was younger, that the book is, the authoritative source of knowledge. You read the book, you will know the language. And then, yes, there will still be some other minor stuff that you will have to learn, but like the book is going to give you like 90% of it. I ended up, now I think it's a mental fallacy. And so, for example, when people ask for a Zig book, I do think that having a Zig book is a good thing. But at the same time, there is no book that will ever be able to be the only source of knowledge that you should read to really learn Zig. Because even as good as a book might be, like, and even I'm talking about even in a future where the Zig isn't like a unstable language, a future where Zig has reached version 1.0, even then, I still think that a single book is not going to be able to cut it. You still should read blog posts, interact with the community, read projects like successful Zig projects to learn what's idiomatic. That's what I learned over time.
Just briefing on what Patrick is saying, the REPL in Python is amazing, yes. And if you debug in Python with something like PDB or IPDB, that experience is just insane compared to other languages where you don't really have the same level of freedom. You launch something like GDB and like, all right, I just want to evaluate an expression, and GDB is like, think again, mate. You're gonna compile that one. You're not going anywhere, right? I like books. I like big books, and I cannot lie. But okay. the books makes me invest more into when it comes to learning. If I'm learning a language today, and I do this on stream, I'm not learning languages, but I poke at them. And the way I go about this is generally looking at what is it that the language is offering that is unique with it, and then we look at things like keywords and standard library documentation and these kind of things. But that works for you if you have a general understanding of what you should be able to do with a programming language. If you are new to programming, then you don't have like a reference to, I should be able to have a dynamically resizable collection of data. That doesn't mean anything to you. So then you have to go a bit further. But in general, I think you can get pretty far. The one thing that I've seen quite a bit of in my community, in my discussions for a while at least, was the tutorial hell thing. And I think that's where you end up when you refuse to read the references and the actual documentation around the project. Because and that is kind of aligned with this thing, because it's I get the solution to how to do the specific thing without understanding the solution, so I can't really extrapolate from that, right? I think it's not difficult once you get some kind of idea for how something should work or what you can do with it, but you got to get to that point, right? And I definitely think that tutorial. You know what? On that note, what do you think? Right, if you had to choose between using an LLM or a tutorial, which one do you think is going to give you the best result?
I would hope that the tutorial gives me a better result. Honestly, I would sincerely hope so. Or rather, I guess maybe in a future where LLMs are better, the fact that the LLM can give you a personalized experience that is tailored to the exact questions that you're asking, that might be good. Check the tutorial in LLM, ask it to make it 10 times short, 100 times shorter.
Tutorials don't exist for all things I want to learn. So, but what is your go-to way for learning a cell phone, bra? Right? What's your like? Where do you start off? You're gonna learn something new. Where do you start?
Yeah, I think that LLMs need to improve more before they can be genuinely useful for this kind of stuff. Maybe they're approaching that right now, and you know what? They're better than nothing, I guess. Maybe for certain things, for languages that they understand well enough. But otherwise, I don't know.
Amarky1 says, I think Rustlings and Signals are a good source for learning the respective language. No, you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you why. Rustlings is terrible. Siglings was amazing. I could use Siglings to learn. I'm kidding. Okay. But I could use Siglings to learn. I was like, I can work with this stuff. I didn't need anything else. I mean, obviously, I had a lot of Sig developers in the chat. But in general, looking at it, it was quite nice to read through. Whereas rustling is something you're supposed to do in correlation with reading the book. And at that point, I'm kind of thinking, why don't you just read the book, right? Read the book. But that is me. That is my. I know not everyone works the same way, right?
Here's what the solution is, Toggle, which is basically what Emmy was saying, just slightly rewarded. You take the book, you feed it to an LLM, and you ask the LLM to produce a tutorial for you. That's and people were saying there's no tutorials for everything in life. Guess what? The LLMs can make them for you.
This is true. There is the Ross book. Honestly, it's probably one of the better books that I have not fully read. I think it's the thing that makes it such a good resource is because it's kind of a very. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because the book teaches you how to write Rust, and it's very easy. And you can be like, okay, here you go. Write some hello world, do a guessing game, and then learn about generics and all this stuff, right? And then now you're going to go into the wild and you're going to build something. And you're like, well, how do I actually do anything that matters, right? And this is where you have to start building up your knowledge yourself. I think the Rust book is a really good sort of trampoline into learning more detailed stuff about the programming language, but the Rust book itself is not going to be necessarily enough to get you going, right?
Yeah. I do think, though, that really, I suspect that for every language that isn't like super dead, interacting with the community really does give you an extra edge compared to just consuming big sources like a book. Because big and slow moving sources like a book, because really, I'm thinking of my experience with Zig. There is so many good ideas that you pick up and discover by interacting with the people who are like using the language actively. I suspect that probably the same is true for most other languages, like not knowing about new libraries, not knowing about new approaches, because they're not mentioned in the book. Like, by the way, to be clear, I'm not saying that the book it's bad. I'm saying that the book in isolation, right? Thinking that you can offline go buy a printed copy of the book and then you just sit at your desk, you're disconnected from the internet, you read the book and that's all you do. That will teach you some of the language, maybe a lot of the language, and it will make you productive. But there is still going to be so much more that you miss out, I think, compared to being more directly involved with the community.
You should definitely be involved, and I do believe that it's not just a book. A book is not enough. You need to kind of pull from everywhere. But I would say when it comes to learning something and you want to actually use it and understand it, then an LLM is probably the last place I would go. And I would go with book and conversation before any of that. But also, what Patrick OMG was saying, reading on how to do something, right? Sort of basing it on that. If you only read and you do no practicing, then I think you're not going to learn anything. And this is probably one of the more prevalent reasons why people don't learn programming languages, because they read and then they think they know, but they don't write anything because they know. So, and this is a fallacy, and I'm just as guilty as everyone else out there. I read something and be like, oh, this is the basic stuff. I don't need this thing. And then I read and then go, hang on, how do I do any of this stuff again? And I'm going to start reading again from the beginning. You kind of have to, and this is what I like Dead Trees, right? You read in a book and then you have to write it out yourself. You can't copy and paste, because copy and pasting is like, it's just never a good way when it comes to learning, right? You need to put in the work. Absolutely, right?
Okay, Toggle, do you want to hear my hot take on this one?
Go on, let's hear it.
Okay, some of it, which is not particularly hot, is the fact that I do think that what is being described here, I do think it's a reasonable continuation of what we were discussing about dependencies and dependencies, and how I was saying that dependencies to me are kind of like debt to some degree, because what's happening here is that, in a sense, if you think about it, it's kind of like you're picking up dependencies. It's just that it's not packaged as a piece of external code that you consume, right? You just copy paste it and you integrate it more deeply with your code base. But the baseline is the same, right? It's a piece of code that was generated by not you, that you are relying upon. And there has been some higher level explanation to you that describes what the code does, but then you don't have full control because it wasn't fully authored by you. So in a sense, what is being described here is like a particularly bad kind of debt. Like, let's call it like a shark loan kind style of debt, where you take on extra, you're able to very quickly, where's the sentence? They're shipping code faster than ever, so there is a positive impact on the immediate productivity of the person. But then there's like very big, what's it called? Like rates that you have to pay for, right? You need to pay the thing from your debt. What's the thing called? Oh God. Rates. Well, it's called interest basically. And so and so this is what's being described here, because you could argue that this is just a more, I don't know, faster, more granular, more promiscuous way of attaching the micro dependencies to your project, in a sense.
So obviously this is going to be a very sort of on an individual basis as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people who will bung their question into an LLM and then they will go for an exploration and they will sort of like, oh, wow, this is really interesting. And then it'll be like, LLM, tell me more stuff that is incorrect. And then the LLM goes, you are correct. And here's the truth, right? I think this is a little bit sort of doom and dismay, and I understand why people do this. It is unfortunate that we cannot act like humans anymore. We have to use whatever we can to get someone else's attention, because we're all talking at the same time. So we have to say these things, because otherwise we're going to get no point across. And it's a little bit disturbing, but it's how it is, right?
Yeah, but I think you made a good point, which is actually my other half of the hot take, which is that there are people who are curious by nature, who, no matter what tool they use, to them, LLM is just yet another tool on their tool belt, and they just, allow me the expression, whip it out whenever they feel the need to do so. And then they use another more appropriate tool once the LLM doesn't satisfy them anymore, once they want to dive deeper. And then there will be lazy people who were lazy also before, or like lazy, maybe it's not the right word. Let's say people who are not interested in becoming better developers enough to want to go do this work. And so those previously were copy-pasting from Stack Overflow, while even ignoring whatever good explanation might have been there. Or not, maybe not all of them were good, but let's assume that it was also maybe a good explanation. They just ignored it because they just went and copy pasted the code. They just
wanted the answer, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so those people now are basically doing the same with LLMs. So in a sense, the LLM is, yes, fueling the bad behavior more, but then at the same time, I do think that to some degree, it's just a matter of some people want to do this. Some people just do not want to do this. And probably at the end of the day, this hasn't really dramatically changed the overall equation. Maybe. Or maybe it did. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, so to summarize that one, the people who never bothered to learn in the first place are the same people who will copy and paste anything from an LLM, right? So personally, I try to use LLMs for like throwing ideas around, and it doesn't. I could probably have used something like HAL or Alice Bot or something to the same avail, right? If anyone remembers that, but yeah. So I think for really critical things, I don't trust an LLM because I have proven time and time again how inefficient the code is that the LLM will output, because you ask it to solve a problem, it will solve a problem. And if you don't understand why the solution is bad, now this badness is going to propagate through your code base. And let's say that you're going to start, we can take the allocators of SIG, right, as an example, right? So let's say you tell an LLM, okay, so create this thing for me. It's going to be the foundation for this game engine I'm doing. So there's really part of the core. In the hot loop it goes, right? And the LLM goes like, here's a really inefficient allocator you can use, right? And since you don't bother understanding it, you're going to just whack it in there. Now your entire product is building on top of a slow foundation, right? And that is the problem when we don't look at it, right? So the whole but it works is a little bit like, yeah, but you built your entire house out of duct tape and twigs, right? Yeah, it's a house, but is it a good house? And, can I stay there? I don't know. It's just, when you don't understand the answer, or you don't even have to understand the answer, and you can look at it and go, I don't understand this. But when you have no curiosity in understanding it, because honestly, I don't care about everything I do. Not every line of code that I write has to be some kind of artwork. I write really shit stuff sometimes, right? I'm like, I am currently in the middle of implementing tab indexing, and I have this kind of stream of consciousness prototype. Kind of how people talk, how children program. You got if that, if that, if that, if that. It's like this kind of the way you reason as a person while you're inventing something. And the second step that you should do is then go back and then unroll all this stuff into something that makes sense. And I think that the LLM world of doing this kind of misses some of those details as well, right? Yeah, I guess with the common man code, not the best code. But the thing is, when you don't know and your code is working, then you kind of miss out on what I think is one of the more fun aspects of programming, and that is to drive yourself insane trying to squeeze out another microsecond out of the performance or something like that, right?
Yeah. Read this from Don Ho. I think it's funny. So I often think back to high school and college. Some students were curious and eager to learn, while others just wanted the answers to get it done without truly understanding the material. They were simply trying to get through the course. For those individuals, the only thing that has changed is their mindset. Now I'm just doing the bare minimum to get my paycheck. I would say, objectively true. I would even argue that it's not even a matter necessarily of separating, the curious and good ones from the non-curious and bad ones. I think you also have people who are maybe in their life, generally speaking, curious individuals, but they just don't care about programming enough to do this. So there's like people who are, again, generally good people, but then they chose software development just because they needed a job and not because it was their calling. And so they don't treat their job as a form of making art, which is, how can I say, which I think that actually we all should understand that it is part of reality. Like if you live in an economic system where you need to find a job if you want to eat, and so you can't really fault somebody to do what it takes to be able to eat, even if that is a suboptimal choice for society as a whole. That said, it is true that the best people in any given field are the ones that really put more effort than that, and so there's like a natural divide between the two ways of doing things, and that too is part of life. You wanted to comment on this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think, and I've said this before as well. I think choosing programming as a career for financial benefits is a bad idea. I reckon you can become a lot richer and a lot less stressed if you became an investment banker, right? I think the barrier of entry into the world of programming might not be the same, but there are other fields that pay more. And if you're not going to be interested in what you're doing, and here's the fallacy of a programmer, I say, programming doesn't stop after 8 hours because you're thinking about the problem when you go home. You're lying in bed and you're thinking about that stupid problem, and you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be thinking about that problem. So effectively, when you think that you're working for 8 hours a day, you are delusional. You're working for 12, 14, 16 hours a day because you're constantly solving these problems for someone who doesn't care. But if you become an investment banker or, start swindling people, then at least you can be unhappy doing that, but you don't have to be in the programming community writing bad code that the rest of us have to. I'm kidding about that part, but no, it's just there are so many more approachable fields that requires less involvement that's going to have a higher payout. Right?
Well, but that's what you are doing, Toggle. So you know what other people are doing? For them, programming stops the moment they pasted the solution from the LLM. No, but jokes aside, there are people who just do not do that also in software development. And ultimately, though, it still goes back to what you were saying, because I agree that you can, if you are a software developer who has that attitude that you described, then you have an opportunity of getting yourself into a job position where you make a ton of money. That actually doesn't happen to everybody, but at least you have a chance. If you're somebody who doesn't do that, like if you're just you did a boot camp and you have some front-end experience and you copy-paste stuff from LLMs and you don't spend extra time trying to understand these things past that, then I suspect that you are pretty much guaranteed to never have access to all the high-paying jobs, most probably. And so it's kind of like you basically have been sold on a dream that isn't real. Because people do say, right, that software development pays a lot. It is generally considered a very well-paying field.
It is, but tell the beautiful audience what areas of software development is it that pays a lot. If we're talking about Rust, welcome to cryptocurrency. If we're talking about the rest, where are you working? Banks, right?
Yeah, or big tech. But yeah, for big tech, you know what? I don't know exactly what the Google screening process is. And to be fair, Google is an ad company, so ultimately, I don't know how much do they even know about programming. But still, probably you need to be better than just a very superficial Joni.
I don't know, man. Everyone keeps talking about lead code and Google, so I guess you're gonna be able to, find the number of times a string appears in another string, and that's how you get a job at Google, right? In big tech, the Rust devs are internal. They were already good programmers and are not being flown in. I can't answer that, but there's been massive hirings back when this thing kind of became big over at AWS and such, where people who were not internal were upgraded to Rust devs. But I'm pretty certain that there are Rust developers who became Rust developers within the company as well, right?
Yeah.
Embedded is pretty large software industry. MedTech is up there as well. But is it a well-paying is it a well-paying industry compared to something like banking or gambling? Gambling pays really well too, right? In Rust, it's either crypto scams, you get lucky and hired by said industries. I don't know. My first Rust job offer was in 2018. It was by a Danish company. It wanted me to come and do web development with them. Super awkward company. Seemed really like lovely people and all. I sometimes I wonder if I should have declined that or not, but I did. And now I'm here. So yeah, right choice, mate.
Is it used in the industry? A few companies, not a ton. There's Bun, which is the JavaScript runtime. There's Tiger Beetle, a financial database. There are a few companies that are doing some Zig, but it's very minor stuff. So it's like an order of magnitude smaller than Rust, for example. So it's not easy to find a Zig job nowadays. Some people do. There is the occasional job offering that pops up on Zigit. But yeah, not a lot.
But isn't this kind of similar to, I know this is similar to how Rust has been approached in the past as well.
Yeah.
It's not that you look for a job as a SIG developer, it's that you look for a job in software engineering and you introduce SIG, or they're using SIG internally. It's not a job by language, it's a job in some place that has multiple languages, right? I have people in my community who has gone into places where they've worked as maybe Go devs, and now they work. I don't know, Tanaka, are you in the chat? Now they work as Rust developers there, and yeah. So there's a lot of these kind of things that grows internally, because we got to remember that there you are, buddy. Right, you're working as a commercial Rust dev now. I think there's a lot of things where people are introducing languages internally, right? More than anything. And I think there probably is a very good chance of doing that with SIG as well, right? You work somewhere, but they're going to hire systems programmers, right? So they're not looking for. So this is a bit cruel. The cruel reality is this, right now at least. You're not going to go from being a Python or JavaScript developer banging out front ends to becoming a systems programmer in SIG the next day, right? I think that gap is too big. And the same thing is applicable to, I mean, the same thing is going to be applicable to C and C++ as well, right? Because they're looking for people who are familiar with systems programming. And if you don't know the basics of that, it's going to be a little bit of a threshold. That's not to say the jobs don't exist. I'm saying they're harder to get to, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Tanaka was saying started at the company as a Go dev and was really quickly moved over to be the owner of a Rust project that's growing and growing, and they're in dire need of Rust devs. How do you transition?
You're going to become an indie game dev, Don? Oh, man. Respect. All right. You did. You worked in Node for 6 years and now working in Rust in a very system-style project. Yeah, but that makes you a bit of a unicorn, Tanak, in terms of what it is like. How do you transition? You learn, right? It's all about diligence. And half the diligence is you learning the language and the methodologies and everything. The other half is you being really out there trying to find this, right? Whether it means going to networking events or doing the one thing that people don't seem to want to do when it comes to getting a job is applying for jobs. They want to do everything else. They want to build portfolios. They want to reskill. They want to do everything but apply for jobs. And that is like the first thing you got to do. You want a job, you apply for a job. It's a very straight line from you wanting a job to getting a job, right? It's a very much applied, right?
I think there's definitely, without a doubt, one dimension, which is either your job allows you to get closer to what you want to do. So, like, for example, you do work in web dev, but then your company has, also a more systems programming-ish or like embedded style branch. So you imagine that your company makes, I don't know, vacuum robots like Roombas. As an example, right? Your company makes Roombas, and maybe you start as somebody who works on the websites for the Roombas. And then if your company allows you to move towards the team that programs the Roombas themselves, assuming that they're not just cloud controlled, then great. And so that works. But then most of the time, I would say your job does not allow you to do that. Your job asks you to do one thing, and to them, if you're the Roomba company, maybe it's not worth having your front end devs try to move around. Maybe it's just easier for you to hire somebody else and leave the front end people do the web. People keep doing the web. So the company might or might not be willing to help you with that. I would assume that not being willing to help you or not being able to help you, it's like the null hypothesis. It's what happens more often than not. And so at that point, what you need is basically to do things in your free time. Like on your own, you start learning some Rust or some Zig, and you do some projects, and you buy, if it's embedded, you buy a Raspberry Pi and like other, the tiny robots of some kind or whatnot, and you try to learn something about them. Or if it's more like systems programming, then you do, I don't know, like you follow the crafting interpreters book, or you do the OS from scratch in 1,000 lines. Like you do some of those things so that you can get some experience under your belt. It's not yet professional experience, but it is something that will allow you to, at the very least, enter in a junior position closer to what it is that you want to do compared to web dev.
I feel like I have to clear something up, because the nitpicky nerds in the chat are missing some details here. I'm going to set you straight here for a second. Applying for a job doesn't necessarily mean that you're out there giving your CV to random strangers on the street, but it's still doing the thing where you're putting yourself out there, right? Whether that is through LinkedIn or some other means, right? What the point that I was making, let me rephrase this thing, right? Because I think there might be some confusion there, right? Other than the fact that Grey Hatter wants to rub it in that he's got more friends than I do, which I think is just cruel. But when, like, the fun part of doing a change is learning the language. The not so fun part is writing about your experience, summarizing these things, and pushing the information about yourself and your qualities out there in whatever form that's going to get someone to be interested and possibly get you in for an interview, right? Talking to people, networking, applying for jobs the old school way by accosting strangers on the street with a CV, or just in general talking to people. I mean, like, if I want to work with SIG, right? Yes, I definitely need to sit down and learn more SIG, but the other thing I should do is start talking to Crystal and go, hey, look, I really want to work in SIG, and I got these pictures of your mom. If you don't give me a job, I'll show them to everyone, right? That is generally how you do it, right? So, no, I mean, you got to put yourself out there, and you got to make an effort. And the fun part that is writing the code is not the relevant part. Now, up in the chat, Danik asked about something. So I'm going to scroll my screen up a little bit, right? How would you prove your skill without a portfolio? Well, no one's going to hire you without any skill, okay? Well, okay, let me rephrase this. There's some certain tiers of employment, right? If you're a junior developer, you're most likely going to get in on having either an education or done an internship, or have an extortionate amount of enthusiasm coupled with maybe some hobby projects, right? If you're a seasoned developer, you have a work history that speaks for you. It's about getting your foot in the door, right? That really is what matters, right? How did you apply to your job as a Twitch streamer? I don't know, right? I just have no clever comeback for that, so I'm gonna pretend you don't exist. Is it because I refuse to use Rust? Everyone knows writing SIG leads to having more friends. Is that true, Christoph? Have I been doing this wrong?
If we go by what we were reading earlier today, it might be true. We don't have a lot of data points about SIG.
you get crucified on the Linux kernel mailing list if you write Rust. So there's that, right? I really want to work in SIG. I have a picture. Well, that doesn't work. I'm a Joe, right? But okay. So let's see. What would you recommend if someone wants to work in SIG, other than what we covered, right? Did you work somewhere you introduce the language there? What other means could there be to work in SIG, right? When you are doing your own business, right? You could start your startup when you go heavy on SIG. I'd imagine that because SIG is a reasonably young programming language, right? And there is still a lot of room for growth there. But that also means that if it doesn't have that many adopters, if you're an early adopter of SIG, that could work in favor for you and the language. So there's an incentive for the language to include you in case studies and such. You can get a little bit of a spot. I'm not guaranteeing anything for anyone here, but you could get a little bit of a spotlight for your business by doing SIG, right? A bit of a trade there, right? So you do talks and be like, hi, I work at this company, we're doing SIG. You can basically turn up at every SIG talk and promote your company through a talk, right? You could do that, and I'm sure people do. Right?
I think you could actually do the same also just as a individual who just wants to get hired, now that you mention it. Like, I'm thinking, and I actually have seen this, basically people joining a meetup to give a talk about a new technology that they are gaining some experience with. And they are like, I've heard people literally say, and by the way, I'm looking for a job if anybody's hiring. And that might be an interesting way. You will not probably get hired necessarily to work with that new technology. So you need to be open to the idea that you you might end up working not with Zig, but you end up working with C or C++, or maybe Rust. Although I would say, how can I say, it's like I'm basically thinking of C and C++ as the worst cases. So you might be working with a worse language than what you were hoping for. But at least you start moving towards a given domain, right? You stop being the web dev person and you start becoming a systems programmer. You're not yet a full systems programmer, right? You're a junior systems programmer. But if you can if you show some initiative and you join like certain social circles, chances are that you might find somebody who is going to hire you to do work on C or C++, and then maybe they might even be open to adopting a new technology moving forward. Ideally, given that they were at least willing to go to an event where people talk about new technology. So it's like ideally not a super stuffy place where change never happens, like in banks.
I think so. As Seth Lombra says, pop off in open source and get famous in the community. I think building an open source project for the sake of getting a job is probably up there with building an open source project to exist through validation, extrinsic validation. I don't think it's a good idea. How much metal do you listen to? All the metal, rock or rager. Tell me some bands and I'll school you in the history of these bands. I am making that up, right? I am clearly a straight up Celine Dion fan and nothing else. Networking is important. I find that indeed to be the way to get any kind of programming job these days. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yes, you do, right? Here's the thing as well. If you go into things like contracting, freelancing, consulting, if you do a good job, people will recommend you to other people, right? I had this since 2010, maybe 2009. Around there, I started my first company, and after I never had to look for work. It was all word of mouth, right? You get called up by people. Hi, you work with these people. You seem really good. You didn't steal any office supplies. Do you want to come and work here, right? And sometimes you did it, right? Grey Hatter just admitted to writing Rust, so there's no chance for him to be saved.
He's tainted now.
Yeah, I mean, I baited him. I'd be like, yeah, and then he openly admits on the internet to be a Rust person. So I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do now, Grey.
Yeah,
you can wear the star of Sig here, but we know it's Rust in your heart now, buddy. Making open source project and later make a commercial product is fine. Yeah, but that is years of work, right? No one makes an open source project in 3 months and become financially successful, right? And you gotta eat while that is happening as well, right? I mean, we're talking prog metal, Dream Theater, kind of more, yeah, if we're talking about that, then I'm sort of more into OSI than Dream Theater, but some of the Aryan stuff, the Dutch guy is really good too. Have you tried rewriting it in Rust? No, mate, that's for you to do, Grey Hat. We know you're experienced enough now.
Let's see. So I think there's a couple interesting comments here. Let's start with Neuroside. I got a bunch of job offers by being a Debian maintainer, but never from my own open source dev projects. This makes me sad. Well, that's an interesting data point. So you got some because of being so let's look at the bright side of like the half full side of the glass. So you did get job offers thanks to being a Debian maintainer. That's interesting. There's Ninjatron also on YouTube saying, I used Zig in my interview for a company since they reviewed my open source work. They were pretty interested in why I picked Zig and what challenges I ran into and things like that.
I will agree with that. I actually, when I've done interviews with people, I have come across a few people who've done SIG, and I've asked them, so what, like, oh, you're interested in SIG, and what makes you interested in that, and then had conversations with them, right?
And then you rejected them because they
oh god, yeah. I asked Mr. Bosca said, this dude, man, he's got unsafe written all over him, and I think it's the kind of unsafe that turns out without his pants on in the office. Even if we work from home, I still think they would turn up, right? No, but these things. So when you're interviewing someone, when I'm interviewing someone, I can't speak for anyone else, right? But when I'm interviewing someone, I'm always interested in what they do, right? So who are you as a person? What drives you? What are you interested in, right? And when people are like, oh, I like to reverse engineer firmware, or I like to try out new obscure programming languages like C3 or whatever, right? And that always leads to an interesting conversation with people. I think if you turn up and you're like, oh, I write JavaScript, okay, what are you interested in? Sandwiches? I mean, like, that's kind of difficult to connect with this person, and like, but like, what's your why do you want to write software? I pays the bill. Like, when there's no passion and drive in there, it's kind of hard to sort of sell these people to a potential employee. But like, yeah, this guy seemed interesting. He wore his pants. All right, that's like, we set the bar pretty low. I think it's yeah. I don't know, right? Have you done any hiring, Christoph? Have you done it, or at least CV reviews or anything like that?
I have never been in a position where I was like strictly hiring somebody. I have occasionally participated to interviews, but it was more like, this is your potential new colleague. So I went from just being a, what do you call it, like a bottom of the hierarchy to VP of community, and just jumped all what that's in between. VP of community of a company that has like 4 full-time employees or something like that. So just so that we're clear, because we are not that many people at the ZSF, so the title doesn't mean much. But no, I didn't have a ton of experience hiring. Although, I mean, I do think that looking at people, like if you ask me, so you have to interview somebody, what do you do? I would 100% not do lead code. What I would ideally do is have them show me. I would ask this question in preparation for the interview, like beforehand, and basically I would take a look at their stuff, at the stuff they have online, assuming that they have some, and then just take a look at the code, think about it for a while, and then maybe ask them questions about their code during the interview. Like, what's the part that you think is bad? What's the best part of this project in your mind? What's the worst part? Why? And then take it from there.
And that's very similar to what I've done as well. And I give people a chance to explain the choices they've made in the code, because some people wrote the code, they didn't intend for sort of public consumption, so they left a lot of like lack of error handling and documentation and stuff like that. I definitely wouldn't hold that against someone. So I don't know if AOC or lead code or these things, I mean, like they don't really prove anything. I think you could effectively get more understanding of how good a person is as a programmer for just talking to them for 5 minutes, assuming that you can detect when someone is blagging. But that becomes kind of obvious after a while, right? Maybe not 5 minutes, but you're in a conversation with someone for a while, and you're going to start realize when you're talking and they're answering you that they're not quite on the same page as you, and they just keep drifting further and further away, and then you realize that they don't really know this stuff, right? Mm-hmm, some people are honest about it. They'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I don't know that," and that is very nice, because then you'd be like, "Okay, that's cool. We can talk about something else." But when someone just goes, yeah, okay," and then when you're done, they'll be like, "So the programming language is kind of like a sausage," and you'll be like, "No, that's not at all what I was." I mean, it could be that they lost attention, like their attention span wandered, right? Because I mean, but in general, right, you kind of know how it is, right? And one of my like common interview questions I would use for interviewing Rustaceans, right, is a word that is weird, but what do you call SIG people? Is it Siguanas?
Siguanas is the official one.
It came up in another stream, but I was lurking and I didn't want to get involved in the conversation, so I didn't say anything. But I think that. And I asked questions like, okay, so tell me how you can achieve like internal mutability in Rust. And most people who program Rust for more than half an hour, they're gonna go, all right, you got your mutex for like cross threads, and you got your ref cell for the single threaded stuff, right? And some people in one interview, the person didn't know what I was asking, and they started talking about something completely different. And I had to kind of keep leading them back to the place. But okay, you have this thing, and you want to be able to change it, but it's not actually marked as mutable. How do you do that? And they just went off on something completely different again. And in the end, I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
LLM hallucination style.
Yeah, I mean, in this case was like I was sitting there going like, oh my god, how do I politely just end this conversation, right? But that is the worst thing about doing an interview. You don't want to waste their time, and you don't want to waste your time, but you kind of have to do this. You can't just go, oh my god, what are you doing? Right? You gotta be like a bit polite about it because they're still humans, right?
Yeah. There's an interesting couple comments from Rocco Rager, and then if you want, I have like a very nice success story that I remember from a previous job. So Rocco Rager says, I was interviewing with Canonical, and they were pretty interested in my Zig work and how I thought it might fit into the ecosystem, but ultimately they care more about my Go work. And then there were discussions about, and then who was it? Lolly said, I've read on Reddit that Canonical has the worst hiring process ever. It's absolutely ridiculous. And Rocco Rager says, for me, it was a more or less 7-month process.
So wait, did you actually get hired by Canonical in the end then, right?
No.
Oh, you weren't. Oh my god, what a middle finger, right? After that. There's and like no one likes the tests, right? They'd be like, oh, here's a take-home test. I get that you have to use them for large companies, but if I'm not interviewing more than 5-10 people in a day, I don't bother with the test, right? It's kind of right. But the best part is like, okay, here's a test. I want you to do this thing to solve this problem, and you'd be like, okay, and you do this a lot at this company. The job I'm hiring for is gonna do this kind of problems. But like, no, we're not doing any of that, right? We're just copy and pasting shit in and storing everything in a hash map, right? Yeah. So why am I solving this problem for then, right? It's like, why? Did you read what he had to go through? I did not. Can we get like, can we see the, can you just sum up on Roger then, right?
Yeah, I think, let's see. Okay, so I'll read all the related messages. So it was extensive. They are proud of their process, and I get that. I won't fault them for it. I think they probably miss out on some good talent by being so drawn out. That said, everyone I interviewed with was very intelligent and had been there a long time. And then Rocco just says, for me, it was a written interview, very long, 2 coding tests, 8 interviews, personality test, intelligence test. Wait, they can actually do an intelligence test? Is that legal? I thought that was not legal.
It certainly is not gonna fly in your average job interview in somewhere like maybe the UK, right? I don't think you're even allowed to ask someone how old they are. So the way you kind of get around this thing, the way, so if you're interviewing someone, you ask questions like, is there any situation currently or in the future, near future of your life that's going to prevent you from doing your job on a daily basis? Something along those lines are asking, are you about to go on maternity leave? Because you cannot ask that, and nor should you, right? But you can't ask any of these things. You don't even you look at they're going like, are you 200 years old or 2? You can't ask that. Like, you're gonna be like, are you of legal working age and or close to retirement? Like, you can't ask any of these things, right?
Yeah.
I would never accept an IQ test. No way, instant middle finger. The thing is, I've done an IQ test. I'm about as average as they come, right? I know how to operate shoes and to tie them, and I can write Rust. What else do I need, right?
Oh my God.
It's easy.
There's another person about same here. Canonical asks little different questions like, how was your math score in middle school or high school? I thought it is because it is a non-US company. I don't know.
Interesting.
Oh man, both Bus 710 and Rocco Rager are talking about the same thing. This is so funny. I know how to operate shoes. Oh my God.
I mean, I'm not wearing any now, Grey Hatter, but that's because I'm saving up for a rainy day. No, I mean, it's pretty impressive. The thing is, I think there's a little bit of a so there used to be back in the day that working for Google was like the thing that people wanted to do, right? You're gonna go to a fancy office, you're gonna have like a You're gonna have like chefs on staff there. You can go and get like food in the cafeteria. They have chefs there and all that stuff, right? And meanwhile, the rest of us sitting there eating Pret sandwiches at our desk, dreaming of better days, right? So like, oh yeah, go and work for Google. You get all this time off. You get to do all these like really cool things. But that's a very old thing. I don't think people talk about it like that anymore. Google was actually voted the best company to work for in 2007 or 8 or something like that, right? I don't think that's anywhere where they are these days. I think all these companies kind of just collapsed in on themselves. They hired all the talent, and now I think it's just insane how it works, right? You definitely don't have to accept the premise that you're supposed to do an IQ test for a job. Right? I mean, I understand that then you're not going to get a job there, but the more bullshit we accept as candidates for a job, the more bullshit they keep using, right?
Yeah.
If we keep accepting that you're supposed to do 10 lead code challenges to even get a foot in the door, don't accept that premise, man. No, it is not it is the only thing that does is filter out people who simply get offended by the process, right? There isn't a lead code challenge that you couldn't figure out, right? Like given the hard enough challenge, you get some time to sit there and think about it. You're gonna figure it out, and it's gonna have nothing to do with the job that you're applying for in a lot of cases, right?
Yeah.
I can't speak for all of them, but yeah.
Derek is asking what kind of age information a question about high school performance would give. It's not age, it's a proxy for IQ. They're using that. They're using how well you were doing in high school as a proxy for IQ. Like I haven't seen the canonical video, so I cannot say that for sure. But I have a very strong hunch that that's what they're going for.
Can we watch that one, right? And then I'm gonna have to bail because I'm super hungry now.
Yeah,
so let's watch the video.
Same. Oh
you have the like video watching sharing thing. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I do have that. Do we have the video though? Okay, I'll set that up. Somebody else find the video, please. Link us the video. Ideally, maybe with some like a timestamp or something so that we know what part to look for.
Posted a new one 5 days ago. It's fish for dinner. Hey, crypto card. I don't know about that. You can post links, Rocketer.
Yeah, you can post links.
Although I guess we could just copy that and then sort of youtube.com the whole thing, couldn't we? All right, let's see if this is it.
Why is this here now? Okay, I did something dumb.
Oops. All right, I have the video here. You got it too, yeah.
Ooh, wait, no, because you're joining the old room. I don't think we can join the old room again, so I need to give a new room.
Okay, all good.
Just sent you a link.
Yeah. All right, we're popping that open. Join the room. There we go. Okay, whenever you're ready, press play on tape.
Okay. You're seeing it, right?
Yeah, yep.
Obsessed.
Instant red flag. I like the calm, serene music there.
sorry, 1 second. What does canonical even do? I realize that this is a dumb question, but like now that they have been talking about like all the talent scientists, Ubuntu, they need the world's smartest people and all the talent scientists to do fucking Ubuntu. Is that it? They sell support like Red Hat. Wait, so
yeah, and the advantage of them having all these people and stuff is you can get counseling as you go through the interview process. So you go into a room where Mark Shuttleworth is throwing rocks at you, going like, "Work hard, you fucker," and then you go into the next room and it's like, "How does that make you feel?" Okay, well then, tell me about your mother.
They have
and then
Kubernetes.
Back to Mark again with the rocks.
Wait, what's the name of the Ubuntu Kubernetes? Wait. I remember. Who owns OpenShift? Wait, is it OpenShift? Microcase? Juju. What? What is going on?
Wait, that sounds like a bad juju.
Who owns OpenShift? I don't remember. Let's see. They used to have cool shit like their own Unity desktop.
Yeah, I was excited about
Mir and mobile user space.
Cool.
But I think it's all dead by now. So OpenShift is Red Hat. Okay, so they have Juju. Juju is their Kubernetes. So it's the competitor to OpenShift. Canonical develops a bunch of products that nobody wants or uses. All the Ubuntu work is done by Debian. So, yeah, he took the Udemy hand gesture. Yeah. So, don't forget Bazaar VCS. Why are they even hiring all these people with this process? Like, what is to give companies better Linux support? Is that it? I don't want to downplay because this like it's work. I'm just saying, like, why do you need a giant company? Juju. Okay, so this is OpenShift, but canonical. It's the OpenShift competitor. Micro K8s is some Kubernetes distribution. Okay. Now I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to have like PTSD. This is bringing out PTSD from back of my Redis days. Let's continue with the video. Which is system D not working?
He's talking about the Amazon affiliate link in the doc.
Cutting edge of what?
Hang on, it just sounds like Mark Shuttleworth has discovered work from home. That's like you can work from anywhere in the world. Yes, Mark, we know. We figured this out in 2019.
A talent engineer. A salesperson? Oh, sorry.
But this is not like they're making this sound. They're making this sound so amazing. But I mean, basically, what she's saying is, you turn up here, you talk to one of our tech staff, and they'll evaluate you. That's what she's saying, right? It's like you talk to someone in engineering, and they'll assess whether you know what you're talking about, right? It's very bizarre.
Yeah, this video is weirding me out.
It's a little bit, and I like that they're sitting there talking about it as if this is part of something other than two canonical people that following a script, right? They're just sitting there talking about this as if they didn't figure this out the day before, right?
There we go. They have to pull object orientation into this, huh?
What's unique about this? There's nothing unique about this process. Why are they're like describing interviewing from the 90s, right? There's nothing unique here.
This is like the way they're phrasing this. One thing that I come to learn from about American companies, probably not just American, but especially true of American companies, is that when they say something, they usually mean the opposite. When they feel compelled that they need to say something out loud, it's because it's actually the opposite. You have no idea how many times I've been in discussions in marketing where everybody would repeat, this is decision making based on data. We're making data-driven decision making. Every single time they wanted to push forward a stupid change that made no fucking sense, and they had to doctor like a spreadsheet to justify the change. So this guy saying in what to me looks like potentially even South Africa, wearing a white shirt, talking about giving people a fair chance, even though they didn't go to your same university. I promise you, this fucking guy only hires from Harvard or whatever Ivy League university he comes from. I fucking promise you. He lets other departments maybe hire random people, but he absolutely does not. If he didn't sit next to you in university, you don't get to work with him. I promise you.
So here's another thing. I want you guys to pay some close attention to the woman's body language sitting opposite him there. Does she look relaxed? Does she look like you trust him? That is a scared person, man. Be wary of this man, okay? All right, let's go.
As in, you have to submit.
What? So, are we gonna work as programmers, or are we going into space? Because, like,
I think they might be pimping out their employees. I don't know at this point.
You require stamina. I mean, for what? What are you expecting of me over there, man?
That system D, system D is down. It's like it's not one config file fix. It's like you have to bang out for 12 hours straight config files before you can get system D to boot successfully.
This is, but they're like talking about stamina in a job interview. Imagine that you're turning up for like, you're gonna work on some web dev project, and the interview goes, so how's your stamina?
Yeah,
you're gonna be like, what?
I mean, putting the D in system D.
I mean, resilient stamina determination is really how determined are you, and how resilient are you to stay here where you're being abused, and how much stamina do you have so you can keep taking the abuse from Mark Shuttleworth, right? That's just such. Yeah, well, like, we expect you to lift when you turn up for a job interview. You gotta bench 250 kilos, run a marathon. And while you're doing this thing, you're gonna do some linear algebra in the process, right? That's how this goes, man.
3,300 words. That was your written interview. Wait, Rock Rager, but was it a single question that you have to basically write an essay for, or was that the basically total amount of answering like multiple questions? I'm interested also in that.
Multiple questions. I think we should change this process. We're going to be like, you're going to write an essay about 5,000 words in response to this one question. And then when they look at the questions, just like, what's up? And then you have to answer that question with 5,000 words, man. Some real introspection is going to happen there, right? Wow. Shay, I'm out of time. This was a long video. I gotta go, but dude, we must have hit the goal, man. We must have hit the goal.
Yeah, we definitely have. Toggle, it's been a pleasure. We should do this more. Even if
we
it's
will,
not, if it's not,
we can hang out at my house next time. Assuming that everything pans out all right. But I don't know if I want a Grey Hatter to come around. He keeps constantly challenging me, so I don't know, man. But it's all good. No, Daniel, a Grey Hatter is such a Rust shield as well, man. That's like, it's just all the time with the Rust. I mean, like, you'd be like, what's going on? As Grey Hatter with the Get Wrecked. There you go, written like a true Rustation, okay? I bet that's not even safe, Grey Hatter. Anyway, right. As much fun as this has been, right? I gotta go. You guys have been great. Thank you all for hanging out, and you guys should obviously stay and keep watching Christoph. And I'll catch you on Discord later.
Thank you, Toggle. Bye. So
how do I leave?
Okay, he figured it out. So yeah, I think it's time for me also to go. It's pretty much dinner time. So let me see, who should we raid? Valigo, are you still around? Are you gonna stream now? If you turn on your stream now, I'll be happy to raid you if you're interested. Otherwise, I will pick somebody else. A bit later, not now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me see. Learning Mason build system coding. No, I will not inflict on you guys a random build system that I don't like. I will send you. Let's find somebody less well known. Let's give space to new people. C-style game dev. That seems interesting. 8 viewers. Let's make this person happy. Yeah. See you all next time.